Chapter 4572. Outside the Imperial Palace. As the gate of the Imperial Palace opened and Lu Jiajin walked out, the inner demons immediately greeted him and asked in a low voice, "What did he say to you?" "Nothing." Lu Jiajin waved his hand and looked at Dong Tianxin and the other two who were also curious. He smiled and said, "There's only one ancient book, can you let us read it first? After we finish reading it, I'll ask my brother to send it to you." "It's okay. It doesn't matter who reads it first. There's no need to trouble you to send it personally. Just let us know and we'll come and get it ourselves." Dong Tianxin handed the ancient book to Lu Jiajin. "Thank you." Lu Jiajin smiled and turned to look at the inner demons and said, "Let's go." The two strode away. "Strange. Why did sixth uncle leave him alone?" Dong Ping muttered. "The three of you come in." The emperor's voice sounded. The three of them were slightly stunned and entered the hall suspiciously. Above the mountain range, the inner demons saw that there was no one around and asked in a low voice, "What did the emperor say to you?" "It's nothing. He just asked me to take care of everyone in the secret realm." Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. "So that's how it is. It seems that he really looks at you in a new light, otherwise why would he leave you alone?" The inner demons bared his teeth. Lu Jiajin shook his head and laughed. He turned to look at the Imperial Palace and said with a smile, "But this time I really have to thank Dong Xen. If it weren't for her, we really wouldn't have found the opportunity to bring my little cousin and the others into the secret realm." "Yes." The inner demons nodded. Dong Xen had undoubtedly helped them a lot. However, immediately after, the inner demons frowned and said, "But the quota is not enough. The two of us together only have 6 quotas. If you don't want to take the risk, then only 6 people can go in." Lu Jiajin said. 6 people. I will definitely go. White-eyed wolf, lunatic, needless to say, they are all people who like to join in the fun. Long Chen must go too. Firstly, Long Chen had been helping Qin Feiyang all these years. If it wasn't for Long Chen's help, how could Qin Feiyang and the others grow so quickly? Therefore, with such a good thing happening, he definitely couldn't forget him. Secondly, he had the domain of divinity. God's domain would definitely play an important role in the secret realm. The inner demons frowned. They only took 4 spots. Who should we give the remaining 2 spots to? Li Feng was also very strong. With the puppet true body he could fight 4 people at once. The demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang, needless to say, were much stronger than Li Feng in terms of overall combat strength. Mu Qing was also very important. This was because his omniscient eye might be able to play a crucial role at that time. There was also Dong Xingyang and the Mermaid Princess. As for Lin Yi, she had not mastered Heaven's Will yet, so she could be excluded. Don't forget there is still Heavenly Lord Ji. He has always been in the Black Tortoise realm. Lu Jiajin leveled up. "Yeah. I almost ignored him." The inner demons slapped his head. In short, they needed too many spots. 6 spots were not enough at all. Lu Jiajin was silent for a while and secretly said, "Don't worry. Let's go back first, send a message to little cousin and discuss with him." "Okay." The inner demons nodded. "Sixth uncle. You trust Lu Yunfeng too much. You actually want us to listen to him." Inside the Imperial Palace, Dong Tianxin looked at the emperor with dissatisfaction. Dong Ping and Dong Xen were also a little indignant. There were no outsiders present, so the 3 were no longer so reserved. "Do you still have any objections? I am doing this for your own good. Do you understand? I don't want you to die in the secret realm." The emperor rolled his eyes. "I know you are doing this for our own good. But you are boosting the morale of others too much and destroying our own prestige. It seems that only Lu Yunfeng is a smart person, and we are all incompetent fools." Dong Ping said. The emperor said, "Then think about it. In terms of ability and brain, are you inferior to Lu Yunfeng?" Dong Ping wanted to refute, but in the end he couldn't find a reason to. "I want you to listen to their arrangements, but not unconditionally. You must listen to them if they are right, but you can also refuse if they are wrong." The emperor smiled faintly. "Sister Moon Immortal, we also have to listen to him?" Dong Xen asked. "Yes." The emperor nodded and smiled. "It means that he is the one leading the team." "All right." The 3 looked at each other and nodded helplessly. "Don't look like you're unwilling. Maybe when the time comes to break the blood oath in your body, we will need the help of these 2 brothers." The emperor rolled his eyes. Hearing the emperor's words, the 3 felt a lot better in their hearts. If the 2 could really help them break the blood oath, not to mention listening to them, they would even be willing to give them a massage on the back and shoulders. Black Tortoise World. 6 spots? Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin in a daze. Yes. These 6 spots are not easy to come by. Lu Jiajin smiled bitterly and briefly explained the situation to Qin Feiyang. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang smiled. Dong Xian had done them a great favor by accident. But the question now is, which one of you will go to the secret realm? If all of you want to go, then we can only follow the original plan and force our way in. The inner demons were a little worried. Forcing their way in was not a wise choice. Because the imperial capital mountain was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. At that time there might be many variables. Who will go to the secret realm? Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled bitterly. I guess everyone wants to go. But it was obviously not realistic for everyone to go. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang had an idea and his eyes flashed. You have an idea? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes and asked. There is indeed an idea. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping and Dong Xian together, don't we have 9 spots? Why don't we take their 9 spots? That's right. The inner demons patted their heads. They had not thought of this. Dong Tianxin and the other 2 had 9 spots, plus their 6 spots, which was completely enough. But then, the inner demons frowned again and asked, will they be willing to take their spots? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, don't forget they are now bound by a blood oath. They dare not say no to my orders. TSK. Then this problem is perfectly solved, isn't it? The inner demons bared their teeth. Qin Feiyang said, but we still have to think of a way to get them to come out and see me. If the 3 of them stayed in the clan ground, then he really could not do anything. Because, now the cities where the main families were located had been sealed by the origin power, and there was no way to sneak in. This is indeed a little difficult. Since you entered the central dynasty, they have not left the clan ground. I'm afraid of meeting you. However, my previous actions created a good opportunity for you. Lu Jiajin smiled. What opportunity? Qin Feiyang was curious. Dong Tianxin and the other 2 will come to Imperial Capital Mountain to find us for that ancient book. At that time, you can go to Tianyun City or Sky City to wait for them. Lu Jiajin chuckled. Tianyun City, Sky City? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Tianyun City is the clan ground of Dong Tianxin and his brother. Sky City is the clan ground of Dong Xian family. Lu Jiajin laughed. All right. You guys can finish reading that ancient book. When the time comes, let me know. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Lu Jiajin nodded and smiled. This ancient book, don't you want to read it together? No need. You guys can read it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right. Lu Jiajin smiled and told Qin Feiyang the coordinates of Tianyun City and Sky City, then turned off the sound transmission stone. 3 days. Inside the training room. Qin Feiyang also put away the sound transmission stone and muttered to himself. The universe secret realm was really something to look forward to. The next day. Morning. The sun had just risen. Qin Feiyang received Lu Jiajin's message, asking him to immediately go to Tianyun City or Sky City. Immediately. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to stay for a moment and immediately left the Black Tortoise world. Qin Dage. Just as he left the pavilion, Ji Xiaowu happened to walk towards him. I'm not free now. If there's anything, we'll talk later. Qin Feiyang left these words and hurriedly left, leaving Ji Xiaowu dumbfounded. Tianyun City. The name of this city wasn't given casually. This was because the 3-word Sky Fortune City had a special meaning. By the will of the heavens. Why did it have such a meaning? Because Tianyun City was the head of the top 10 direct descendant families. On one hand, it was because they were very strong with Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping, these 2 monsters. Dong Hanzong relied on his powerful strength and heaven-defying domain to climb from a branch family member to his current position. Even the direct descendant families felt threatened by him. Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping, this pair of brothers, naturally had such power. A god-killing domain, an undying domain, it was enough to allow the family behind them to stand at the peak of the central dynasty. As the number 1 family, the number 1 city, its scale was naturally needless to say. Compared to Tianxin City and Tianyang City, it was several times larger. In front of the city gate, there was an endless stream of people coming and going every day. At this time, an old man with white hair, wearing tattered linen clothes, stood at the back of the crowd. Entering Tianyang City, one also had to undergo inspection. Furthermore, it was even stricter than other cities. After all, as the number 1 city, the risk they had to bear was naturally greater. The white-haired old man didn't enter the city, instead he kept looking at the city gate. Because his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was also very ordinary, plus he was a lonely old man, so even if someone passed by him, he wouldn't give them a second glance. About half an hour passed. Finally, a familiar figure walked out from the city gate. This person was Dong Ping. With his hands behind his back, he walked with a majestic gait. Although the source power sealed off the city could protect Tianyun City, it also brought about great changes to the people in the city. Because inside the city, there was no way to directly open a space-time tunnel. He had to leave the city. This was also the reason why Lu Jijin had Qin Feiyang come and wait for him. In other words, whether it was entering Tianyun City or leaving Tianyun City, the city gate was the only way. The city gate naturally became the best squatting point. Chapter 4573. Dong Ping walked out of the city gate, looked around, and then directly opened a space-time passage in front of the city gate. Obviously, he was very careful. He didn't even dare to leave the city gate. But at this moment, the white-haired old man at the back of the crowd suddenly stepped forward, crossed the crowd in an instant, and appeared in front of Dong Ping. The sudden turn of events gave Dong Ping a fright. He instinctively took a few steps back. The guards on both sides were also shocked. When they came to their senses, they immediately surrounded the white-haired old man, their eyes full of vigilance. "Don't be nervous." The white-haired old man smiled hoarsely, looked at Dong Ping and asked, "Young Master Dong Ping, don't you recognize me?" Dong Ping looked at the white-haired old man suspiciously. He had no impression of him. "I have been waiting for you here. Young Master Dong Ping, please come with me." The white-haired old man transmitted his voice. "Who are you?" Dong Ping began to gradually retreat into the city. "Who am I? Do you still need to ask? Let me ask you, who else would come looking for you now?" The white-haired old man smiled secretly. This voice, Dong Ping's eyes trembled. Because at this moment, the white-haired old man's voice suddenly changed. He was too familiar with this voice. It was the nightmare that made him restless, Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Do you recognize me now?" This time there was no message. This was for others to see so that they would not be suspicious. "Yes." Dong Ping braced himself and nodded. "Then young Master Dong Ping, please come with me." Qin Feiyang laughed hoarsely. Dong Ping did not dare to disobey Qin Feiyang because of the blood oath. If he disobeyed Qin Feiyang, he would immediately be punished. However, he was not going to follow Qin Feiyang now, because Qin Feiyang came to him for no good reason. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Dong Ping sighed helplessly, walked to Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing. I just want you to come with me," Qin Feiyang said. "Where to?" Dong Ping was very nervous. His forehead was even covered in cold sweat. "Anywhere is fine. Because there's nothing else. I just want to talk to you in private." Qin Feiyang snickered. "Nothing else?" Dong Ping didn't believe it. Who doesn't know Qin Feiyang's character? He doesn't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. Anyway, nothing good was going to happen. "Young master, do you really recognize him?" The guards looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, but they did not have the slightest impression of him. "Yes." Dong Ping nodded indifferently. Then he opened another space-time tunnel and said indifferently, "Let's go." With that, he stepped into the passage. Qin Feiyang smiled at the group of guards, and the group of guards also quickly smiled apologetically. Since he knew young Master Dong Ping, this seemingly ordinary old man must have extraordinary strength and status. Above a mountain range. Whoosh. With the appearance of a space-time tunnel, two figures walked out. It was Qin Feiyang and Dong Ping. As soon as Dong Ping came out and saw that there was no one around, he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, "Brother, I beg you, can you let us go?" "What are you talking about? I didn't want to harm you." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "You didn't now, but what about in the future? We're really unlucky. Why did we meet a jinx like you?" Dong Ping sighed helplessly. Why was he so stupid in the beginning? Wasn't it comfortable to enjoy a good life in the Central Dynasty? Why did he have to go to the four great continents? In the end, not only did he not make a great contribution, but he also had to live in fear every day. He had enough of this kind of life. It's a little sad when you say that. It's fate that we met. The fact that we met means that there must be fate between us. Qin Feiyang laughed. To hell with fate. Dong Ping's face was full of bad luck. That's enough. Hurry up and ask your brother and Dong Xn to come out. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Dong Ping looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. He even asked him to ask his brother and Dong Xian to come out. What exactly did he want? It's just to catch up. After all, I haven't seen you for so many years. I really miss you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, Dong Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a kind of feeling that made people feel flattered. Alas, in the end, he still couldn't escape from this person's evil clutches. Then, he took out the divine voice-transmitting stone and sent messages to Dong Tianqin and Dong Xian one after another. He didn't tell them that Qin Feiyang was present, but only told them to come over. About a few hundred breaths later, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. Dong Xian was the first to arrive. Looking at Dong Ping below and Qin Feiyang standing opposite, a trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Then she landed beside Dong Ping and asked, "Why did you ask me to come here? And who is this person?" "Let's talk about it when my brother arrives." Dong Ping sighed. Looking at Dong Ping's worried eyes, Dong Xian couldn't help but have an uneasy premonition in her heart. Another few dozen breaths passed. Dong Tianqin finally arrived. "Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" Just like Dong Xian. First, they looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and then asked Dong Ping. Dong Ping smiled bitterly. "Long time no see, I miss you." Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Tianqin and Dong Xian and said with a smile. The two of them were surprised. They seemed to be asking, "Do we know each other? Let's talk somewhere else." Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. The four of them immediately disappeared without a trace. Black Tortoise World, Tea Garden. At this moment, it was empty. "This is..." Dong Tianqin and Dong Xian glanced around, their eyes full of surprise. "You're right, this is the Black Tortoise World." Dong Ping smiled bitterly. They were imprisoned in the Black Tortoise World in the early years, so they more or less knew about it. When the two of them heard this, their expressions changed. This was the Black Tortoise World? Didn't that mean that the white-haired old man standing in front of them was... Swoosh. The two of them suddenly quivered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, only to see that Qin Feiyang had already taken out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. Very quickly, a face that they never wanted to see appeared in front of them. "We haven't seen each other for a long time." Qin Feiyang sat at the stone table and made tea while looking at Dong Tianqin and Dong Xian with a smile. Dong Tianqin and Dong Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they were afraid of really happened. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't just stand there, sit down." The three of them walked to Qin Feiyang with a bitter face and sat down opposite him. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, "Why do you all have such a bitter face? You don't want to see me that much?" The three of them looked at each other. Wasn't this asking the obvious? Only a ghost would want to see you. "You guys are too heartless. I've been thinking about you guys every day." Qin Feiyang was very disappointed. "Please don't think about us." Dong Tianqin couldn't help but exclaim. He really wanted to cry. He had been hiding from this person, but in the end he still couldn't hide from him. "Drink tea." Qin Feiyang brewed tea, poured 3 cups and personally handed it to the three of them. "Don't be like this. The more polite you are, the more anxious we will be. What's the matter? Just say it." How could the three of them still have the mood to drink tea? They hurriedly brushed it off and slipped away. "I didn't expect you guys to be more anxious than me." Qin Feiyang shook his head and leisurely drank his tea and smiled. "All right, then I'll say it directly. I hope you guys can help us enter the universe secret region." What? When the three of them heard this, the teacups in their hands immediately fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Universe secret region? How did this person know about the universe secret region? Furthermore, he came to find them just as they were about to enter the universe secret region. There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. Could it be that someone had tipped off Qin Feiyang? However, in the entire Divine Kingdom, only the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, the Emperor couple, the Moon Fairy Princess, the Lu Yunfeng brothers and the three of them knew about the universe secret region. The ruler of the Divine Kingdom, the Emperor couple and the Moon Fairy Princess, it was definitely impossible. The three of them also didn't leak any information. Could it be the Lu Yunfeng brothers? The three of them were instantly stunned. How could it be them? Why would they do this? Very surprising, right? I actually know about the universe secret region. Qin Feiyang laughed. What benefits did you give Lu Yunfeng and the rest? You actually let them become your informants and betray our divine kingdom? Dong Tianqin frowned. Lu Yunfeng? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dong Tianqin suspiciously said, "Could it be that the news about the universe secret region wasn't leaked to you by Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian? So you were talking about this? Then you're really thinking too much." To be honest, I really hope that the two brothers can become my men. Unfortunately, they are both arrogant people and look down on a small character like me. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. It wasn't them who leaked the information? Dong Tianxin and the other two looked at each other and asked suspiciously, then how did you know? Isn't it simple? Mu Qing's omniscient. I can spy on your whereabouts anytime and anywhere and can even hear your conversation. Qin Feiyang laughed. So it's the omniscient eye. The three of them suddenly understood. Dong Ping frowned and said, so, you've been letting Mu Qing use the omniscient eye to spy on us? Spy on you? There's no need for that. You don't have that value. The target of our surveillance is of course the emperor couple. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Dong Tianxin and the other two were greatly shocked. They were the 5 unparalleled geniuses and the descendants of the lineal family, but in Qin Feiyang's eyes, they were not even worth spying on. Qin Feiyang's words easily cleared the suspicion of Lu Jijin and the inner demons. The three of you have a total of 9 places. I'll take all 9 of them. You don't have a problem with that, right? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All of them? The three of them were stunned. Not even leaving one place for them? This was too much. This was simply bullying. But they did not dare to refuse. What else can we say if you want it? But we can't give it to you for free. Dong Tianxin lowered his head and said bitterly. Of course. I'm a very reasonable person. Even if there's a blood oath binding you, I won't force you. You can name your conditions. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He was very generous and open-minded. Chapter 45-74. Reasonable? When Dong Tianxin and the other two heard this, they were even in the mood to curse. You Qin Feiyang are reasonable? Don't joke around. If you were really reasonable, would you be able to take all the quotas at once? However, thinking about it carefully, if Qin Feiyang really wanted to enter the secret realm, they would not dare to bring their clansmen with them. Because bringing their clansmen would be sending them to their deaths. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang would not let their clansmen go in the secret realm. Dong Tianxin said, our request is not high. We just want 2 promises. 2 promises? Let me think. The 2 promises you want, one should be for me to lift the blood oath for you, and the other should be for me to let go of your younger brother and sister, right? Qin Feiyang laughed. Yes. The 3 nodded. They were in disbelief. He could actually see through their inner thoughts at a glance. Letting go of your younger brother and sister is a small matter. In any case, their value to me is not that great. But the 3 of you, Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them thoughtfully. The 3 of them were extremely nervous. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, to be honest, I really can't bear to let you go. Of course. Because you don't lack strong people around you. Our strength is nothing at all. Dong Ping hurriedly said. When did you become so humble? I'm not used to it. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's the truth. You see, our strongest means is the domain. However, many of you are able to break through our domain. Dong Ping smiled. Not so many. Your domain is still very strong. How about this? Let's keep the blood oath first, but I can promise you that I will bring you back alive from the secret realm. Qin Feiyang smiled. No need, no need. Life and death are up to fate. It doesn't matter. It's better to lift the blood oath. The 3 of them quickly waved their hands. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. The 3 of them nodded without hesitation. That works too. However, you must be mentally prepared. Because if you don't have a blood oath, once we enter the secret realm, I will chase after you and beat you up. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Before the 3 of them could rejoice, it was as if they had been hit in the head with a stick when they heard the word okay. Their expressions immediately turned as dumb as wooden chickens. That's right. Without the blood oath, Qin Feiyang would definitely not let them off. And with Qin Feiyang's cautious attitude, he definitely wouldn't remove their blood oath before entering the secret realm. Big brother, what should we do? Dong Ping transmitted his voice. Facing the relentless pursuit of Qin Feiyang and the others, he was not confident that he could survive. At that time, even if he didn't die in the space-time tunnel or in the danger of the secret realm, he would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. What should we do? What else can we do? Dong Tianxin smiled bitterly. No matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't escape from this person's grasp. Why was life so bitter? Have you thought it through? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Sigh. We can't win against you. We'll do whatever you say. Dong Tianxin sighed helplessly. That's right. What can be more important than life? Qin Feiyang laughed. Little guy, you're too inexperienced to play tricks with me. Dong Xn asked, when will you let our brother and sister go? Anytime. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then let's do it now. Dong Xian urged. They would save as many as they could. It's not a problem to let them go now, but how are you going to explain it when you go back? You have to know. Your brother and sister are in my hands. No one will believe that I will let them go easily. I'm afraid that at that time, you will all be suspected of colluding with me. Qin Feiyang said. This. Dong Tianxin and the other two's expressions stiffened. They hadn't thought about this problem before. Now that they heard Qin Feiyang say this, it was really a bit difficult to deal with. Actually, there's no rush. Your brother and sister are doing well in the Black Tortoise world. Although they're being suppressed, at least their lives are not in danger. Qin Feiyang smiled. Being suppressed? Don't tell me they're being suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley. The three looked at each other. No. After all, they're your brother and sister. How can we be so ruthless? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Who knows? Back in the 4 great continents, didn't you promise us that you wouldn't hurt our family? What did you do? Dong Ping snorted coldly. Yes, I did promise you, but didn't I have a condition? The condition is that your family members don't provoke me. But ever since we entered the Central Dynasty, the experts of your family's will of the heavens have been following the emperor to attack us. We can't just stand there and let them beat us up. To be honest, not killing Dong Tianpeng and Dong Sha is already giving you enough face. Qin Feiyang said lightly. So, do you think our family members don't want to hide in peace? But there's no other way. Who dares to disobey the emperor's orders? The three shook their heads. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't make it sound so nice. You can't wait for your family members to kill me so that you can regain your freedom. Hearing this, the three couldn't help but laugh. Nothing could escape this person's eyes. Dong Tianxin pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Now there's one more problem. Speak. Qin Feiyang drank his tea while looking at Dong Tianxin. 9 spots for you. There's no problem. I also know that when the time comes, you will change your appearance and pretend to be our family members to enter the secret realm. But, pretending to be one of our family members is also very risky. Because if we want to bring people in, they must be experts of the will of the heavens. The condition to enter the secret realm is also to be an expert of the will of the heavens. But the emperor knows all the experts of the will of the heavens in our family. When Dong Tianxin said this, Qin Feiyang reached out and interrupted him with a smile. I know what you want to say. You know? Dong Tianxin was stunned. Yes. Pretending to be a living person, no one will pretend to be a dead person. Because pretending to be a dead person was confessing without being pressed and exposing oneself. How could a dead person appear in front of everyone alive? And pretending to be a living person, there were several big risks. For example, Qin Feiyang pretended to be a lunatic, but that lunatic was still alive. What if he appeared in person? Wouldn't they be exposed immediately? Therefore, in order to be flawless, they had to first control the people they were going to impersonate. How will you solve it? Dong Tianxin asked. Very easy. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, Who were you going to bring to the secret realm? I haven't decided yet. Dong Tianxin shook his head. That doesn't matter. Find 9 people and hand them to me. Imprison them in the Black Tortoise world. When the time comes, even if they want to report to the emperor, they won't have a chance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hand them to you? The three frowned. If they handed them to Qin Feiyang, would they still have a way out? You have to understand one thing. If these 9 people don't die, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. I don't care. After all, I'm an enemy of the Central Dynasty. But the 3 of you, when this matter is exposed and the emperor knows that you're colluding with me, I think I don't need to tell you the consequences. Qin Feiyang said faintly. The 3's eyes darkened. If this matter was exposed, even if they were the emperor's nephews and nieces, they would still be killed. So, if you want this matter to be flawless, if you want to keep this matter a secret forever, you can only hand these 9 people to me, or you can end their lives with your own hands. Qin Feiyang chuckled. You're the devil. The 3 glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, I gave you face but you don't want it? I could have forced you to do this but I didn't. I was trying to negotiate with you and I gave you enough dignity and face, but you kept speaking rudely. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? Seeing Qin Feiyang getting angry, the 3 of them couldn't help but panic. No. We're just joking. We didn't mean to be rude. Dong Ping hurriedly waved his hand. His face was full of fawning. Sigh. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. So it was just a joke. Don't be nervous, I was just joking. Since you don't have any objections, then let's make a happy decision. 2 days later, when we leave for the Emperor Capital Mountain, you can bring the 9 people here to find me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Okay. The 3 nodded. Dong Tianqian hesitated and asked, but before we leave, can you let us see Dong Tianpeng and Dong Sha? Sure. But not face to face. Qin Feiyang smiled. I know that. Dong Tianqian nodded. Because if they met face to face, Dong Tianpeng and Dong Sha would realize that they were colluding with Qin Feiyang. After all, this was the Black Tortoise world. If they didn't have a special relationship, Dong Tianqian and the other 2 would never appear here. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an image appeared in the void. The image showed the cultivation room where Dong Tianpeng and the other 9 were imprisoned. Although the 10 of them were imprisoned in the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang didn't hurt them. They just lost their freedom and sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, cultivating with their eyes closed. Seeing this, Dong Tianqian and the other 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their lives weren't in danger, it was fine. Keep your promise. Will you let them go after coming back from the secret realm? Dong Tianqian asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. In fact, these 10 people were not worth much. Because the emperor and his wife couldn't give him another 100,000 strands of origin power to exchange for them. After all, the emperor and his wife didn't want to rescue these 10 people. They had to do this because the 10 lineal families had been pestering them. So even if they returned Dong Tianpeng and Dong Sha to Dong Tianqian and the other 2, it didn't matter much. Chapter 45-75. Okay. Dong Tianqian took a deep breath and said, send us out. Don't you want to stay for a while? Qin Feiyang chuckled. The 3 looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. Staying in this place made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I will confirm the list first because the number of men and women needs to be just right. After confirming the list, I will send you a message. For example, on his side there was only 1 woman, Long Qin. When Dong Tianqian and the others brought 2 or 3 women, there would still be mistakes. After speaking, Qin Feiyang took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. Dong Tianqian understood and also took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. In fact, he didn't want to establish a contract bridge with Qin Feiyang at all. Because once the contract bridge was established, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. After the contract bridge was established, Qin Feiyang also got up and sent the 3 out of the Black Tortoise realm. The list now. He had a total of 15 slots in his hand. Senior Brother Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Qin, Li Feng, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qing, plus Qin Feiyang himself. There were only 10 people. Who should he give the remaining 5 slots to? Heaven Lord Ji? There were still some extra slots. In addition to the aforementioned Frenzy and others, the most helpful people in the secret realm were Heaven Lord Ji, Mermaid Princess, and Lin Yi. Heaven Lord Ji had 3,000 avatars. Mermaid Princess had the Eyes of Life. Lin Yi had the Eyes of Oblivion. But Lin Yi hadn't mastered the will of heaven yet and couldn't enter the secret realm. Sea Lion Demon King wanted to go to the secret realm, but Qin Feiyang felt that it was a waste to let Sea Lion Demon King go. Of course. In addition to Heaven Lord Ji, Qin Feiyang would definitely not let Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi take risks. Therefore, even if Heavenly Lord Ji was included, there were still 4 spots left. Who would these 4 spots be given to? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of 3 people. These 3 people were the Monarch, the Divine King, and Ji Zun. But the 3 of them were currently at Imperial Capital Mountain and could not enter. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, unknowingly, the Mermaid Princess appeared behind Qin Feiyang and looked at him tenderly. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the Mermaid Princess. His eyes were also filled with love. He smiled and said, "Why did you come out?" "So boring." "That's why I came out to relax." The mermaid smiled. Now, she had already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, so she didn't need to cultivate as hard as before. "It's so stuffy," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, a trace of self-blame arose in his heart. He said apologetically, "It's all my fault. I've been busy every day. I don't know what I've been busy with. I don't even have time to accompany you. Aren't you busy destroying the Central Dynasty and saving the people of the 4 great continents?" The Mermaid Princess chuckled. "Saving the people? I'm not that great." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't you know?" The Mermaid Princess asked with a smile. Know what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. In my heart, you have always been a great man. I'm proud of you, proud of you. The mermaid princess smiled gently. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Do you think that my words are mushy? The mermaid princess smiled playfully. No. Qin Feiyang pulled the mermaid princess into his arms and said with a smile, I have you in this life. These simple words made the mermaid princess happy. She didn't misjudge him. This was a man who was worthy of her lifelong commitment. Qin Feiyang said, the central dynasty will be destroyed soon. Then we can go home. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded and asked, I've heard about the secret realm. Have you found a solution? I have. The inner demons, Big Cousin, Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping, and Dong Xiang can each take 3 people into the secret realm. I've talked to Dong Tianqian and the other 2 and they are willing to give us 9 places. With the inner demons and Big Cousin 6 places, we have a total of 15 places. I was just thinking, who should we take into the secret realm? Qin Feiyang took the mermaid princess's hand and walked around the tea garden with a smile. Do you have anyone in mind? The mermaid princess hesitated for a moment before looking at Qin Feiyang's side profile and asking. Yes. Senior brother and white-eyed wolf will definitely go. Long Qin and Long Qin won't let go of this opportunity. I'm going to take Li Feng with me. The rest are demon ancestor Dong Xingyang, Mu Qin, Mu Tianyang and Big Uncle. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The mermaid princess was a bit disappointed when she heard the names. Then she said, that's only 11 people including yourself. There are still 4 places left. She seemed to be implying something. Yes. This is what I'm worried about. Who will take the remaining 4 places? Qin Feiyang was a bit worried. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and Fire Lotus all had the will of heaven, but it was meaningless for them to go. What kind of people do you want to take into the secret realm? The mermaid princess asked. Someone who can help everyone, of course. Someone who is strong enough. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. For example, Mu Qin had the omniscient eye and could spy on others' whereabouts. For example, Long Qin. Her fighting soul could hear other people's voice transmissions. These abilities could be of great use at critical moments. I see. The mermaid princess nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang with anticipation. Then think about it carefully. Besides Long Qin, there must be someone else who can help everyone. Huh? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the mermaid princess. Someone else? Oh, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm standing in front of you? The mermaid princess said angrily. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and then he shook his head with a wry smile. What's wrong? Can I help you? The mermaid princess was dissatisfied. Of course. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Of course? Am I so worthless in your eyes? The mermaid princess immediately shook off Qin Feiyang's hand and turned to look away. She was very dissatisfied. No, you misunderstood. I mean, of course you can help us. Qin Feiyang quickly explained. Really? The mermaid princess was doubtful. Clang? Qin Feiyang wanted to say of course again, but he quickly changed his words. Yes. At this time, the mermaid princess's expression eased. Qin Feiyang grabbed the mermaid princess's hand again and said with a smile, the Eye of Life has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Of course I can't wait. If it were someone else, I would definitely think of letting him in, but... Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang frowned, his face full of worry. The mermaid princess smiled and said, I know you don't want me to take the risk. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and sighed. The secret realm is too dangerous. Even the wife of the ruler of the divine kingdom died in it, so I'm really worried. I know, but have you ever thought about my feelings? The mermaid princess lowered her head and complained. Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Aren't I trying to protect you? Back in the Great Qin you fought the demon ancestor Mo Long, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qin. Not only did I not help you, but I was also controlled by the demon ancestor and became your burden. In the end, you even sacrificed your life to open the gate of rebirth to revive me. The mermaid princess's face was full of guilt. How can you be a burden? Where's your burden? You are my legal wife, Qin Feiyang said. But that's the truth. Later in the ancient realm, you fought the dragons but you still didn't help at all. After that, in the Nether King's Hell in the Sky Cloud realm, I was like a flower that you raised in a greenhouse. Not to mention others, even I feel that I'm just a pretty vase. The mermaid princess pouted. She expressed the grievances and dissatisfaction in her heart. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, one moment you say you're a flower, the next moment you say you're a vase. You're contradicting yourself. Don't interrupt, I'm talking business with you. Be serious. The mermaid princess glared at him. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Do you know why I worked so hard to cultivate after coming to the Divine Kingdom? Because I just want to fight side by side with you. Even if I die, I want to be a pair of lovebirds with you. If you die and I'm still alive, then even if I live, there's no meaning in living. In the past, my strength wasn't enough and I couldn't help you, so I was very conscious and silently supported you from behind. I didn't want to be your burden. But now it's different. My eye of life has evolved and I've also grasped the will of heaven. I have the ability to protect myself. So, I have to go to this universe secret territory. It's useless for you to stop me. The mermaid princess snorted. Even if I die, I want to be a pair of lovebirds, Qin Feiyang muttered. For a woman to say such words to you, wouldn't you be touched? Of course. Because this represented her love for you. Unswerving loyalty. Unwavering. However, it was also because of this that he didn't want the mermaid princess to take risks with him. Can you stop messing around? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. When we got married, I promised to take good care of you and protect you in this life, but now, it's the same now. Could it be that after entering the secret territory, you can't take care of me and protect me? The mermaid princess was doubtful. That's not what I meant. In short, I just don't want you to go to the secret territory. I don't want to see you get hurt at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Even if others say that I'm a vase behind my back, you don't care? The mermaid princess asked. I don't care. Moreover, you can ask everyone. Who dares to say that you're a vase? Qin Feiyang said. This is because everyone knows that I have the eye of life. What about those who don't know? The mermaid princess pouted. There's no need to care about this. As long as we live happily, it's fine. Qin Feiyang persuaded earnestly. I'm not happy now. The mermaid princess pouted, making Qin Feiyang feel helpless. Chapter 4576. Tell me, will you let me go or not? The mermaid princess looked at him stubbornly. What if I say no? Qin Feiyang said. You won't? Then in the future you, speaking of this, the mermaid princess suddenly blushed. What will you do in the future? Qin Feiyang was curious. In the future, after hesitating for a while, the mermaid princess said in one breath, I won't let you go to my bed. Qin Feiyang looked at her in shock. Quite good. She dared to threaten him with this? I'm serious. The mermaid princess stared at Qin Feiyang, her cheeks red. In fact, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. How could he say such shameless words? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said helplessly, For the sake of my happy life in the future, do I have a choice? Okay, I promise you. Really? Don't lie to me. The mermaid princess was overjoyed. Do I dare to lie to you? What if you get angry and don't let me go to your bed? Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm just kidding. The mermaid princess lowered her head and said with a red face. Kidding me? You've got guts. No, I have to punish you. Qin Feiyang picked up the mermaid princess and walked toward the courtyard. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. It's embarrassing for others to see. The mermaid princess immediately began to struggle and shouted at the same time. What are you afraid of? Who doesn't know that you're my woman? Qin Feiyang said proudly. You think you're great? The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and urged, Put me down quickly. Are you still kidding me? Qin Feiyang pulled a long face. No. The mermaid princess shook her head repeatedly. Apologize. I'm sorry. Kiss me. No. You don't want to kiss me, do you? Watch me execute you on the spot. You rascal. I am a hooligan, so what? All right. I'm scared of you. After getting what he wanted, Qin Feiyang finally put down the mermaid princess, his face full of pride. Look at how beautiful you are, just like a child. The mermaid princess shook her head speechlessly. Qin Feiyang grinned. Then, he continued to pull the mermaid princess out of the tea garden and into the boundless herbal field. A cool breeze blew over, making people feel refreshed. The rich medicinal fragrance made people feel comfortable. Most importantly, he was accompanied by his lover. This was the life Qin Feiyang yearned for. He was carefree, looking at the world with a smile, holding your hand and growing old with you. As the sun shone down, a man and a woman walked side by side in the field, forming a beautiful scenery. It was temporary. Qin Feiyang put down his worries and enjoyed this moment of peace. How good would it be if it could stay like this forever? In the distance, such a sentence floated over. Late at night, on the balcony on the second floor, Qin Feiyang walked out with a coat, holding a teacup in his hand, and then sat on the balcony, looking up at the moon in the night sky. The bright starry sky, the quiet night, and the cool breeze blowing in the face made people feel refreshed. "You must be tired." The madman and the white-eyed wolf suddenly jumped out. "Oh?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Tired? What did this mean?" "Husband and wife life is very long. It seems that the all-nourishing divine brew that the sea lion monster king found for you is quite effective." The madman laughed. When Qin Feiyang heard this, his old face suddenly turned black and he said angrily, "Can you be a human? You still want to peep on this matter? What are you talking about? Don't accuse us wrongly. People who don't know will think that we are peeping toms and affect our reputation." The madman said angrily. "How can you have a good reputation?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Why did you come to me in the middle of the night? Have you decided on the candidates?" The madman asked. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said, "There are still 3 spots that have not been decided." "Only 3 left?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Me, the 2 of you, Long Qin, Long Tsin, Li Feng, Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, Dong Tianxin, Heavenly Lord Ji, and..." Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang frowned, turned his head to look at the house and sighed. "And my family's one." "She's going too?" The madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. "Yes. We can't stop them." Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. The 2 of them remained silent for a while. The madman nodded and said, "She can go too. With the Eye of Life, our chances of survival will be increased to 100%. 100%? Don't be so confident. Even the ruler of the Divine Kingdom could only watch his woman die in the secret domain." Qin Feiyang was worried. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched and said, "Don't tell me you think you'll follow his footsteps just because he's the ruler of the Divine Kingdom and you're the ruler of the Black Tortoise world." "I don't think so. You're just worried," Qin Feiyang said. "There's no need for that. The ruler of the Divine Kingdom is the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. We are ourselves. Brother, little madman, little Chen and the others are here to protect you. What are you afraid of?" The white-eyed wolf grinned, showing no signs of worry. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "It'll be great if it's that simple." The madman asked, "Who are you going to give the remaining 3 places to?" "I'm thinking about it too. Actually, I really want to give it to the Divine King, the Sovereign and the King. But they're all in the Imperial Capital Mountain now. They don't have the chance to leave." Qin Feiyang frowned. The king and the others had supported and helped him so much. Now that he encountered such a good opportunity, of course he wouldn't forget about them. "Indeed, we should give them a place." The other 2 nodded. But the problem that Qin Feiyang was thinking about did exist. The 3 of them were in the Imperial Capital Mountain now, which meant that they were under the king's nose. Once the 3 of them went missing, it would definitely cause a storm. How about this? Let the king and the others find an excuse to tell the king that they'll be leaving the Imperial Capital Mountain for a while. The madman said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's the only way now. But I don't know if the king will agree. They couldn't let the king and the others fake their deaths like Heavenly Lord Ji." "Wait. Fake their deaths? Why wasn't it possible?" In the past, without Ji Yunhai and the supremacies of the various races, the 3 races did indeed need the king, the Divine King, and the Supreme to take charge of the overall situation. But now, the purple gold divine dragon race was under Ji Yunhai's care. The human race and the god race also had supremacies. If the 3 of them really faked their deaths, it wouldn't affect the 3 races much. Let them fake their deaths. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Is that okay?" The madman was startled and asked, "No problem. Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens, the battle between us and the Central Dynasty will completely erupt after we come out of the secret realm. By then, even if they know that the Divine King and the others aren't dead, it won't matter." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Okay. We'll listen to you." The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and nodded with a smile. This was going to be fun. There were a total of 24 people who entered the secret realm. Except for the Moon Fairy Princess and the 3 people she brought, the rest were all their people. I have something to do today, at least 2 chapters. Chapter 4577. We still need you to cooperate with us on this matter. Of course. We also need to ask them if they are willing to enter the secret realm. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out the Divine Voice Stone. A moment later. Finally. The Divine Voice Stone reacted. The king's shadow appeared. "You still know to send me a message? I thought you had forgotten about our existence." The king looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 with some displeasure. They had been in the Central Dynasty for so long, but they had not sent a message to show concern for them. Isn't it because we don't dare to? After all, you are on the imperial capital mountain. What if we send you a message and someone finds out? Qin Feiyang smiled. Aren't you afraid of being found out if you send me a message now? The king rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly took the initiative to admit his mistake. He nodded and said, yes, it's my fault. We will be more careful next time. Brat. The king scolded and asked, what's the matter? Qin Feiyang said, did the inner demons and big cousin tell you about the secret realm? Secret realm? The king was slightly stunned and shook his head. I haven't seen them these days. I think they are avoiding suspicion. After all, if they come to us often, it will definitely arouse suspicion. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because on the surface the inner demons had been targeting the king and the others. If people found out that they were too close in private, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. What's the secret realm you mentioned? The king asked. The secret realm is a place we have never come into contact with. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation of the secret realm. What? There is such a place in the world. The king was shocked. A new realm, a supreme sovereign divine weapon. He had never come into contact with these things. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I just want to ask you if you are interested in going to the secret realm? Of course. The king nodded without hesitation. But then, he frowned and said worriedly, I'm right under the emperor's nose. How can I go to the arcane realm? I've already thought of a way to deal with this. Fake death. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fake death? The monarch was taken aback. Yes. Just like uncle. As long as you fake your death you can follow us to the secret realm. As for how to get there, I've already made arrangements. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fake death. The king pondered for a moment and said worriedly, if I were to fake my death then the purple gold divine dragon race? I've already considered this matter for you. Right now the purple gold divine dragon clan is being looked after by Jianghu. Thus, even if you were to fake your death, it wouldn't affect anything. Besides, even if you want to return to the 4 great continents now, it won't be that easy. Qin Feiyang said. Ji Sui went to the 4 great continents and invited the kings to the Central Dynasty to deal with them. As long as they were still alive, the monarch and the others could forget about returning to the 4 great continents. In other words, only after they were dead would the emperor allow them to return. The monarch pondered for a moment and nodded, that makes sense. Qin Feiyang said, and if I'm not mistaken, when we return from the secret realm, we'll start an all-out war with them. So if you fake your deaths now it won't affect us much. Don't tell me we have to fake our deaths. The monarch was shocked. Of course not. What I mean is you, the divine king, and Jizun will come with me to the secret realm. As for great-grandfather, great-grandmother and the others, if they want to go, I'll think of something else. Qin Feiyang said. In fact, Qin Feiyang didn't want Boss Ji and the others to go to the secret realm. Because these old people were old and didn't need to go through so much trouble. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Central Dynasty and enjoy life? So that's how it is. Grandfather and the others are old, it's fine if they don't go. But I'll have to ask the Divine King and Jizun about this. After all, it's not a small matter. The monarch smiled. All right. It's best to go now. I'll make arrangements, Qin Feiyang said. The monarch asked, when did they enter the secret realm? After today there will be 1 more day left. Qin Feiyang smiled. In such a hurry? The monarch was stunned and nodded, all right, I'll go find the Divine King and Jizun now. After saying that, he turned off the sound transmission god stone and got up to leave. Madman was holding a wine pot, drinking while pondering. No one knew what he was thinking about. But suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Old Qin, isn't fire dance going? Fire dance? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman said, I remember someone saying that fire dance's battle soul can restrain your 10 strongest battle souls. Qin Feiyang recalled for a moment, and it seemed that someone had indeed said so. But what was fire dance's battle soul? For so many years, fire dance had never mentioned her battle soul. Even her lover, the white-eyed wolf, didn't know. Madman secretly smiled and said, putting aside fire dance's battle soul, isn't this trip to the secret realm a good opportunity to matchmake the white-eyed wolf and Longqin? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That's right. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. The secret realm was such a dangerous place, and it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to test the white-eyed wolf. He had said it before. To test the white-eyed wolf's feelings for Long Qin, Fire Dance must be present in person. Because of this, Fire Dance could accept it. But the problem now was that he didn't consider letting Fire Dance enter the secret realm at all. Now the 15 spots had been allocated. If he wanted Fire Dance to enter the secret realm now, he had to exclude one person. But who should he exclude? How about first uncle? Anyway, his strength is already strong enough. Madman transmitted his voice. First uncle, Qin Feiyang muttered. He shook his head and said, that won't do. Uncle chose to fake his death on the spot in order to become stronger than before. Now that an opportunity to become stronger is right in front of him, how could he not go? That's true. Madman nodded and pondered for a while before chuckling. Why don't you tell your wife not to go? Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and quickly waved his hand. No, she said that if I don't let her go to the secret realm this time, I won't be able to sleep with her in the future. Ah. Madman was stunned. So ruthless? It was a little surprising. Because in everyone's impression, the mermaid princess had always been considerate, knowledgeable, generous, and virtuous. It seemed that this time she had to go. After all, she had already said those words. How troublesome. However, he was really curious about Fire Dance's battle soul. Perhaps he would have a chance to see Fire Dance's battle soul in the secret realm this time. I'll think of another way. There must be another way. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, drinking tea while pondering. White-eyed Wolf looked at the two of them suspiciously and asked, What are you two whispering about, exchanging glances with each other? Are you trying to scheme against me? If you really want to scheme against me, don't hide it, come at me openly. Qin Feiyang and Madman rolled their eyes. Who wants to scheme against you? Isn't it for your lifelong happiness? However, if the White-eyed Wolf really got together with Long Qin in the end, how would they get along with Ice Dragon? Moreover, Ice Dragon was also firmly opposed to the White-eyed Wolf and Long Qin being together. Who cares? When the rice is cooked, I'll carry the fat boy back. Let's see what Ice Dragon can say. Madman secretly laughed. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At that time, Ice Dragon's expression would be quite interesting. But suddenly, the divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang took it out and saw that it was a message from the monarch. He hurriedly recovered. Immediately after, 3 figures appeared. Monarch Divine King Jizun. The Divine King chuckled and said, Kid, you still have a conscience. You didn't hide such a good thing from us. You seem to be in a good mood. Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled flatteringly. The Divine King rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Since you invited us, of course we won't be polite. You arrange it. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The human race sovereign asked, Entering the secret realm, other than not being able to open the space divine object, are there any other restrictions? I don't know about this yet. You can find a chance to ask the inner demons and big cousin. Qin Feiyang said. There's no need for that. The monarch waved his hand and said with a smile, Let's hurry up and arrange the fake death scam. As for the situation of the secret realm, we'll ask Lu Jiejin and the inner demons after we enter. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, That's simple. Anyway, the Emperor didn't restrict your freedom. You can find an excuse to leave Emperor Capital Mountain. When the time comes, we'll pretend to have a fierce battle. Naturally, we can deceive everyone. Okay. The monarch nodded and asked, When? As soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said. The monarch pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Then tomorrow morning. It's the middle of the night now. If we run out of Emperor Capital Mountain, it might arouse suspicion. Okay. I'll wait for your notice. Qin Feiyang smiled. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment before activating the divine sound transmission stone. Buzz. The shadows of the inner demons and Lu Jiejin appeared. Has everything been arranged? Lu Jiejin asked with a smile. Yes. But now there's still one place missing. Qin Feiyang was a little worried. Still missing? The two were stunned. One had to know. Now there were a total of 15 places. No matter what, it should be enough. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, The monarch, the divine king Jizun and eldest uncle are all going. Now only Fire Dance is left. What? The monarch and the others are going too. The inner demons were stunned. Yes. I've already made arrangements. Tomorrow morning we'll set up a fake death scam just like eldest uncle. Qin Feiyang said. I see. The two nodded in realization. Little Qinzi, what did you just say? Fire Dance is going too. The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Yes. Isn't her fighting soul the nemesis of our 10 fighting souls? I'd like to see if this is the case." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Don't joke. How can we let a woman offend it?" "I don't agree." The white-eyed wolf shook his head and his attitude was very firm. Chapter 4578. Do I need your approval for my matters? At this moment, Fire Dance walked over with a trace of dissatisfaction on her face. "What are you doing here?" The white-eyed wolf stared at her in a daze. Fire Dance pursed her lips and said, "I saw the 3 of you hiding here sneakily, so I came to take a look." Sneaky? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were speechless. Was this what they called sneaky? She was clearly sitting on the balcony in broad daylight. "I'm doing this for your own good. The secret realm is too dangerous." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "Do I need you to tell me that? Of course I know it's dangerous, but I also know that there are opportunities hidden in the secret realm." There was a trace of yearning in Fire Dance's eyes. "Who did you hear that from?" The white-eyed wolf was a little angry. Who was so talkative? Were they looking for a beating? Fire Dance said, "I took the initiative to ask the demon ancestor and the others." The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. "I'm going. You guys do as you see fit. I'm going to talk to the mermaid sister." After Fire Dance finished speaking, she did not disturb them and walked into the inner room. Sigh. Each one is more troublesome than the other. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of helplessness. He really did not understand. Why did they get involved in such a dangerous matter? Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Jiejin and the immortal demon and said with a smile, "See, so we're still short of 1 slot." Lu Jiejin lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Perhaps we'll need the help of Dong Tianqian and the other 2. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "We've already used up our slots. Now we can only make a move on the Moon Fairy Princess's slot. Because the Moon Fairy Princess still has 3 slots. Lu Jiejin said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. However, it was not that easy to get the Moon Fairy Princess's slot. First, we need to know who the Moon Fairy Princess will bring into the secret realm. As long as we know this, we can carry out the hunting plan. Lu Jiejin's eyes sparkled. The so-called hunting plan was undoubtedly to find an opportunity to kill one of them. After that, Fire Dance would disguise herself as that person and follow Princess Yuxian into the secret realm. Of course, it was not necessary for Fire Dance to disguise as this person. Any one of them could do it. This could be changed flexibly. The priority was to succeed in the hunt. Lu Jiejin smiled faintly and said, "To the Moon Fairy Princess, the inner demons and I are still outsiders. Therefore, it is safest to have Dong Tianqian and the other 2 inquire about it." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "All right then, I'll contact them first. You guys should also find a chance to leave the imperial capital mountain." "I will arrange that. Besides, aren't the 3 of them going to fake their deaths tomorrow morning? As long as they fake their deaths, there will definitely be a commotion. At that time we will take the opportunity to come out and find you." Lu Jiejin smiled. The monarch, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race. One was the leader of the purple gold divine dragon race, the other was the leader of the god race, and the last was the leader of the human race. Once the 3 of them died, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The entire central dynasty would be in chaos because of this. Moreover, as long as the monarch and the other 2 faked their deaths in the hands of Qin Feiyang, the emperor would not doubt the loyalty of the 3 races. This plan could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I haven't had a moment of rest these days. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He once again activated the divine sound transmission stone. Time passed breath by breath. After a long while, the divine sound transmission stone finally responded. Then, Dong Tianqian's shadow appeared. "What took you so long? You don't want to see us?" The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Tianqian with ill intentions. "Aren't you asking the obvious?" Dong Tianqian muttered. If possible, he did not want to see these people again in this life. "Before talking to you, do I have to find a hidden place first? What if someone sees us?" He stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. "You also have times when you are afraid?" The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "I don't want to talk to you." Dong Tianqian snorted coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Has the list been decided?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "However, we still need you to do us a favor." "What favor?" Dong Tianqian felt helpless in his heart. This was the consequence of establishing a contract bridge. They would come to him for both major and minor matters. We still need one more slot, so we need you to help us ask the Moon Immortal Princess. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the plan. You guys are too bold. You even dare to have ideas about the Moon Immortal. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Dong Tianqian looked at the three of them with a dumbfounded expression. His face was full of disbelief. They were indeed a group of daring people. As long as it's an enemy, we have never been afraid of anyone. The white-eyed wolf laughed. So powerful? If you have the ability, why don't you go directly to the emperor and fight to the death? Dong Tianqian sneered. You think I don't dare? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. If you dare, then go. No one can stop you. Dong Tianqian snorted. Who wouldn't dare to say it? The key was to take action. Are you looking for a beating? Do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that you still had some value, I would have killed you in the 4 great continents back then. Sigh. Wait a moment, I will send a message to her to ask. Dong Tianqian sighed helplessly and turned off the voice transmission stone. The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Qin Feiyang in frenzy and asked, This kid won't play tricks on us, right? With the blood oath, what tricks can he play? Frenzy shook his head. The blood oath was quite effective. The slightest betrayal would lead to divine retribution. Therefore there was no need to worry about this at all. After waiting quietly for a moment, the voice transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang quickly activated the voice transmission stone. After Dong Tianqian's projection appeared, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I have already asked the Moon Immortal. She wants to bring the 3 Dong brothers to the secret realm. Dong Dalong brothers? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Dong Dalong is the eldest, Dong Erlong is the second, and Dong Sanlong is the third. The 3 of them are blood brothers. They have always been the personal guards of the Moon Immortal and are responsible for the safety of the Moon Immortal. Therefore they are also the people the Moon Immortal trusts the most. Dong Tianqian explained. So that's how it is. Then how strong are they? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course they are very strong. It is said that they have already grasped all the ultimate mysteries. Moreover, the emperor also bestowed each of them a high-grade sovereign weapon. Dong Tianqian said. 1 for each? So generous. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. Dong Tianqian said, After all, they are the personal guards of the Moon Immortal. The emperor gave them the sovereign weapon to protect the Moon Immortal. Dong Dalong, Dong Erlong, Dong Sanlong, Qin Feiyang murmured. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and he said, Then one of the 3 brothers. But they may not leave the imperial capital mountain. Because we will set off for the secret realm in the morning the day after tomorrow. They will definitely stay on the imperial capital mountain to adjust their condition. Dong Tianqian said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, That is simple. Who knows, they might leave the imperial capital mountain tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? So confident? Dong Tianqian muttered. Where did Qin Feiyang's confidence come from? You Dong Ping Dong Xian and 9 men. Come to the valley to see me the day after tomorrow morning. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Dong Tianqian nodded. After turning off the sound transmission god stone, Dong Tianqian sat alone in the secret room, his face full of worry. 9 will of the heavens powerhouses. Even for their direct descendants, it was a huge loss. But there was no other way. If they wanted to protect themselves, they could only sacrifice these people. But fortunately, they were the ones who decided on the candidates. When the time came, they would bring 9 people who were not that important to their family. Yes. Offerings. Even a city like Greenwind City had offerings, let alone the number 1 direct descendant family. The offerings in Dong Tianqian's family were not 100, but at least 80. Although these people were all will of the heavens powerhouses, they were not members of their direct descendants. So, even if they were sacrificed, even if the sacrifice of the offerings was a loss to their family, it was still better than sacrificing their family members. Time flew by. The next day the sky had just turned white. Qin Feiyang received the king's notice and prepared to leave the imperial capital mountain. Immediately, Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise realm, activated the concealment technique, and rushed to the vicinity of the imperial capital mountain, looking at the gate of the imperial capital mountain from afar. Time passed bit by bit. When the sky was completely bright, the sun slowly rose. Finally, 3 figures flew over from the depths of the imperial capital mountain. It was the king, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race. Where are you going? Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan opened their eyes and asked the 3 of them. The divine king was stunned, turned his head to look at the two of them and joked, "Gatekeepers should have the awareness of gatekeepers. We are guests invited by the emperor and his wife. Do you have the right to ask?" "You?" Anger flashed in Dong Hanzong's eyes. Dong Qingyuan held Dong Hanzong and smiled. "Don't misunderstand, we are also thinking about your safety. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others are very rampant now. Thank you for your kindness. But we know what to do. It's not easy to come to the central dynasty. We must take a good look." The king smiled slightly, his expression was still amiable. "Okay. You guys be careful. It's best not to go to remote places." Dong Qingyuan nodded and reminded. "Thank you for the reminder." The king smiled. The three of them left the imperial capital mountain without looking back. Arrogant? It's best to die in front of them. Dong Hanzong looked at the backs of the king and the others, his eyes flashing with a murderous light. "Don't worry. Arrogant people usually don't live long." Dong Qingyuan sneered. A few lowly people from the 4 great continents dared to come to the central dynasty and be arrogant. Weren't they digging their own graves? When the king and the others completely disappeared, the two of them withdrew their gaze. "Teacher, I have a feeling that the emperor is hiding something from us," Dong Hanzong said telepathically. "I have the same feeling. Because Dong Tianxin, Dong Xian, and Dong Ping have been coming to the imperial capital mountain too frequently." Dong Qingyuan's face had a trace of suspicion. Boom. Brr. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the distance. Immediately after, there was a deafening dragon roar. "What's going on?" Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan stood up and stared in the direction of the loud noise and dragon roar. It seemed to be the direction where the king and the others disappeared. Could it be? The two of them looked at each other and immediately rushed out of the imperial capital mountain, activated the moment of time and the will of heaven, and rushed in the direction of the loud noise. Chapter 45-79. In less than 10 breaths, the two arrived at the scene of the incident. The ground below had been razed to the ground. There was blood everywhere on the ground, and there was even eye-catching purple-gold dragon blood. There were 3 corpses lying on the broken ground. They were 2 humans and a purple-gold dragon. The 2 humans were badly mutilated and their heads were all broken. Blood was gushing out. The purple-gold dragon next to them was tens of thousands of feet long. However, his 10,000 zhang tall body was in tatters. The purple-gold dragon blood was gushing out from the wounds all over its body like a waterfall. That's right. It was the divine king, the lord of the Holy Land. There was still a pungent smell of blood in the air. Looking at this scene, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingqing were in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them fell to the ground? What's going on? The 2 came back to their senses and quickly scanned the surrounding void. Except for the lord of the Holy Land, there was not even a shadow here. No. There's Qin Feiyang's aura here. Dong Hanzong's gaze trembled. Could it be Qin Feiyang's doing? Dong Qingyuan swooped down and landed in front of the lord of the Holy Land. After a careful examination, his heart sank. He looked up at Dong Hanzong and said, "They're dead." Dong Hanzong's gaze trembled. He had also carefully identified that there was indeed Qin Feiyang's aura left behind. So, the death of the Lord of the Holy Land and the Holy Land must have something to do with Qin Feiyang. "You dare to leave the imperial capital mountain? Aren't you courting death? You have to die too." Suddenly, a murderous voice sounded in the sky. The 2 hurriedly looked up and saw a young man in white suddenly appear in the originally empty void. Who else could this young man in white be but Qin Feiyang? Boom. The next moment, 3,000 incarnations, dual heaven's will, and the law of life and death instantly appeared. Then they turned into a torrent, carrying a destructive aura, and rushed toward Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan's expression changed and he hurriedly turned around to escape. But Dong Hanzong did not escape. He activated the universe domain. Inverse universe. As Qin Feiyang roared, the star symbols sparkled with dazzling divine light. A flow of vast, invisible energy flooded towards Qin Feiyang's ultimate Upanishad. The moment they met, Qin Feiyang's 20,000 ultimate meanings stopped in the void and turned to face Qin Feiyang. This was Dong Hanzong's power. Regardless of whether it was the Qiankuan domain or the other 4 domains, they all had heaven-defying power. This scene made Qin Feiyang raise his eyebrows involuntarily. As expected, without the white-eyed wolf, it would not be easy to kill Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong glanced at the fleeing Dong Qingyuan and transmitted his voice. "Qin Feiyang, I don't want to fight you. I want to talk to you." "What can we talk about?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. "Cooperate. Dong Hanzong enunciated every word clearly. What? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. This answer was too unexpected. Dong Hanzong wanted to cooperate with him? Was he joking with him? I'm not joking. Let's cooperate. I'll help you get rid of the emperor and his wife as well as the 10 main families. You help me kill the ruler of the Divine Kingdom and gain control of the Divine Kingdom. And I promise that as long as I gain control of the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm will stay out of each other's way. Dong Hanzong transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Gaining control of the Divine Kingdom meant becoming the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. This person's ambition was too great. He wanted to kill the ruler of the Divine Kingdom and replace him? As expected. This was an ambitious person who could never be satisfied. Boom. At this moment, Imperial Capital Mountain also erupted with terrifying auras. There was the Emperor's aura, Ji Sui's aura, Princess Yuxian, the inner demons, Lu Jijin, Boss Ji and the others. These auras were leaving the Imperial Capital Mountain and approaching. The Emperor and the others are here. Hurry up and decide. Dong Hanzong urged anxiously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he laughed. I need to think about this. After all, you're not an ordinary person. Cooperating with you is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. After saying that, he turned around and flew away without looking back. Asking a tiger for its skin? Cooperating with you is the same as asking a tiger for its skin, isn't it? We're all the same. There's no need to be so hypocritical. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed coldly. The tens of thousands of ultimate esoteric in the sky carried a monstrous power as they attacked Qin Feiyang. Whether you believe it or not, we're not the same kind of people. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The dual heavenly Tao wills activated moment of time and quickly disappeared from Dong Hanzong's sight. Where do you think you're going? At this moment. With a loud roar, the inner demons led a group of people and arrived at lightning speed. Among them were Lu Jijin, the Moon Fairy Princess, and a dozen unfamiliar faces. Looking at the three lying in a pool of blood below, their eyes darkened. Qin Feiyang fled in that direction. Dong Hanzong pointed at the void in front of them and said in a deep voice. The inner demons looked at the Moon Fairy Princess and said, We'll chase after him. You stay here and wait for your parents. Why should I? The Moon Fairy Princess glared at him angrily. She felt that in the eyes of the inner demons she was just a burden. We don't have the energy to protect you. After the inner demon finished speaking, he left the Moon Immortal Princess behind and activated the dual will of the Heavenly Tao and the instant of time. He led Lu Jijin and a dozen other unfamiliar faces in the direction where Qin Feiyang had disappeared. Bastard! The Moon Fairy Princess stomped her feet in anger. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed. He walked to the Moon Fairy Princess and said angrily, that Lu Yuntian is too rude. It's none of your business. Shut up. But before Dong Hanzong could finish, the Moon Fairy Princess glared at him with disgust. Dong Hanzong's expression froze. He wanted to take the opportunity to get close to the Moon Fairy Princess and win her favor, but he didn't expect to be scolded by the Moon Fairy Princess. And she didn't show any mercy. This made Dong Hanzong's heart surge with anger. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw the Emperor and his wife rushing over with the army of death, he immediately dispelled the thought in his mind. What happened? The Emperor and his wife's expressions changed when they saw the three lying on the ground. Who did this? Boss Ji and the other old men were even more furious. It's Qin Feiyang. Dong Qingyuan, who had escaped, ran over and said to the Emperor, Damn it, it's him again. The Emperor clenched his fists. Ji Laoshi rushed over to the three and roared, Qin Feiyang, I won't let you get away with this. Laoshi, Boss Ji and the others looked at Ji Laoshi. Dead. They're all dead. Ji Laoshi cried. Bastard. The group of elders was also filled with grief and anger. What about Lu Yunfeng and the others? The Emperor asked. The Moon Fairy Princess said, Lu Yuntian is chasing after them. Nonsense. Doesn't he know that Qin Feiyang has over 400,000 strands of origin energy in his hands? Are they going to die? The Emperor roared and looked at Ji Sui. Qin Feiyang didn't open the space-time tunnel to escape. He must be trying to lure us to chase after him. That way he can kill more people. So I'll go save them. You stay here and watch over the others. Don't let them set up another trap for us. All right. Ji Sui nodded. We'll go too. Boss Ji and the others said. All right. The Emperor didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. The Emperor was Boss Ji's grandson. Now that his grandson died at the hands of Qin Feiyang, he must be furious. Even the emperor couldn't stop the old men's murderous intent. Plus the old men were strong. If they caught up to Qin Feiyang, they could be of great help. Qin Feiyang. At this moment he was above a lake. Suddenly he stopped. Then he scanned the lake and the surrounding mountains. His eyes flashed coldly. Boom. Various ultimate profound meanings appeared. A terrifying aura shrouded the area. The beasts in the area began to run for their lives. Boom. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the various ultimate mysteries descended. With a loud explosion, the mountains and rivers within several million kilometers were instantly obliterated, leaving only rubble. Then he turned to look at the void with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Because he was waiting for the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. This was what they agreed on. 3 breaths later, streams of powerful auras rolled over. It was the inner demons and Lu Jiejin's group. Then, in a few blinks of an eye, the inner demons and Lu Jiejin flew over with a dozen people. He didn't run away? A tall and sturdy man beside inner demon looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the void in front of him, in bewilderment. The inner demons and Lu Jiejin looked at him with a smile, but their expressions were serious. They asked, "Did you split your soul in advance to save your life?" It happened too suddenly. No. The burly man shook his head. That's good. The inner demons nodded. Good. The burly man looked at the inner demons with suspicion. Facing a monster like Qin Feiyang, the most sensible thing to do was to leave a soul in advance. No. He didn't leave a soul, so how could it be good? Of course it's good. If you leave a soul in advance, we can't do anything to you. The inner demon snickered. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he slapped the burly man's head. With a crisp crack, the burly man's head exploded on the spot, and blood stained the sky. Only his soul was left. What's going on? This sudden turn of events not only shocked the burly man's soul, but the other dozen or so people as well. The other dozen people were all members of the Death God army. They never thought that the deputy commander would suddenly attack Dong Erlong. That's right. This burly man was one of Princess Yuxian's bodyguards, Dong Erlong. Ah. Don't be surprised because you're going to die too. Lu Jiejin suddenly laughed. The dozen members of the Death God army looked at Lu Jiejin and couldn't help but feel numb. Although the smile on Lu Jiejin's face didn't have any murderous intent, it made people feel terrified. Chapter 4580. The next moment, Lu Jiejin attacked the dozen people with lightning speed. Before they could react, they screamed and their sea of qi shattered. Army commander. They all looked at Lu Jiejin in disbelief. Why did this happen? Why did he suddenly kill them all of a sudden? Shouldn't the person he wanted to kill be Qin Feiyang who was walking over? Could it be the 2 army commanders had been bribed by Qin Feiyang? But how was this possible? In the Central Dynasty, the 2 army commanders could get whatever they wanted. What could Qin Feiyang give them? In short, with Qin Feiyang's capital and ability, it was impossible for him to bribe the 2 army commanders. But why was this so? Qin Feiyang walked over with a smile and stood beside Lu Jiejin and the inner demons. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's all because we cooperated well." Lu Jiejin waved his hand and smiled. If it weren't for their cooperation, it would be impossible to complete the hunting plan so smoothly. They were really bribed by Qin Feiyang. What? Dong Erlong and the dozen members of the Death God army looked at the inner demons in disbelief. Why? The inner demons raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Because he's handsome." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dong Erlong and the others were also stunned. Being handsome was also a reason? Who was he kidding? Qin Feiyang urged, "There will definitely be people chasing after us later. Quickly deal with it." Lu Jiejin glanced at the dozen people and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He pointed at Wang Erlong and the other 3 men and 3 women and said, "Leave Wang Erlong and the 6 of them. Kill the rest." Okay. The inner demons laughed. The power of law rolled out and rushed towards the group of people like a torrent. No. The dozen people panicked and fled frantically. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang released his pressure, and the group of people was immediately imprisoned in the void. Boom. The next moment, the power of laws arrived. Other than Wang Erlong and the 3 men and 3 women, everyone else died on the spot, not even leaving behind their souls. Lu Yunfeng, why is this happening? Wang Erlong roared and trembled. Why? Lu Jiejin murmured. He turned to Qin Feiyang and smiled. Little cousin, why don't you tell him why? What? Little cousin. Wang Erlong's eyes trembled. The eyes of the other 3 men and 3 women were also filled with bewilderment. The commander of the Death God Legion actually called Qin Feiyang his little cousin? That was to say, were they cousins? But how was that possible? The Legion commander was born in the 4 great continents of the Divine Kingdom, while Qin Feiyang was from the Sky Cloud realm. They were not related at all, so how could they be cousins? After hearing the name little cousin, I think I don't need to say it. You should understand it now. Qin Feiyang looked at the 7 people and said with a faint smile. Impossible. Wang Erlong shook his head. But that's the truth. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, 7 figures appeared. They were the Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, Long Qin, Li Feng, Mu Qing, and the Demon Ancestor. Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Princess, Fire Dance, and Long Qin and said with a smile, "You guys follow by the side of Big Cousin and the inner demons. I'm more at ease. You guys can disguise yourselves as the 3 of them." All right. The 3 women nodded and looked at the 3 women among the 6 people of the Death God Legion. Subsequently, they took out a phantom form pill and put it into their mouths. Their appearances suddenly changed. Brother Long, staying by the Moon Fairy Princess's side is a very dangerous thing. You must have a calm mind, so I'll have to trouble you to pretend to be Wang Erlong. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Qin again. No problem. Long Qin smiled faintly and also took out a phantom form pill and threw it into his mouth. Qin Feiyang pointed at the other 3 men of the Death God Legion and said with a smile, "Li Feng, Mu Qing, the Demon Ancestor, you guys can disguise yourselves as them." All right. The 3 of them immediately took out their phantom form pills. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. "What are you guys doing?" Dong Erlong looked at the group of people with a face full of shock. "Seems like your head isn't very bright. Isn't it obvious that we're doing this? We'll go to the Universe Secret Realm for you guys." Qin Feiyang laughed. Universe Secret Realm? What place? Not only Dong Erlong but even the 3 men and 3 women were puzzled. They still don't know? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at the inner demons and Lu Jijin. Don't know. They only know that we'll bring them to a place the day after tomorrow. Lu Jijin shook his head. I see. Since they don't know, then there's no need for me to talk nonsense with you guys. Li Feng, take away their divine voice stones. Qin Feiyang said. Take away the divine voice stones? Why don't we just kill them? Li Feng was puzzled. We can't kill them now. The reason is the divine voice stones. If we kill them, their contract bridge will disappear, and the people who have established the contract bridge with them will realize this. So, we have to wait until they enter the secret realm or come out before killing them. Qin Feiyang explained. That's true. Li Feng nodded and immediately went forward to take away the divine voice stones and Chen Kuan rings. Suddenly, Li Feng looked at Dong Erlong and asked, "Don't you still have a high-grade dominator weapon?" Dong Erlong was silent and stared at Li Feng and Qin Feiyang with a gloomy expression. Lu Jijin smiled faintly and said, "You probably left in a hurry and didn't bring it with you. To be honest, I don't care about high-grade dominator weapons anymore." Li Feng laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. High-grade dominator weapons were indeed not that attractive now. Immediately, Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Princess and the others and said, "Go to the Black Tortoise world and change into their clothes. At the same time, help the monarch, the divine king, and Jizun repair their bodies." Before faking their deaths, the monarch, the divine king, and Jizun's souls had been sent to the Black Tortoise world by Qin Feiyang. In other words, what the monarch and the others saw was only the bodies of the 3. Their bodies naturally needed to be rebuilt. Otherwise, how could they go to the secret realm? The 3 of them directly abandoned their bodies because of the Mermaid Princess's Eye of Life. Because of the Eye of Life, they could rebuild their bodies in minutes, so there was no need to worry at all. Okay. The Mermaid Princess nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Dong Erlong, the 6 members of the Death God Army, and the Mermaid Princess and the others instantly disappeared without a trace. After all, the Mermaid Princess, Long Qin, and Huo Wu were all women. It was impossible for them to change their clothes in front of a group of men. The expressions of these people before were too funny. They thought we were joking with them. The inner demons laughed. As expected. Lu Jijin and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and smiled. After all, in the eyes of these people from the Central Dynasty, one of them came from the Sky Cloud realm and the other came from the 4 great continents. How could they be cousins? Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you finished reading the ancient book with the monarch?" It's actually a handwritten letter written by the sovereign of the Divine Kingdom. Lu Jijin nodded. Handwritten letter? Then this is a priceless treasure. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. For us who are about to enter the secret realm, it is indeed a priceless treasure. Because there are detailed records of the places that the sovereign and his wife went to, including the places that the monarch and his wife went to when they entered the secret realm. However, according to the handwritten letter, the places that the dominator couple and the monarch couple have been to combined are only the tip of the iceberg, Lu Jiejin said. In that case, the sovereign and his wife didn't go to all the places in the secret realm? Qin Feiyang asked. It is said that the secret realm is very big. The sovereign and his wife stayed in the secret realm for 10,000 years, but they didn't find the end. Lu Jiejin nodded. 10,000 years. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The secret realm has a time limit. No matter who it is, they can only stay in the secret realm for 10,000 years. When the time is up, the secret realm will automatically expel them. In other words, at that time, no matter where we are, once 10,000 years are up, we will be expelled from the secret realm, Lu Jiejin said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After pondering for a while, he asked, in other words, the secret realm only has an entrance and no exit. If you want to leave the secret realm, you can only wait for the secret realm to expel you. Yes. Once you enter the secret realm, even if you have nothing to do inside, you will have to stay for 10,000 years. Lu Jiejin nodded. That's quite good. We don't have to look for the exit. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's good. However, what if we want to come out early? At that time we can only watch helplessly. Lu Jiejin smiled bitterly. The gate of the divine kingdom is in our hands, and the sovereign of the divine kingdom is also restrained by the ice dragon in the Nether King's hell. The emperors of the 3 major races of the 4 continents don't suspect anything, so nothing should happen that requires us to come back early. Qin Feiyang said. Let's hope so. Lu Jiejin smiled and said, I'm just afraid that it will be like when you entered the Tianzhong divine treasure and have to rush back before the time is up. After all, no one can predict the future. Qin Feiyang nodded. It also made sense. He smiled and said, then let's take it one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, the mermaid princess and the others had completed their disguises and helped the king and the other 2 reconstruct their bodies. Just in case, the king and the other 2 destroyed their divine voice stone. Once the divine voice stone was destroyed, the contract bridge would disappear. This way, no matter how smart the emperors were, they wouldn't be able to find out that they were faking their deaths. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and called the mermaid princess and the others out of the black tortoise realm. Looking at the mermaid princess and the others, Qin Feiyang, Lu Jiejin, and the inner demons looked at each other. Even they couldn't recognize them now. Be careful and don't give yourself away. Especially Brother Long. You have to be careful around the Moon Immortal Princess. And Dong Erlong's high-grade sovereign divine weapon. You have to be careful too. Qin Feiyang reminded. Dong Erlong and the sovereign divine weapon had been together for so many years. They must be very familiar with each other. The sovereign divine weapon might be able to detect things that humans couldn't. You're still worried about me? Long Chen smiled faintly. Actually, I was prepared to kill Dong Sanlong. Because Dong Sanlong is a loner and doesn't talk much. It's easier to impersonate him. But just now, Dong Sanlong came too late and could only attack Dong Erlong. Lu Jiejin smiled. It's the same no matter who it is. Long Chen's tone was calm and full of confidence. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed. Then we'll meet at the imperial capital mountain the day after tomorrow. Chapter 4581. Are you leaving just like that? Seeing that Qin Feiyang had the intention to leave, Lu Jiejin asked with a smile. Oh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Now everyone knows that you have more than 400,000 strands of origin energy in your hands. Isn't it easy to kill us? If the emperor comes and sees that we are still alive, what do you think he will think? Lu Jiejin laughed. You mean we still have to put on a show? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. You have to hunt us down. Lu Jiejin nodded and smiled. He turned to look at the inner demons and the mermaid princess and said, look a little embarrassed. Otherwise this show won't be real. They looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. All of them were actors. Immediately, they had put themselves in a very difficult situation. Their bodies were also stained with blood. Let's begin. Lu Jiejin looked at the inner demons and laughed. The inner demons grinned and immediately activated the dual will of heavenly Tao in the momentary time. They swept up Lu Jiejin and the mermaid princess and the other 7 and turned to run in the direction of Imperial Capital Mountain. This guy can actually comprehend the laws of life and death. He is indeed my inner demons. Qin Feiyang murmured with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Bang. The next moment, Murderous aura erupted from his body. The dual will of heavenly Tao and the momentary time were activated. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the white-eyed wolf appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "Take out your origin energy and hunt them down." The white-eyed wolf laughed. A wave of origin energy emerged and turned into a 3-foot-long sword. Afterward, the two of them held the 3-foot-long sword and chased after the inner demons and the others. One could imagine the sharpness of the long sword formed by the origin energy. Wherever it went, the void collapsed and mountains shattered. It was like the scene of the end of the world. Damn it. Are you serious? The corners of the inner demon's mouth twitched. They really took out their origin energy to hunt them down. Didn't you say that you are serious? Li Feng snickered. The inner demon's face darkened as they increased their speed to the maximum. About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, powerful auras surged from the void in front of them. It was the Emperor, Boss Ji, and a group of old men. Seeing the inner demons being hunted down, the Emperor's expression changed. He roared, "Qin Feiyang, Goldwing Wolf King, don't you dare." Boom. His voice fell. A stream of origin energy burst out of his body, emitting a destructive might. It roared like a giant dragon. How unlucky. Just one more step and I'll be able to slaughter them. The white-eyed wolf cursed. There's no other way. We can only retreat first. Qin Feiyang looked up at the Emperor and sneered, "I'd like to see if you can protect them for the rest of their lives. It's best if you don't leave the imperial capital mountain." With that, he opened a space-time tunnel and entered it with the white-eyed wolf without looking back. "Stop. How dare you kill the people of my purple gold divine dragon clan? This old man will make you pay with your blood." Ji Laoshe roared and rushed toward the space-time tunnel. When he arrived in front of the space-time tunnel, he threw a punch in anger and the space-time tunnel collapsed on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf did not fall out. Obviously, the two had teleported away. Damn it, Ji Laoshe roared, his body full of killing intent. After the Emperor met up with the inner demons and the others, he asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" "We are fine. But several members died in their hands. It's all my fault. I was too impulsive. I forgot that he has more than 40 origin energy. Your Majesty, please punish me." Lu Jiajin lowered his head, his face full of guilt and self-blame. The Emperor clenched his hands, took a deep breath and smiled, "It's good that you are all okay." The members of the Death God Army were all experts of the will of the heavens. Naturally, their value was extraordinary, but compared to these two brothers, they were not worth mentioning. If these two brothers died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, it would be a real loss to the central dynasty. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness." Lu Jiajin cupped his hands and thanked him. Long Qin and the others stood aside obediently. The more they spoke, the more mistakes they would make. Therefore they tried their best to remain silent. The Emperor looked at the furious Ji Laoshe and sighed, "Senior, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen." "Of course you didn't expect it. The ones who died are not the direct descendants of your Dong clan," Ji Laoshe said angrily. A hint of anger flashed across the Emperor's face. "But over the years, many of my Dong clan members have also died in their hands. Isn't it because you are useless? The entire central dynasty, hundreds of thousands of experts of the will of the heavens and 20,000 origin energy, but they can't do anything to a kid from a low-level civilization. I feel embarrassed for you." Ji Laoshe was furious. He knew that the king and the other two had faked their deaths. Because the king had told them about this plan last night. Of course they had no objections. After all, the secret realm had the opportunity to enter a new realm. Therefore, the sadness and anger that Ji Laoshe showed was just an act for the Emperor. "We are useless." The Emperor was furious. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The king is their grandson. Now that the king is dead, they must be very sad, so they have lost their minds. Please don't take it too seriously. Besides, you asked Her Majesty to invite the king and the others. If you take it too seriously, they will take it seriously too. They will say that the king and the other two wouldn't have died if you didn't call them to the central dynasty." Lu Jiajin quickly comforted him. The Emperor glanced at the group of old people and suppressed the anger in his heart. "It's useless for us to blame each other. My condolences." Sigh. Old Ji sighed deeply and looked at Ji Laoshe. "Laoshe, you can't blame the Emperor for this. You should blame Qin Feiyang and the others." "That's right. They killed little Wang." Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you want revenge, you have to go to them. I didn't expect that there would be such a cruel descendant of the purple gold divine dragon clan. I've said it before. We must prevent our clan members from marrying humans. Qin Feiyang's existence is a blasphemy to the bloodline of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Old Ji and the others were also furious. Seniors, please calm your anger. Qin Feiyang must be planning to defeat us one by one. If you lose your mind and fight them head-on, you will be the ones to suffer. Lu Jiejin comforted them. Makes sense. We must stay calm. We can't be angered by them and lose our minds. Old Ji nodded. The group of old people took a deep breath. Old Ji frowned. But isn't this too much of a coincidence? The king and the other two were attacked not long after they left the imperial capital mountain. Did someone inform them? There's definitely no such thing as leaking information. Lu Jiejin shook his head. What? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Because everyone on the imperial capital mountain is one of us. Everyone is loyal to the central dynasty and the divine kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, Mu Qing has been monitoring us with the omniscient eye. That's why they know our whereabouts so well. Besides, last time at the 8 Immortal Mountain, we set a trap for the king to go and make a deal with them. This matter must have completely angered Qin Feiyang. In the end, didn't Qin Feiyang say that he won't let the king and the others off? So, this is their revenge. Lu Jiejin said. Bastard. What a bastard. The group of old people didn't hesitate at all. They could say anything. Let's go back first. In the future, don't leave the imperial capital mountain unless there's something urgent. The emperor sighed. Let's go. We can't just leave little Wang's body in the wilderness. We have to protect his body. When we get rid of Qin Feiyang in the future, we'll bring him back to the 4 great continents for a proper burial. Boss Ji sighed. Then the group of old people turned and left. The old man's back looked extremely lonely. Sigh. Lu Jiejin shook his head and sighed. He looked at Long Chen and the others and said, You guys go back and recuperate. Yes. The 7 of them nodded respectfully. So, only the Emperor, Lu Jiejin, and the inner demons were left here. The Emperor walked in front, followed by Lu Jiejin and the inner demons. Both of them were thinking that if they suddenly made a move against the Emperor now, they might be able to succeed in one strike. Because now the Emperor was not wary of them at all. However, the Emperor was not wary, but the sovereign divine weapon lurking in the Emperor's body might automatically run out to protect him. Besides, they would enter the secret realm the day after tomorrow. It was better not to complicate things. Lu Jiejin asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, such a big thing happened suddenly. Should we postpone the trip to the secret realm? Postpone? The Emperor was stunned. Yes. The central dynasty has already been stirred up by Qin Feiyang and the others. Everyone is in a panic. If we suddenly leave at this time, I'm afraid everyone will panic even more. Lu Jiejin was worried. What you said is very reasonable. Because of this, your trip to the secret realm this time must be kept a secret. Don't let anyone know. As for postponing, a cold light flashed in the Emperor's eyes and he said in a deep voice, Not only can we not postpone it, but we have to go in earlier. Earlier? Lu Jiejin and the inner demons were stunned. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the others are getting more and more arrogant. You have to enter the secret realm quickly and find the opportunity to step into a new realm. The longer you delay, the worse it will be for us. After all, you have to stay in the secret realm for 10,000 years. I wonder what Qin Feiyang and the others will do to the central dynasty in 10,000 years. The Emperor sighed. They had never expected that a group of ants from a low-level civilization would be able to shake the central dynasty. It makes sense. Lu Jiejin nodded and asked, So when do we have to postpone it? Tomorrow morning. Inform Dong Tianqin, Dong Xan, and Dong Ping to gather at the Imperial Palace early tomorrow morning. The Emperor pondered for a while and said, Yes. Lu Jiejin replied respectfully. Then he looked at the inner demons with a trace of a smile in his eyes. It didn't matter whether it was brought forward or postponed. Because they could inform Qin Feiyang at any time. However, it could be seen that the Emperor really attached great importance to Qin Feiyang and the others now. Even though they were beside him, they could clearly feel the pressure from the Emperor. Chapter 4582. What did you say? Sky Fortune City. The City Lord's Mansion. In a pavilion. Dong Tianqin and Dong Ping suddenly stood up and looked at the guard standing in front of them, their faces full of shock. It's true. Just now, some of our people went to the Imperial Capital Mountain to check it out. They did see the bodies of the monarch, the divine king, and the supremes. The guard also said in shock. How is that possible? Dong Tianqin murmured. Qin Feiyang and the others had been in the 4 great continents for so many years, but the monarch and the other two were all killed as soon as they entered the Central Dynasty. Was it because of what happened at the 8 Immortal Mountain that Qin Feiyang was so angry that he killed them? Is the Central Dynasty poisonous? Dong Ping smiled bitterly. The corner of Dong Tianqin's mouth twitched. He looked at the guard and waved his hand. You can leave now. Yes. The guard bowed and responded. Then he turned around and left quickly. Dong Tianqin returned to his seat and picked up the teacup on the table. He lowered his head and sipped the tea while thinking about something. Brother, what are you thinking about? Dong Ping looked at him suspiciously. I don't know why. I feel that this matter is a bit strange. Dong Tianqin murmured. Strange? Dong Ping was stunned. What was so strange about this? Think about it. We're about to enter the secret realm. Qin Feiyang shouldn't go to the imperial capital mountain to kill people at this time because there may be variables. I don't believe that Qin Feiyang doesn't understand this. I don't believe that Qin Feiyang is such an irrational person. But why did he go to kill the monarch and the other two at this time? Even if he hates the monarch and the other two, he doesn't have to kill them now. He can wait until he comes back from the secret realm. Dong Tianqin analyzed. Dong Ping was stunned and said with a smile, maybe it's because Qin Feiyang is not confident that he can come back alive from the secret realm, so he wants to kill these enemies before entering the secret realm. It's still not right. Dong Tianqin shook his head. Qin Feiyang's real enemy was the emperor and the entire Central Dynasty. Logically speaking, even if they were to make a move, they should have targeted those from the Central Dynasty first, especially those from the direct line of descent. The monarch, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race were all powerful figures, but their influence was limited to the 4 great continents. To put it bluntly, their deaths did not have much impact on the Central Dynasty. Could this be another scheme of Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong? Dong Ping pondered for a while and suddenly asked in surprise. Dong Tianqin looked at Dong Ping in confusion. How did Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong get involved? Just like what happened in the 4 great continents, Dong Qingyuan set up a trap to kill Lu Yunfeng and his brother's family and frame Qin Feiyang and the others. He wanted the 2 brothers to hunt down Qin Feiyang and the others. Perhaps they're using the same trick again this time around. Set up a trap and kill the 3 of them. Then let Boss Ji and the other old men fight with Qin Feiyang. Dong Ping said. In the end, even he believed his own speculation. Because in his opinion this speculation made a lot of sense. Dong Tianqin was stunned and said with a wry smile, Dong Qingyuan is not an idiot. How could he make the same mistake twice? Besides, they're just 2 watchdogs now. How could they be so powerful? Unless they're colluding with Qin Feiyang? Wait. Dong Tianqin raised his eyebrows and murmured, colluding? You don't really think they're colluding with Qin Feiyang, do you? Dong Ping was surprised. I can't rule out that possibility. Because this time, the emperor stripped them of their power and made them guard the gate of Emperor Capital Mountain. They might be humiliated and despised by the emperor, which might really make them want to rebel. Especially Dong Hanzong. I know him too well. Faced with such a situation, he won't just sit there and wait for death. He'll definitely think of a way to turn things around. And now, the only way he can turn things around is to work with Qin Feiyang. Dong Tianqin said in a deep voice. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely look at Dong Tianqin in a new light. This was because Dong Tianqin had accidentally discovered Dong Hanzong's rebellious intentions. Dong Ping looked at Dong Tianqin in a daze. This big brother of his was really daring. Although Dong Hanzong was ambitious, he wasn't that daring. Betraying the divine kingdom and the Central Dynasty was a dead end. No, it's not necessarily a dead end. You and I have both personally witnessed the methods of Qin Feiyang and the others. To be honest, in the future, it's still unknown who will win between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. If I were Dong Hanzong, I might really choose to take a gamble. Dong Tianqin said. Hearing this, Dong Ping suddenly became nervous and said, Then should we tell 6th uncle? This, Dong Tianqin pondered for a moment and said, We have to be vigilant. We have to tell 6th uncle. But, suddenly, the Divine Sound Stone rang. Dong Tianqin was stunned, took out the Divine Sound Stone, looked down and frowned. What's wrong? Dong Ping was puzzled. It's Lu Yunfeng. Dong Tianqin took a deep breath, calmed down his inner emotions, and activated the Divine Sound Stone. Immediately, Lu Jiejin's shadow appeared. Dong Tianqin asked half-jokingly, Brother Lu, such a big thing happened in the Imperial Capital Mountain, why are you still sending me a message? Don't tell me you want me to help. You're really well informed. Lu Jijin shook his head and smiled, saying lightly, "There's no need to help. His Majesty asked me to tell you that the trip to the secret realm will be brought forward. Gather at the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning." Brought forward? Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping looked at each other. Why is it brought forward? Is it related to the matter of Qin Feiyang killing the monarch and the other two? Dong Ping asked. More or less. Lu Jejin nodded. Just now I was speculating that such a big thing might be delayed, but I didn't expect it to be brought forward. His Majesty's mind is really hard to fathom. Dong Tianqian shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was something that he never expected. His Majesty's mind is not something that we can fathom. You guys get ready. See you at the Imperial Palace tomorrow. With that, Lu Jejin turned off the Divine Voice Stone. Dong Tianqian put away the Divine Voice Stone and frowned. Is this also within Qin Feiyang's expectation? Don't think too much. How can he be so amazing? Dong Ping snorted coldly. That's true. Dong Tianqian nodded, got up and said, You inform Dong X, I'll go look for Lord Father. We must bring the guardian artifact of our clan with us on the trip to the secret realm. Okay. Dong Ping nodded. However, before Dong Tianqian walked out of the door, the Divine Voice Stone rang again. Dong Tianqian was stunned. He looked down at the Divine Voice Stone again and his expression froze. Brother, judging from your expression, could it be? Dong Ping was surprised. Be confident it's him. Dong Tianqian looked helpless. He activated the Divine Voice Stone and a shadow appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? He's really persistent. Dong Ping pursed his lips. Don't speak so loudly, I'm not deaf. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He smiled and said, I'm sending you a message to remind you that you're going to the secret realm tomorrow morning. Don't forget to come to the valley to find me. What? How did you know so quickly that the trip to the secret realm was brought forward by a day? The two brothers looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. As long as I want to know, nothing can be hidden from me. Qin Feiyang laughed. The two brothers looked at each other with a wry smile on their faces. If they didn't know that there was someone called Mu Qin by Qin Feiyang's side, they would definitely suspect that someone must have tipped off Qin Feiyang. See you tomorrow morning. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. The shadow quickly dissipated. To hell with it. Dong Tianqian couldn't help cursing angrily. Ever since he was targeted by Qin Feiyang, he hadn't had a day of peace. The Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang also put away the Divine Voice Stone and looked up at the three people sitting across from him. These three people were the monarch, the divine king, and Jizun. The three of them were drinking tea calmly. The divine king laughed and said, To be honest, you've made a good move on Dong Tianqian and the other two. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. The divine king said, If you hadn't spared their lives back then, how could you have gotten so many spots to enter the secret realm today? That's true. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. Sometimes, when facing an enemy, killing them directly might not be a good thing. Because no one could predict what would happen in the future. Maybe one day it would come in handy. An opportunity to step into a new realm. I'm really looking forward to it. The supreme being of the human race smiled. Yes. In the eyes of the emperor, the secret realm is an opportunity to get rid of us. And in our eyes, isn't the secret realm also our hope to overthrow the central dynasty? Now, let's see which one of us will get this opportunity and successfully step into a new realm. The monarch said. There's no need to think. It will definitely be us. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brat, don't be so confident, okay? Sometimes having more people doesn't mean anything. Maybe Princess Yuxian will be luckier than us and be the first to get the opportunity. The divine king laughed and scolded. That doesn't matter. We'll get rid of her in the secret realm and steal her opportunity. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Such a murderous sentence, but it was said so casually. The three of them looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. It seemed that they were really old. Qin Feiyang drank his tea and pondered for a while. With a thought, four figures immediately appeared beside him. Greetings, young master. They were Pei Daisen, Pei Hongyu, Pai Lupi, and Theta Wang. The four of them were now Qin Feiyang's right-hand men. Have a seat. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pei Daisen looked at the three of them and smiled. Since the three of you are here, let's just stand and listen to the lesson. Who wants to teach you a lesson? Just sit when I tell you to. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I haven't even opened my mouth, and you already know that I want to teach you a lesson? The four of them laughed dryly and sat next to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang poured 4 cups of tea and handed them to the 4 of them. He asked, "Have you heard about the secret realm?" "Secret realm?" The 4 of them were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Pai Lupi asked cautiously, "You don't want us to go in, do you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why would this guy think that way? Isn't that so? Ha! You called us over and the first thing you talked about was the secret realm, so I thought you wanted us to go. Pai Lupi laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. No matter what, it won't be your turn. Because Pei Dason and the other 3 hadn't grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, they couldn't enter. Enough. Listen to me carefully. Tomorrow we will set off for the secret realm. Life and death are unpredictable. Therefore, I'll leave the matters of the Black Tortoise world to you. Qin Feiyang said. So you have something to tell us. The 4 of them nodded. Don't worry, the Black Tortoise world will remain the same in the future. There won't be any changes. No. How can there be no changes? The Black Tortoise world must become stronger. Especially the Holy Hall. When I return from the secret realm, I want to see the birth of at least 50,000 heavenly Tao powerhouses. If it doesn't happen, then it's your fault, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and said, 50,000? The 2 of them looked at each other. Only the young master would dare to say such words. What? No confidence? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes, of course. You've prepared everything. If we can't do it, wouldn't we be worse than trash? The 2 of them immediately put down their teacups and said solemnly, That's right. But I'll say it again, talent is secondary to the Black Tortoise world's talent, character is the most important. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The 2 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Hongyu and Pei Dason and said, The Black Tortoise world has a time array, and it's growing every day. The population is also multiplying, and the test for you is also very big, so you can't be careless because if you don't handle it well, it might cause chaos. The siblings nodded. They knew Qin Feiyang's wish, that the Black Tortoise world could continue to be peaceful. Therefore, they had always been very attentive in this aspect. One last point. The Yun family. If you find any descendants of the Yun family relying on their relationship with us, bullying people and tyrannizing women in the Black Tortoise world, kill them all without mercy. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The 2 of them bowed and replied. All right. That's all. You guys go ahead. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. The 4 of them looked at each other, looked at the teacups in front of them and laughed. Divine tea, we can't waste it. After saying that, the 4 of them picked up the teacups and drank it in one gulp. They even nodded and praised, good tea. Then they got up and quickly left. If you like it, come to the tea garden and pick it yourself. But you can't pick all of it, you have to leave some for me. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Okay. The 4 of them laughed without turning their heads. Only when they were with Qin Feiyang did they truly understand what self-esteem was, what trust was. Qin Feiyang didn't treat them as outsiders at all. And freedom. Because when they were with Qin Feiyang, they didn't feel any sense of restraint. Unlike other big shots, who usually had an arrogant and cold feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. Chapter 4583. After watching the 4 of them leave, the king retracted his gaze and said with a smile, Now, they are all very reliable people. Qin Feiyang nodded and picked up the teacup. Just as he was about to drink the tea, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Where are Dong Erlong and the 6 members of the Death God Legion? He had not seen the 7 of them since entering the Black Tortoise world. The Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf have been brought to the Soul-Sealing Valley. The king smiled. Brought to the Soul-Sealing Valley? Soul-Seal Valley is still suppressing the remnant souls of many demon kings and ferocious beasts. If we bring the 7 of them to Soul-Seal Valley, won't those demon kings and ferocious beasts know of our relationship with Cousin Mental Demon Day? I'm going to release these monster kings and beasts to anger the Emperor, Kunping, and the Dragon God. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why are you still so childish when you're so old? Is it necessary to anger them? The 3 smiled bitterly. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and asked, Did Dong Erlong and the others see you in the Devil's Land? Yes. The 3 nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. It doesn't matter. Didn't you say that when we return from the secret realm, we might start a full-scale war with the Central Dynasty? Moreover, Dong Erlong and the others are controlled by Long Chen's soul-controlling technique. They can't do anything. The king smiled faintly. Control? Why do you want to control them? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This is Long Chen's idea. He said that you need to understand a person to be able to disguise yourself better. So when we were in the Black Tortoise world, he controlled the 7 of them and roughly understood their situation. The king said. Sure enough, it's his style. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. After pondering for a moment, he said, it's not certain that we will start a war when we come back. After all, who can predict the future? After saying that, he picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea and continued, regardless of whether Dong Erlong and the others are under control or not, the monster kings and ferocious beasts suppressed in the Soul Sealing Valley cannot be left alive. As his voice fell, above the Soul Seal Valley, a series of rule force descended from the sky and surged towards the Soul Seal Valley. At this moment, the White-Eyed Wolf and Madman just happened to bring Dong Erlong's group of 7 to Soul Sealing Valley. Looking at the rule force that suddenly descended, the two's faces changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. Isn't that Dong Erlong? I have some impression of him. He is Princess Yuxian's bodyguard. Why was he brought to Soul Sealing Valley? Could it be that he has also been captured? Soul Sealing Valley. The demon monarchs looked at Dong Erlong with bewilderment. However, in the next moment, as the rule force descended, whether it was the demon monarchs or the ferocious beasts in the Sky Dragon Mountain range, they all felt a great sense of crisis. This seems to be the rule force. Why would the rule force descend? Madman Mo Golden Winged Wolf King, what are you guys doing? They all thought that it was Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf who were controlling the rule force. Little did they know. Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf did not have this authority at all. In the entire Black Tortoise world, only Qin Feiyang and the Fire Lotus could control the rule force. As for the origin force, there was no need to talk about it. Apart from little brats, no one could control it. What does it have to do with us? Madman pursed his lips and looked up at the rule force that was surging towards them. He already had an answer in his heart. This must be Qin Feiyang's masterpiece. He did not want to keep these demon monarchs and ferocious beasts. But to be honest, these demon monarchs and ferocious beasts were indeed of no value to keep, because their ultimate mysteries had already been taken away. At most, they could only be released to anger the Emperor and the others. This is coming for us. Don't kill us. I don't want to die yet. Looking at the rule force that was rapidly approaching, the demon monarchs and thousands of ferocious beasts roared in horror. They are really courageous. If it was anyone else in the Soul Sealing Valley, they would have already taken the initiative to ask for death. But these guys are still begging for mercy. The White-Eyed Wolf laughed involuntarily. It seemed that most of the living beings in the Central Dynasty were afraid of death. But their begging for mercy was of no use. The White-Eyed Wolf and Madman watched coldly from the sidelines. Boom. The rule force descended and instantly drowned the entire Soul Sealing Valley. And there was no eruption of terrifying fluctuations. But all the remnant souls were turned into ashes in an instant. Looking at this scene, Dong Erlong's group of 7 were scared out of their wits. There were hundreds of monster kings and countless ferocious beasts in the Sky Dragon Mountain range. However, all of them were killed in an instant. Was he trying to give them a show of strength? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? As soon as they arrived at the Soul Sealing Valley, Qin Feiyang killed the remnant souls in the Soul Sealing Valley? Don't think too much. Just a few pieces of trash like you are not worthy of us spending so much effort to show our strength. Madman smiled disdainfully. You. The 7 of them glared at Madman. Don't jump. In front of us, the higher you jump, the more miserable your death will be. Madman waved his hand and directly suppressed the 7 of them into the Soul Sealing Valley. The pungent stench almost made them faint on the spot. This was simply hell on earth. 10,000 years in the Mystic Realm is more than 18 billion years in the Black Tortoise Realm. Enjoy yourselves. Madman laughed loudly and turned to leave with the White-Eyed Wolf. More than 18 billion years? The 7 of them were stunned. Not to mention a place like this, even if they were in a paradise on Earth over 18 billion years, they would slowly grow tired of it. Just kill us. Dong Erlong stared at the back of the 2 and roared. However, even when the 2 figures completely disappeared from his sight, no one responded to him. Devil's Land. Why did you suddenly kill them all? Madman and Madman returned and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting in front of the stone table in puzzlement. There is no point in keeping them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Who said so? You can also tease them when you have nothing to do. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you think you are teasing dogs? Teasing them when you have nothing to do. Da-da. At this time, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a woman in a long dress quickly walked over. Was Dong Qin. When Dong Qin arrived at the tea garden, she glanced at the monarch and the other two, then glanced at the madman and the ingrate. Finally, she looked at Qin Feiyang and put on a hesitant expression. What's the situation? Several people's faces were full of suspicion. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Aren't you tired of being hesitant? Dong Qin smiled embarrassedly and said, aren't we going to the secret realm soon, so I want a few strands of origin force to carry with me in case of an emergency. So it's about this. The white-eyed wolf suddenly nodded and frowned. Even if we enter the secret realm, we will be together. Is there a need to give you the origin force alone? He said so much, but in fact he was reluctant to do so. What if we are separated or separated? After all, the danger of the secret realm is beyond our imagination. Anything can happen. Dong Qin said worriedly. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He hadn't thought about it yet. Now that he heard Dong Qin say so, it was indeed necessary. Because it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to prepare in advance. How about this? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and said, anyway, we have a lot of origin force now. Why don't we give each person 1,000 strands of origin force when entering the secret realm this time? So much? The white-eyed wolf's expression froze. 16 people, that was a total of 16,000 strands of origin force. This was simply extravagant. Is the origin force more important or everyone's life more important? Also, don't forget. These strands of origin force were snatched by everyone together. They belong to everyone here, not just you alone. The madman's face darkened. This wolf cub was too shameless. He really treated these strands of origin force as his personal belongings. The white-eyed wolf looked quite embarrassed and laughed dryly. Still leave me some face. The madman was speechless. You've already displayed the spirit of shamelessness to an unprecedented level, so what's the point of having a face? Okay. 1,000 strands it is. The white-eyed wolf looked very generous and took out 5,000 strands of origin force. Dong Qin took away 1,000 strands. The madman, the king, the divine kingdom, and Jizun also took away 1,000 strands. With these 1,000 strands of origin force, their confidence increased a lot. What about me? Qin Feiyang looked at the void in a daze. Shouldn't there be 6,000 strands of origin force? Why are there only 5,000 strands? You don't need it. Anyway, your strength is already strong enough. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The veins on Qin Feiyang's forehead suddenly bulged as he said angrily, give it to me immediately or you can forget about keeping it. Fine, I'll give it to you. Why are you being so fierce? Isn't it just 1,000 strands? This brother doesn't take it to heart. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Although he said so, when he took out the 1,000 strands of origin force, his face was full of reluctance. Give it to me. Qin Feiyang took away the origin force, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and rolled his eyes. What kind of world is this? He worked so hard to get more than 400,000 strands of origin force, and now he only needed 1,000 strands, and he still had to look at the white-eyed wolf's face? Dong Qin watched the whole process and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. You guys continue to chat. After saying that, she turned and left. Qin Feiyang put away the origin force and picked up the teacup, but just as he put it to his mouth, his expression suddenly froze, and he looked at Dong Qin and said, wait a minute. Dong Qin stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. This? Qin Feiyang asked with a guilty conscience. Did you say that you want to go to the secret realm? Dong Qin was stunned. Could this person have a fever? Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? From the beginning she had said that she wanted to go to the secret realm. Because she wanted to surpass Dong Hanzong and avenge her father. Wait. Dong Qin suddenly quivered, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, don't tell me that you didn't plan to get my quota? Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, and his expression was very unnatural. The frenzy, the white-eyed wolf, and the monarch all looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Did he really not plan to get Dong Qin's quota? Qin Feiyang. Dong Qin suddenly gritted her teeth and ran a few steps to Qin Feiyang's side. Her face was full of anger. Don't be impulsive, listen to my explanation. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. This matter really couldn't be blamed on him. Because in the beginning he did plan to get Dong Qin's quota. He had always kept it in mind. But later, the mermaid princess also wanted to enter the secret realm, which distracted him a little. After that, Fire Dance also wanted to enter the secret realm. He also had to make arrangements for the monarch and the other two. Due to this series of events, he had carelessly neglected Dong Qin. Chapter 4584. Therefore this matter was really not his fault. With a lot of things coming together, it was inevitable that something would be left out. The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't you not go? Stay in the black tortoise world and cultivate freely. It's actually quite good." "Quite good. Then you stay in the black tortoise world, I'll go for you." Dong Qin's face darkened. How could there be such an unreliable person? She had already made all the preparations and even shamelessly came over to ask for the origin power. But in the end? Since there was no plan to give her a spot, wasn't this torturing her? Cough cough. I'd better go. After all, the origin power is with me. If they encounter any danger, how can they survive without me? The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. It's fine. You can give me the origin power or give it to Qin Feiyang and the madman, Dong Qin said. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. Seeing that he couldn't win against Dong Qin, he pointed his spear at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Although Dong Qin is an outsider, she's already following us, so we're family. How can you not value her?" "That's right. Am I so unworthy of your attention?" Dong Qin nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman, asking. "Don't cause trouble." Qin Feiyang and the madman's faces were dark. Typical sowing discord, wishing for the world to be in chaos. The divine king pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, give my spot to her?" Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king. He never expected that the divine king would take the initiative to give up this spot. The divine king shook his head and said, "The spots have already been planned. Now that this suddenly happened, one of us must withdraw." "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang comforted the divine king and lowered his head. The divine king faked his death to enter the secret realm. How could he let her withdraw? "Why don't I quit? In any case, if the heavenly lord wants to enter the mystic realm, we only need one person from the purple-gold divine dragon race to enter." The king suddenly spoke. The autarch of the human race looked at the monarch and the divine king in astonishment. "Why are you looking at us like that?" The two of them were puzzled. The supreme being of the human race asked in a strange tone, "Are you really the monarch and the divine king that I know?" The two of them were suspicious. What was the meaning of this old thing's words? The supreme being of the human race smiled. "The monarch and the divine king I knew in the past would never be so modest." Ugh. The two of them were stunned. Then they couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't people change? But you guys have changed so much that I can't believe it." Jizun chuckled. "What do you mean?" "So in your eyes, we were all selfish people in the past." The divine king looked displeased. "I didn't say that." Jizun waved his hand and smiled. "That's what you mean." The divine king's face darkened. It wasn't easy for him to be modest, but he was still suspected. How ridiculous. Anyway, I don't care. You have to help me get this quota. Dong Qin snorted coldly and didn't leave. She sat directly opposite Qin Feiyang and kept staring at Qin Feiyang, as if saying, "If you don't help me get this quota, I'll keep staring at you." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This time he was indeed a little careless. However, it wasn't that there was no solution. After pondering for a while, he took out the divine sound stone. Buzz. As the divine sound stone was activated, it bloomed with a hazy light. The madman and the others couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Who was he sending a message to? A moment passed. The divine sound stone didn't get a response. Qin Feiyang wasn't in a hurry. He put the divine sound stone on the table in front of him and waited silently. "What is he doing?" the white-eyed wolf asked in a low voice. "I don't know." The madman shook his head. Time passed by quietly. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, the divine sound stone on the table suddenly vibrated. It emitted a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and picked up the divine sound stone. As the divine sound stone woke up, a shadow appeared. This person was Dong Erlong. But it wasn't the real Dong Erlong but Long Chen. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he looked at Qin Feiyang and teased, "It hasn't been long since we parted and you sent me a message. Is it necessary to miss me so much?" Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen in astonishment. This guy has learned to joke? Appropriate jokes can make the mood happy. Long Chen laughed and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and briefly explained Dong Qin's situation. "This. Heard about it?" Long Chen was also stunned. Dong Qin could be said to be the first to say that she wanted to enter the secret realm, but she was forgotten. Dong Qin was probably very depressed in her heart now. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly, so I sent you a message to ask you to help me think of a way to lure Dong Sanlong or Dong Dalong out of Emperor Capital Mountain. Dong Dalong, Dong Sanlong. Long Chen pondered for a while and frowned. If it was in the past it would be easy, but now such a big thing has just happened, and the Emperor even ordered everyone not to leave Emperor Capital Mountain. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to lure them out now. No matter how difficult it is, I believe it's nothing for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. You really know how to say nice things. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. After thinking for a moment he said, I really have a way which may work. What way? Qin Feiyang was curious. At that time I controlled Dong Erlong and knew a little about the three brothers. So, it's not difficult to target them. I won't go into the details. Just wait for my news. After saying that, Long Chen turned off the voice transmission stone, then got up and walked to the door. He took a deep breath and opened the door. What entered his sight was a lake. The lake covered an area of a few miles. The lake water was as clear as a mirror reflecting the sky. From time to time, multicolored fish would leap out of the lake, splashing up waves. All around. The scenery was beautiful, with clouds lingering around. It made this place look like a fairyland. Long Chen's residence was Dong Erlong's courtyard. It was not big, but it was clean, tidy, and quiet. There were two other courtyards next to it. These two courtyards were the residences of Dong Dalong and Dong Sanlong. On the opposite side of the lake, there was a magnificent palace. It was dozens of feet tall, inlaid with gold and silver, and looked extremely luxurious. That was Princess Yuxian's bedroom. Long Chen walked out of the courtyard and looked at the bedroom on the opposite side of the lake. A glint flashed in his eyes, then he looked at the courtyard on the left. The three brothers' courtyards were side by side, with a distance of about 10 meters between them. Long Chen was now looking at Dong Sanlong's courtyard. Lu Jijin seemed to have said that Dong Sanlong was a bit of a loner, so it would be easier to disguise him. Why not use him? Third brother. Long Chen walked over with a gloomy look on his face. This was Dong Erlong's image. No matter who he was facing, he would always be like this. He was a person full of hostility. After a while, a man in black walked out. This man was about 1.8 meters tall with a thin body. His face was cold and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Second brother. This man was Dong Sanlong. Even in front of his second brother, Dong Sanlong did not say anything extra. He was indeed a man of few words. No, it should be said that he was a man of few words. Long Chen sighed deeply with a trace of sadness on his face. He looked up into the distance and said, Third brother, I want to go back and take a look. Go back? Dong Sanlong was stunned. Yes. This time, Her Highness suddenly said that she would take us to a place, but Her Highness did not say a word about where it was. It's the first time I've seen Her Highness so secretive about us. So I'm thinking that the place we're about to go may not be ordinary. I even have a hunch that it may not bode well for us this time. So while there's still time, I want to go back and pay my respects to my parents. Do you want to go back with me? Since you were a child, father and mother loved you more than me and big brother. I think if you don't go back, father and mother will blame you in heaven. Long Chen said faintly. Dong Sanlong said awkwardly, but Her Highness told us not to leave Emperor Capital Mountain before? We'll come back after paying our respects. What are you afraid of? Besides, we are not big shots like the monarch. How can we be targeted by Qin Feiyang? Long Chen said. This? Dong Sanlong looked at Dong Dalong's yard hesitantly. Long Chen said, I've already asked Big Brother for permission and he agreed. Won't Big Brother go back? Dong Sanlong was suspicious. Big Brother seems to be busy with something, so he asked us to pay our respects on his behalf. Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and come back early. After saying that, Long Chen pulled Dong Sanlong into the air and flew toward the gate of Emperor Capital Mountain. If he delayed any longer, if Dong Dalong ran out, wouldn't his lie be exposed? Because he didn't ask Dong Dalong at all. But also at this time, the door of another yard opened and a middle-aged man in white walked out. This man was about 1.78 meters tall. He was dressed in white and was neither fat nor thin. His two thick eyebrows seemed to have been trimmed, and his whole person exuded an air of elegance. At first glance, he looked like a gentle scholar. This man was Dong Dalong. As soon as Dong Dalong came out, he looked up and saw the backs of Long Chen and Dong Sanlong leaving. He couldn't help but be stunned, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Second brother, third brother? Just as he was about to call out to the two of them, a voice suddenly came from the other side's palace. Dalong, come here for a moment. This voice belonged to Princess Yuxian. Dong Dalong heard Princess Yuxian's voice and looked at Long Chen and Dong Sanlong. The two of them had already disappeared at the end of the mountain without looking back. What are these two guys up to behind my back? Dong Dalong muttered, then looked at the opposite palace and said, "Yes, I'll go right away." After saying that, he took a step forward and landed in front of the opposite palace like lightning. Chapter 4585. Your Highness. Dong Dalong looked at the tightly shut door and bowed. "Come in." Princess Moon Fairy's voice sounded from inside. As her voice fell, the door slowly opened. Dong Dalong walked into the main hall and saw Princess Moon Fairy sitting alone in the side hall. There was a pot of tea in front of her, and the fragrance of the tea filled the room. "Come and sit." Princess Moon Fairy raised her head and looked at Dong Dalong with a smile. Dong Dalong quickly walked in front of Princess Moon Fairy, but he did not sit down. He bowed and said, "Your Highness, please tell me what you need." "It's nothing much. I just want to tell you a few things. First of all, you three brothers must bring enough resources with you when you go out with me. Especially your sovereign weapons. You must bring them with you. Second, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you should go while there's still time. Third, you three brothers should go back and pay your respects to your parents." Princess Moon Fairy said. This, Dong Dalong's expression turned serious. He asked carefully, "Your Highness, will this trip be dangerous? Why don't you think about what level of cultivation we are? For example, you three brothers have already grasped all the ultimate profound. In our central dynasty, you're already at the pinnacle of the pyramid. So, if you're going to train, how can it not be dangerous?" Princess Moon Fairy shook her head. Dong Dalong nodded. What she said made sense. But what kind of place was it? Why did His Highness always have such a secretive attitude? "Don't be too nervous. I'm just taking precautions. If anything happens, I won't regret it for the rest of my life." Princess Moon Fairy comforted. She did not want to scare Dong Dalong before entering the secret realm. "I'm not afraid. It's my honor to die for your Highness. But I'm worried about your Highness' safety. Since this place is so dangerous, why don't your Highness stay in the imperial capital mountain and let us go?" Dong Dalong said. It could be seen that he was really loyal to Princess Moon Fairy. "What are you talking about? This time I'm going to train. You three brothers are only accompanying me to train. In other words, you're my sparring partners. How could I not go?" Princess Moon Fairy shook her head. No matter how dangerous the mystic realm was, she had to go there. Because her parents had been there. Her grandparents had also been there. Her grandfather had even succeeded in finding a miracle to step into a new realm in the arcane realm. Therefore, she had to go too. This was not only to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, but also to protect the dignity and honor of being a descendant of the royal family. If others were to find out that she, the dignified princess of the central dynasty, actually didn't even dare to enter a secret realm, then wouldn't she become a laughingstock and lose all face? "I see." Dong Dalong came to a sudden realization. He bowed and said, "Then please rest assured, Your Highness. The three of us brothers will definitely protect Your Highness with our lives. I know your loyalty. Go." Princess Moon Fairy waved her hand. "Your subordinate will take his leave." Dong Dalong bowed, then turned around and left quickly. Walking out of the main hall, Dong Dalong stood by the lakeside and looked in the direction where Long Chen and Dong Sanlong had disappeared. He frowned and said, "Where did those two guys go? You're still in the mood to run around at a time like this? An unfulfilled wish? What unfulfilled wish could I have? No. I have. If this training really bodes ill rather than well, I really should go and see her," Dong Dalong muttered as a gentle light flashed in his eyes. He then soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. At the same time, Long Chen and Dong Sanlong had already arrived at the gate of Imperial Capital Mountain. "You guys are going out too?" Dong Qingyuan looked at the two of them and immediately frowned. Dong Sanlong directly ignored him, walked out of Imperial Capital Mountain, and opened a space-time tunnel. Still as cold as ever. Dong Qingyuan smiled bitterly. Of course, he was no stranger to Dong Sanlong and had long been used to it. "Both of you have worked hard." Long Chen pretended to be concerned. "Yes, it has been hard." The key point was that Dong Hanzong even continued. He didn't like the inner demons and Lu Jiejin very much. But he didn't dare to neglect Dong Erlong and his brothers. Because these three brothers were the personal guards of Princess Moon Fairy. As long as he could build a good relationship with these three brothers, it would be much easier to get close to Princess Moon Fairy. Ah! Long Chen was stunned. He really didn't expect Dong Hanzong to continue with this sentence. We have embarrassed ourselves in front of Brother Erlong. Brother Erlong, you see, we have always been good friends. Why don't you put in a good word for us in front of Her Highness? Dong Hanzong said with a fawning face. He didn't know that Dong Erlong in front of him was the enemy he had always hated. Long Chen was puzzled. It was His Majesty who asked you to guard the gate. You should go to His Majesty now. What's the point of looking for Her Highness? Of course. Her Highness is the apple of His Majesty's eye. As long as Your Highness can help us, His Majesty will definitely let us go, Dong Hanzong said. That's true. All right, I'll talk to Her Highness when I have time. But I can't guarantee whether Her Highness will help us or not. I'm only responsible for passing the message. Long Chen smiled slightly. Thank you, Brother Erlong. Dong Hanzong was overjoyed. Dong Qingyuan was also full of smiles. With someone helping them, although the hope was slim, it was better than no help at all. All right, I'll go first. Long Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. You two be careful, Dong Qingyuan warned. Long Chen smiled faintly and walked to Dong Sanlong's side. Dong Sanlong glanced at Long Chen and said unhappily, Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? What's wrong? Long Chen looked at him suspiciously. Neither of these two are good people, Dong Sanlong said coldly and stepped into the space-time passage. Long Chen was stunned and couldn't help but purse the corners of his mouth. It seemed that not only them, but also many people on Imperial Capital Mountain couldn't stand the way Dong Qingyuan and Long Chen acted. Then, he also stepped into the space-time passage. The next moment, the two landed in the sky above a mountain. The mountains rose and fell majestically, like huge dragons. In the mountains, the grass and trees were green and the rivers were surging. Long Chen silently followed behind Dong Sanlong and flew to a forest. Although he knew some things about the three brothers, he definitely didn't know about the small things like the cemetery and the cemetery. About 10 breaths passed. The two landed in front of a small stream. Not far from the stream there was a cemetery. There were not only 2 tombs but hundreds of tombs. A sense of desolation could be felt from afar. So many, Long Chen muttered. It was a little unexpected. Dong Sanlong looked at the cemetery and a trace of sadness crept up his face. After a long time, he stepped forward and walked toward the cemetery. Long Chen glanced around and saw that there were no traces of fierce beasts around. He strode forward and caught up with Dong Sanlong in a few steps. He smiled and said, Third brother, do you want to accompany them? Dong Sanlong was stunned and turned his head to look at Long Chen suspiciously. But just as he turned around, Long Chen raised his arm and slapped Dong Sanlong's back. Dong Sanlong spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his face instantly turned pale. His chi was directly shattered. Second brother, what are you doing? Dong Sanlong held his bleeding wound and looked at Long Chen in surprise. Long Chen smiled faintly and looked at Dong Sanlong. He said, Come out. Obviously, this sentence was not directed at Dong Sanlong. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound, a broadsword appeared. The blade was 3 meters long and as wide as an adult's palm. It was pitch black and engraved with ferocious skull patterns. This was Dong Sanlong's high-grade sovereign divine weapon. Skeletal Demon Blade. The skeletal demon blade floated in front of Dong Sanlong and released a divine aura to protect him. It used its divine sense to spy on Long Chen and suddenly said, You're not Dong Erlong. Who are you? Long Chen said in surprise, You saw through my identity so quickly? Even though you've concealed it well, I can still faintly feel a trace of dragon's might from the aura you've released. So, not only are you not Dong Erlong but you're also not human. The skeletal demon blade said in a deep voice. It seems that I can't easily release my aura. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as I successfully enter the secret realm, even if my identity is exposed, it doesn't matter. Long Chen smiled faintly and took out the divine sound transmission stone as if there was no one else around. He sent a message to Qin Feiyang. If you're not second brother, who are you? Where's my second brother? Dong Sanlong finally reacted and stared at Long Chen angrily. His body was overflowing with anger. Quiet. Long Chen made a silent gesture. Buzz. As his voice fell, the divine sound transmission stone shone brightly and a shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang. Dong Sanlong's expression changed. The skeletal demon blade was also shocked and roared, Run! Immediately. It rolled up Dong Sanlong and wanted to escape. But at the same time, Long Chen smiled faintly and opened his god's domain. In an instant, it merged with heaven and earth. Following that, the terrifying rule force surged from all directions like a tide and rushed toward the skeletal demon blade and Dong Sanlong. Controlling the rule force, are you? Dong Sanlong was shocked. Don't be noisy. Long Chen glanced at him and then looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. It's done, come here. After that, Long Chen gave the coordinates of this place to Qin Feiyang. Right away. Qin Feiyang smiled and the shadow dissipated. Long Chen. How could it be you? What did you do to my second brother? Where is my second brother? Dong Sanlong roared, bristling with anger. They say that you're a man of few words, but now it seems that you actually have a lot to say. Long Chen said indifferently and ignored Dong Sanlong. He looked at the skeletal demon blade and said with a faint smile, I'll give you a choice, just like the skeletal magic sword, submit to me or be destroyed. What? The skeletal magic sword has already submitted to you? The skeletal demon blade was shocked. That's right, it just submitted not long ago. Long Chen nodded. Did you subdue it on Emperor Capital Mountain? But why didn't we hear anything before? One had to know. The skeletal magic sword was also a superior dominator divine weapon. How could it be subdued silently? Chapter 4586. Are you an idiot? How can I subdue it on Emperor Capital Mountain? I will definitely find an opportunity to bring it to the spatial artifact. Long Chen looked at the demonic skeleton blade with disdain. How could a high-grade sovereign weapon not understand such simple logic? The demonic skeleton blade was infuriated. It felt that its intelligence had been crushed. But, at this moment, a space-time tunnel appeared. Qin Feiyang stepped out of the tunnel and glanced around. When he saw Dong Sanlong and the demonic skeleton blade, a smile appeared on his face. He then landed beside Long Chen. Qin Feiyang's arrival made the demonic skeleton blade and Dong Sanlong feel even more desperate. Who in the Central Dynasty didn't know about Qin Feiyang's methods? Not to mention a high-grade sovereign weapon, even a peak or legendary sovereign weapon wouldn't pose any threat to him. For a moment, they fell into the abyss of fear. Still not subdued? Qin Feiyang looked at the demonic skeleton blade and saw that it was still protecting Dong Sanlong. I am giving it time to consider. Long Chen smiled faintly. Consider? How can I give it time to consider? In short, are you going to submit or not? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. I submit. Before he finished speaking, the demonic skeleton blade roared. Even its voice was trembling. It could be seen how scared it was at this moment. Long Chen was stunned. As soon as Qin Feiyang spoke, it chose to submit without hesitation? It was giving Qin Feiyang too much face. It seems that your deterrence is greater. Long Chen shook his head and laughed. Don't joke around. Go and ask the Emperor who is the biggest threat to him between the two of us. Perhaps. Qin Feiyang's combat power was stronger than Long Chen's. After all, Long Chen only had one trump card, God's domain. As for Qin Feiyang, not only did he have 3,000 incarnations, but he also had the law of life and death, eye of heaven, and dual will of heaven. But, in terms of threats to the world, Long Chen was undoubtedly one of them. This was because his domain of divinity could control rule force. In fact, back in the Black Tortoise world, he had almost been able to control the origin energy. Even Little Wimp wanted to kill Long Chen at that time. One could imagine how much of a threat the realm of gods posed to a world. If you insist on saying that, then I have nothing to say. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the demonic skull blade, saying indifferently, make a blood oath. Not daring to hesitate, skeleton demon blade immediately swore a blood oath. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, and the paragon of the human race appeared. Sovereign of the human race. Dong Sanlong's eyes widened. What was going on? Hadn't the supreme master of the human race already fallen? Why would it appear in Qin Feiyang's Black Tortoise realm? At the same time, Skeleton Demon Blade was also very surprised. A person who had already died suddenly ran out alive and kicking. If it wasn't for the fact that it was broad daylight, he would probably think that he had bumped into a ghost. Senior, you are pretending to be Dong Sanlong. Skeleton Demon Blade, you will follow Sovereign first. If you dare to disobey, I will not be merciful. Qin Feiyang looked at Skeleton Demon Blade, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yes. Skeleton Demon Blade hurriedly responded respectfully. Be careful. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and Sovereign and reminded them. Then he rushed in front of Dong Sanlong, grabbed Dong Sanlong, opened a space-time passage and prepared to leave. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and transmitted his voice, White-eyed wolf, give me 9,000 strands of origin energy. What the hell? Why do you need 9,000 strands of origin energy? Long Qin and the others only have 7 people. You want to fill your pockets. White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. Do you believe that I will teach you a lesson? Don't the inner demons and big cousin count? Qin Feiyang's face was dark. Why do you care about them? They are now the Emperor's right-hand men. If they go to the secret realm, the Emperor will not care about their life and death. White-Eyed Wolf laughed dryly. What he meant was that the Emperor may also give the inner demons and Lu Jiejin some origin energy to protect themselves. Stop talking nonsense. The Emperor is the Emperor, we are us. Hurry up, don't waste time. Qin Feiyang was in a very depressed mood now. This damned wolf cub was like a miser, stingy and stingy. It was obviously their common property, but this bastard shamelessly held it in his hands. When they needed it, they had to put in a good word for this bastard. How could they not be depressed in such a situation? After dawdling for a while, White-Eyed Wolf finally took out 9,000 strands of origin energy. Qin Feiyang handed all these strands of origin energy to Long Qin. Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. What did he mean? We have discussed before that everyone who enters the secret realm this time will have 1,000 strands of origin energy to protect themselves. You help me give it to Big Cousin and Mu Qin. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Long Qin nodded and said with a smile, then I will accept it. Long Qin did not dare to be careless in such a dangerous place like the secret realm. If he really lost his life, he would not even have a place to cry. Okay, see you tomorrow morning on Emperor Capital Mountain. Qin Feiyang smiled and grabbed Dong Sanlong, turned around and entered the space-time tunnel. Soon they disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, we have Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, with the strength of our 3 major races, we would not be able to compete with the Central Dynasty. Looking at the space-time tunnel that disappeared, the human clan supreme being shook his head and smiled. Then he took out a disguise pill and changed into Dong Sanlong's appearance. Long Qin asked with a smile, the strength of your 3 major races should be not bad now, right? After giving so many ultimate profound inheritances to the 3 major races, and so much time had passed, there must be many will of the heavens experts now. Not bad. The human clan supreme being chuckled and cleared his throat. At this moment, his voice was exactly the same as Dong Erlong's voice. How much is not bad? Long Qin was curious. I'm not sure about the God clan and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, but the human clan has now produced more than 500 will of the heavens experts. The human clan supreme being said. Sure enough, it is fast to have a foundation. Long Qin was speechless. The human clan of the West Continent had a strong foundation. There were plenty of people who had mastered 4 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws or 5 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. And these people only needed to integrate 1 or 2 ultimate profound laws to master the will of the heavens. Naturally, they were faster than the people of the Black Tortoise world. After all, the people of the Black Tortoise world had to start from scratch. Even the disciples of the Black Tortoise world had not stepped into the sovereign realm before. The foundation of the Black Tortoise world was comparable to the human clan of the West Continent. There must be at least 1 or 2,000 will of the heavens experts in the Black Tortoise world, because they had enough inheritances in their hands. The current situation is getting better and better for us. We are only 1 step away. I hope this trip to the secret territory will bring us some benefits. The human clan supreme being chuckled. We will. Long Qin nodded, full of confidence. The human clan supreme being was slightly stunned. As expected of one of the most outstanding youths of this generation. This kind of confidence was unmatched. He cupped his hands and smiled, then I will leave it to little brother Long Qin. Please take care of me in the future. Look at what you're saying. Long Qin shook his head and laughed. But, suddenly, in the sky, another space-time passage appeared. Long Qin and the Supreme Being looked up, with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Who would come here? The human clan Supreme Being was suspicious. Long Qin's eyes flashed and he whispered, except for the 3 Dong Dalong brothers, no one else would come here. It should be Dong Dalong. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, he erased Qin Feiyang's remaining aura. The human clan Supreme Being also hurriedly put away the skeleton demon blade. But, the next moment, an elegant middle-aged man walked out of the space-time passage. Is it Dong Dalong? The human clan Supreme Being asked. Yes, it's him. Long Qin secretly said. When Dong Dalong came out, he looked at Long Qin and the Supreme Being, and his expression was slightly stunned. I thought you guys went somewhere to fool around. It turns out that you are here. Aren't we going to follow His Highness to train soon? So I thought of coming back to pay my respects. Long Chen smiled and said suspiciously, Big brother, why are you here too? I also came back to pay my respects. The Eastern Continent glanced at the cemetery, and his expression was a little gloomy. Then he frowned and said, But why didn't you tell me that you two came back? If Dong Erlong was here, this would immediately be exposed. But now, Dong Erlong, who was standing in front of Dong Dalong, was the human clan supreme being. Of course he could say whatever he wanted. Isn't it because you are busy? We will pay our respects for you, Long Chen said. I didn't plan to come back. Dong Dalong shook his head and landed in front of the two. He glanced around and said in surprise, What's going on? Why are there traces of battle? When I came just now, there was a group of fierce beasts wandering around here, so I chased them away. Long Chen answered fluently. Damn beasts, how dare you come here? You should just slaughter them. A ferocious look flashed across Dong Dalong's face, and then he walked toward the cemetery. Long Chen and Long Chen looked at each other and followed slowly. It's going to be very dangerous this time. Dong Dalong sighed. Dangerous? What do you mean? Long Chen was suspicious. Dong Dalong said, Just now, Her Highness found me and said a lot of things to me. On the other side. In the valley. After Qin Feiyang arrived at the valley, he took Dong Sanlong into the Black Tortoise realm and took away Dong Sanlong's divine voice-transmitting stone and interspatial ring. My lord, the divine king. Looking at the lord and the divine king sitting in the tea garden and drinking tea, Dong Sanlong's eyes suddenly widened. The human clan supreme being was not dead, and now the lord and the divine king were also not dead? What was going on? Until now you still don't understand? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Dong Erlong pondered for a while and suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at them in horror. The lord, the divine king and the supreme being had surrendered to Qin Feiyang? So, the death of the lord and the other two was purely a show to enter the secret realm and fake their deaths? Is it done? At this time, Dong Qin ran over and asked Qin Feiyang. Dong Qin? Dong Erlong looked at Dong Qin in surprise. Was he seeing things? He thought that Dong Qin had died in the hands of Qin Feiyang, but now she ran out alive and well and got along so well with Qin Feiyang and the others. Chapter 4587. Don't make a fuss, it's annoying. Dong Qin glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Is it done or not? Dong Sanlong is here, do you think it's done or not? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Dong Qin was stunned and said with a smile, My mind is a little messy, I didn't notice. Don't worry. I definitely won't forget you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Still won't? Didn't you forget me before? Dong Qin rolled her eyes. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This woman was not easy to deal with. Dong Sanlong couldn't help but ask in surprise, Dong Qin, don't tell me you're also in cahoots with them. What do you mean by in cahoots? Do you know how to talk? If you don't, then shut up. Dong Qin raised her eyebrows, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. Dong Sanlong was no stranger to Dong Qin. It could even be said that they were very familiar with each other. After all, Dong Qin was one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses and could freely enter Imperial Capital Mountain. In short, except for Imperial Capital Mountain, she could go to all the major forbidden areas. In his impression, Dong Qin had always been a gentle, considerate, decent and generous woman. But now, the Dong Qin standing in front of him seemed to have changed into another person, which made him feel uneasy. Dong Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned, Why do you keep this person alive? I can't kill him for the time being. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. However, he must die. Because Dong Sanlong already knew too many of their secrets. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and directly suppressed Dong Sanlong into the Soul-Sealing Valley. Seeing Dong Sanlong appear out of thin air in the Soul-Sealing Valley, Dong Erlong and the other 7 members of the Death God army were dumbfounded on the spot. Second brother. Dong Sanlong covered his nostrils and scanned the situation in the Soul-Sealing Valley. When he saw Dong Erlong, he couldn't help but be stunned and then quickly flew over. Third brother, why are you also suppressed in the Soul-Sealing Valley? Dong Erlong asked in disbelief. Sigh. It's all that damn Long Chen's fault. Dong Sanlong sighed, his eyes filled with resentment. Long Chen. Dong Erlong clenched his fists. After a long time, he dropped his arms like a deflated balloon and sighed. I'm afraid the Central Dynasty will fall into chaos in the near future. Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian, the 2 commanders of the Death God Legion, were actually Qin Feiyang's men. Long Qin, Demon Ancestor, Mu Qin, Fire Dance, Mermaid Princess, Long Qin, and Li Feng had all infiltrated Emperor's capital mountain. There was also the monarch Zhizun and the divine king. They were all in cahoots with Qin Feiyang. It could be said that the central dynasty was in danger. Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone again and sent a message to Dong Tianqin. Due to the addition of Dong Qin, the allocation of men and women had to be changed slightly. Dong Tianqin naturally did not dare to say anything. He had to do whatever Qin Feiyang asked him to do. Everything was ready. They only needed to wait for the secret territory to open tomorrow. Although Qin Feiyang had been running around these 2 days, it was all worth it as long as they could enter the secret territory. 1 day outside was 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang and the others still had time to adjust their state. At the same time, Long Qin and the others, Dong Tianqin and Princess Yuxian, were also adjusting their state and waiting for tomorrow to give it their all. The night was silent. The next day, early morning. Gather. Lu Jiejin's voice sounded in Emperor's capital mountain. Long Qin and the others opened their eyes. Light flashed in their eyes and they immediately stood up and stepped out of their respective caves. Dong Dalong, Dong Erlong, Dong Sanlong, follow me. Another clear and melodious voice rang out. Princess Yuxian walked out of the main hall. Today she was wearing a set of tight black clothes, showing off her impressive figure vividly. Compared to her noble and elegant appearance before, she looked valiant and capable today. Whoosh. Not long after her voice fell, Dong Dalong, Long Qin, and Zhizun walked out of their respective courtyards, all in high spirits. Let's go. Princess Yuxian glanced at the three and flew towards Emperor's capital mountain. Dong Dalong immediately followed. Behind them, Long Qin and Zhizun looked at each other and smiled. The moment they had been waiting for finally came. The Black Tortoise world. At this moment, Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, Madman, Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang, Heavenly Lord Ji Monarch, Divine King and Dong Qin gathered in the tea garden. Around. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, Fire Lotus, Pei Hongyu, Big Black Wolf, Wang Xiaojie, Sidu Tianyu, Xia Yuan, Sword Emperor, Black Wing Emperor, Shui Qilin, Lei Bao and others looked reluctant and worried. Don't be like this, it's not a life and death parting. Qin Feiyang glanced at the familiar faces in front of him and said with a smile. He was very satisfied in his heart. Thinking back when he was in Iron Ox Town, Uncle Yuanbo, who he loved the most and cared for the most, left him. Lin Yi, his childhood sweetheart, was also forced by her family to become strangers with him. When he left Iron Ox Town, there was only White-Eyed Wolf by his side. Could be said that Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf relied on each other in the past. As time passed, White-Eyed Wolf was no longer his only companion. These people could be trusted and were the most reliable. In the past, only White-Eyed Wolf was worried about him. But now there were hundreds of people, thousands of people. No. It should be said that there were countless people who cared about him now. These people were the people of Black Tortoise Realm. Therefore he was very happy and satisfied in his heart. Don't say it so lightly. Although we haven't been to the secret realm, but even the wife of the Divine Kingdom's ruler died in it. It's not a good place to think about it. Master, it's such a dangerous place. You might as well not go and let this disciple go. This disciple is still young and can withstand the torment. Wang Xiaojie looked at Qin Feiyang very seriously and said, Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Does this mean that I'm old? I really want to go for you and let you enjoy life in Black Tortoise Realm, but there's no other way. My strength doesn't allow me to enter the secret realm. Wang Xiaojie bared his teeth. At least you have some self-awareness. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at Wang Xiaojie, Qin Qin and Situ Tianyu. I've already prepared the inheritance for you guys. Don't slack off in Black Tortoise Realm. I know. Wang Xiaojie nodded. Fire Lotus look after them. All of them are easy to deal with. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and instructed. Fire Lotus nodded. Alright, I'll leave everything in Black Tortoise Realm to you. Wait for our return. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly at Huolian, then led the group of ingrates and instantly disappeared without a trace. In the valley. The valley in the morning was very quiet. It was misty. The fresh air made people unable to help but take a few more breaths. Madman laughed cruelly. After 10,000 years, when we return from the secret realm, Black Tortoise Realm might not even recognize us. That's for sure. Not only Black Tortoise Realm itself, but the living beings in Black Tortoise Realm, including the divine artifacts in the land of origin, will undergo earth-shattering changes. Madman nodded. This time they didn't bring a single sovereign weapon into the secret realm. because the sovereign weapons in Black Tortoise Realm were too weak. Entering the secret realm, they wouldn't be of much help at all. It was better to stay in Black Tortoise Realm and let them slowly absorb the origin energy to increase their grade. No matter how it changes, there is one fact that will never change. Black Tortoise Realm is our home. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Suddenly, a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. They're here. Don't drag it out, quickly finish it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he activated the concealment technique. The group immediately hid in the void. In the next moment, more than 10 figures walked out of the space-time tunnel. Leading them were Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin. Behind the three of them, there were a total of 9 people, each exuding an unfathomable aura. Young master, what are we doing here? The 9 of them looked around suspiciously. Didn't they say they were going to the Imperial Palace? Don't be noisy. Dong Tianxin glared at him and lowered his head to look at the valley. Why didn't he see Qin Feiyang? Could it be that there was an accident? If that was the case, then it would be great. But, before he could be happy, suddenly, 9 figures leaped out of the void behind them and pounced on the 9 people like the gods of death. Screams suddenly resounded through the sky. Dong Tianxin and the other 2 were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw that the 9 people they brought had already suffered fatal injuries and their qi was shattered. And behind the 9 people, wasn't it Qin Feiyang and the others? Sigh. It seems that I'm thinking too much. How could I have noticed it? Dong Tianxin secretly sighed. Qin Feiyang. What's going on? Why are Qin Feiyang and the others here? When the 9 people turned their heads to look at Qin Feiyang and the others, their faces suddenly changed. Why are we here? You have to ask Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping, and Dong Xin. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. While speaking, Qin Feiyang and the others had already taken out the phantom elixir and locked onto a target and then turned into their appearance. Young master, young mistress, what's going on? Don't tell us that you have been colluding with them. Seeing this scene, the 9 people immediately looked at Dong Tianxin and the other 2 and said angrily. Noisy. Dong Tianxin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't kill them now. Qin Feiyang stopped Dong Tianxin and confiscated the 9 people's interspatial rings and divine voice-transmitting stones before directly suppressing them into the soul-sealing valley. Didn't you say to kill them? Dong Tianxin frowned. I did say that, but I won't kill them now. After all, they all have the will of heaven. Shouldn't you take away their ultimate ultimacy before killing them? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and glanced at the white-eyed wolf and the others and asked, Is everyone ready? Yes. The group nodded. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a space-time passage appeared. He then looked at Dong Tianxin and the others and said respectfully, Young masters, young mistress Dong Xin, please. Dong Tianxin curled his lips. Just as he was about to step into the space-time passage, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Dong Qin. Just then he seemed to have seen Dong Qin. What are you looking at? Dong Qin sneered. Have you joined Qin Feiyang? Dong Tianxin frowned. The moment my father was beheaded, I betrayed the central dynasty. Dong Qin's eyes were filled with hatred. Dong Tianxin's eyes narrowed and said, So, you killed the families of the 9 commanders? Yes. They deserve to die. Dong Qin smiled coldly. Dong Tianxin gave Dong Qin a deep look. What a pitiful woman. Not only was she deceived by Dong Hanzong, but she had also lost her family. Her betrayal was forced out. Chapter 4588. Don't look at me with such sympathetic eyes. Dong Qin glanced at Dong Tianxin and the other 2 and sneered. I'm living a better life than before. I'm more free and dignified. This is the best proof. Even if I betrayed the central dynasty, I can still enter the secret realm with you. Hearing this, Dong Tianxin and the other 2 froze. That was indeed the case. They had no right to sympathize with Dong Qin. They were the ones who should be sympathized with. Although Dong Qin had betrayed the central dynasty, she had made her stand clear. But what about the 3 of them? They had to work for the central dynasty and listen to Qin Feiyang at the same time. It was too sullen to be caught in the middle. To be honest, they were more pitiful than Dong Qin now. Can you catch up with each other after we enter the secret realm? Qin Feiyang urged. Whoosh. Dong Tianxin and the other 2 looked at each other and took a deep breath, trying to maintain their usual state. Then they entered the space-time tunnel one after another. Qin Feiyang and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they landed in front of the gate of the imperial capital mountain. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qingyuan sat under the stone tablet as usual, guarding the gate. Sensing the arrival of Dong Tianqin and the other two, they opened their eyes and saw that the three of them had brought 9 attendants with them. A trace of surprise crept onto their faces. Tianqin, what are you going to do? Dong Qingyuan got up and asked the three of them. Teacher, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If His Majesty finds out, he'll definitely punish you. Dong Tianqin said, obviously a little impatient. Dong Qingyuan's face froze. Guard the gate well. If we can come back alive, we'll help you plead with His Majesty. With that, Dong Tianqin walked past Dong Qingyuan and flew straight to the imperial palace. Qin Feiyang and the others glanced at the two with a trace of mockery in their eyes and quickly left. Do you feel better seeing Dong Hanzong end up like this? White-eyed Wolf transmitted his voice to Dong Qin. No. Dong Qin shook her head. No. Don't tell me you're still thinking about him? White-eyed Wolf was stunned. How is this possible? I want to see him die in front of me. Only then will I feel comfortable. A cold light flashed in Dong Qin's eyes. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. Women were indeed creatures that could not be provoked. They could easily take one's life. Especially those who were usually very gentle and kind. Once they were angered, they would be even crazier than other women. Therefore, from now on, whenever he met a woman he had to be careful, so as to avoid getting into trouble. Dong Hanzong glanced at the backs of Qin Feiyang's group and mumbled, Teacher, don't you think that Dong Tianqin's last sentence is a little strange? The last sentence? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. Yes. In the end he said that if we could come back alive, they would help us plead with His Majesty. Isn't that the same as saying that they're about to face some sort of danger? Dong Hanzong frowned. Something dangerous? Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Hanzong suspiciously and said, They are all on Capital Mountain now. What danger could there be? This is what I can't figure out. Think about it. If they want to deal with Qin Feiyang, they definitely won't do it on Capital Mountain. After all, Capital Mountain is the sacred land of the Central Dynasty. It's our base camp. We can never start a war here. Moreover, to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, the few followers they brought are far from enough. Dong Hanzong frowned, unable to figure it out. It's indeed strange. Dong Qingyuan pondered for a while and suddenly said, Why don't you sneak over and see what they're going to do? Hearing this, Dong Hanzong's expression froze. It was not a problem to sneak over, but if he was accidentally discovered by the emperor, wouldn't it be an even worse crime? Don't worry. You have the Qinghuan domain. You're an indispensable fighting force of the Central Dynasty. Even if you're discovered, the emperor won't really kill you. If there's really something important, it might be a chance for us to turn things around. Dong Qingyuan comforted him. Dong Hanzong struggled for a while, but in the end he couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. He entered the Space Divine item and drove it toward the Imperial Palace. At the same time, Lu Jiajin, the Inner Demons, and the Moon Fairy Princess had already entered the Imperial Palace. They all stood below obediently. As for Long Chen and the others, they were all blocked outside the door. The Emperor and his wife sat above, silent and solemn. The atmosphere in the main hall was also somewhat heavy. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Dong Tianqin and the other two finally brought Qin Feiyang and the others to the Imperial Palace. A guard stepped forward and stopped the group, saying, Except for Dong Tianqin, Dong Ping and Dong Xin, the rest of you are to wait outside. Damn you, isn't it just an Imperial Palace? Why aren't you letting us in? What's with the pretense? The white-eyed wolf muttered angrily. Dong Tianqin was startled. What kind of trouble was this ingrate causing? He immediately turned his head to look at the group and said, You guys stay outside. Don't mess around, this is the Imperial Palace. This sentence was secretly transmitted. He was really worried. Because if Qin Feiyang and the others caused any trouble, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. We know what we're doing, let's go in. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. After getting Qin Feiyang's personal reply, Dong Tianqin felt relieved and boldly entered the Imperial Palace with Dong Ping and Dong Xin. How's life on Imperial Capital Mountain? Frenzy glanced at Long Chen and the others who were standing obediently opposite him and secretly laughed. It's just one night, what kind of life can you experience? The person who spoke was Long Qin. They didn't dare to run around when they came to Imperial Capital Mountain, for fear of causing any accidents, so they had been adjusting their state in the cave residence that the Inner Demons had arranged for them. In short, their understanding of Imperial Capital Mountain was the same as Qin Feiyang and the others, which was almost zero. It's okay, when we come back in the future we can slowly and openly tour Imperial Capital Mountain. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Hearing this, Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Do you think this is our back garden where you can walk around as you wish? Everyone was secretly chatting and laughing except for Dong Dalong. He was the only one who didn't smile and stood respectfully at the side, seeming out of place. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Inside the imperial palace. Dong Tianqian and the other two walked to Lu Jijin's side and bowed to the emperor and his wife above. Yes. The emperor finally raised his head and waved his hand, closing the door of the imperial palace. Then he glanced at the inner demons Lu Jijin, Princess Moonfairy and Dong Tianqian and asked, "Are you all ready?" Ready. The six of them looked at each other and nodded heavily. Good. The emperor nodded and waved his hand, and streaks of origin energy appeared. The six of them looked at this scene in shock. There are 10,000 streaks of origin energy here. The five of you will each take 2,000. The emperor looked at the inner demons Lu Jijin and Dong Tianqian and said in a low voice, 2,000 might seem like a lot, but inside the hidden territory, it can be used up in one go. So you must cherish it. Simply put, unless it is absolutely necessary, do not waste the origin energy, Ji Sui added. The emperor nodded. Yes. The five of them nodded and stepped forward, each taking 2,000 streaks of origin energy. This is so grand. 2,000 streaks of origin energy. If we don't come back alive, we'll be letting down His Majesty's care. The inner demons bared his teeth. Very happy. Qin Feiyang gave him 1,000 streaks and now the emperor gave him 2,000. He now had 3,000 streaks of origin energy. Oh, 3,001. When the emperor and the others first entered the central dynasty, the emperor gave them a streak of origin energy to protect themselves. The emperor looked at the inner demons and shook his head with a bitter smile. Grant? Was he such a stingy person before? Whatever. He was about to go to the hidden territory. He couldn't be bothered with him. His face turned serious as he looked at the inner demons. You're wrong. Not only do you have to come back alive, but you have to bring back a new level of fortune. The inner demons paused, then laughed, of course. The emperor nodded, satisfied. Such confidence was worthy of praise and encouragement. What about Sister Moonfairy? Sixth uncle, you won't give her the origin energy? Dong Ping suddenly asked. The Moonfairy princess, the emperor, and his wife all looked at Dong Ping in shock. What's wrong? Dong Ping didn't understand. The inner demons was speechless. Are you stupid? Why are you cursing? Dong Ping frowned, glaring at the inner demons. If I don't curse you, you won't be able to think straight. The Moon Fairy Princess is their daughter. How could the Emperor and the Empress ignore her? Who knows, he might have already given her origin energy and who knows how many times more than us. The inner demons rolled his eyes. He was speechless. He actually asked such a stupid question. Dong Ping was stunned. That's right. Why didn't I think of such a simple thing? Immediately. He glared at the inner demons. Even if I didn't think of it, you don't have to humiliate me like this. It was too much. Enough. We're about to go to the hidden territory. Why are you still quarreling? Let me tell you, if you want to survive in the hidden territory, you have to unite. The emperor glared at the two of them and suppressed the anger in his heart. He stood up and waved his hand. The door of the imperial palace opened and said, "Come with me." With that, the emperor and his wife stepped out of the imperial palace and flew into the sky. Don't make a fool of yourself next time. The inner demons came to Dong Ping's side and bared his teeth. Get lost. Dong Ping's face darkened as he left angrily. Please spare my brother. Dong Tianqian smiled bitterly and quickly chased after Dong Ping. The inner demons chuckled and followed Lu Jijin outside. Suddenly, he looked at Dong Xn who was walking beside him and said, "You'd better not be with them." What do you mean? Dong Xn looked at him in confusion. Idiocy is contagious. The inner demons said. The corner of Dong Xn's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These words were really humiliating. Chapter 4589. What are you plotting inside? Seeing Lu Jijin and the inner demons come out, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course, they must have secretly communicated with each other. Nothing much. He just gave each of us 2,000 strands of origin power. Lu Jijin smiled faintly. What? The white-eyed wolf's expression froze. The emperor was so generous? One had to know. In the past, he gave the inner demons and the others to protect themselves. He only gave them 1 strand of origin power. But now, he actually gave them 2,000 strands of origin power at once. It seemed that the secret realm was really dangerous. Otherwise, why would the emperor be so cautious? Little Qinzi, what did I say? The Emperor will definitely not treat them badly. Look, we got 2,000 strands of origin power so easily. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Isn't this a good thing? Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. 2,000 strands of origin power, plus the 1,000 they gave. Now the inner demons and Lu Jejin had 3,000 strands of origin power in their hands. Now the two of them should be able to protect themselves in the secret realm. Don't think it's too easy. The inner demon's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The inner demons transmitted his voice. The Emperor said before that if we're unlucky, we may have to consume 2,000 strands of origin power at once. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. How dangerous would it be to consume 2,000 strands of origin power at once? At this moment, the Emperor and his wife suddenly stopped in the sky. With a wave of their hand, a barrier appeared in the sky above. This was the barrier that protected the Emperor Capital Mountain, condensed by the origin power. Hurry up and keep up. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others below, the Emperor shouted coldly, opened the barrier, and went straight to the Star River. Yes. The group nodded and quickly rose into the sky, chasing after the Emperor and his wife. What on earth are they doing? Dong Hanzong hid in the space divine object and watched this scene in surprise. Dong Tianqin and the others entered the imperial palace and closed the door. What secret was there? Immediately, he also controlled the spatial divine item and flew out of the imperial capital mountain like lightning towards the galaxy. Father, why do you want to enter the Star River? Star River? Princess Yuxian asked suspiciously as she followed beside the Emperor and his wife. The Emperor explained, the secret realm does not belong to any world, so it can only be summoned in the star field. I see. Princess Moon Fairy nodded in understanding. This mystic realm was really amazing. It could only be summoned in the galaxy. Wait. Imperial Father seemed to be talking about the star field, not the Star River? What's a star field? Princess Yuxian looked at the Emperor in confusion. The star field is the world beyond the Milky Way. Once we pass through the Milky Way, we'll reach the star field. Star domain, also known as the starry sky domain. It is said that the starry sky domain is vast and boundless. No one can reach the end. The Emperor explained. Starry sky domain. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of the starry sky domain. All along, they had thought that there was only the galaxy outside the sky and nothing else. Therefore, they had never thought of crossing the galaxy and going outside to take a look. Moreover, they had always thought that the galaxy was boundless and they could not cross it. But unexpectedly, outside the galaxy, there was actually a place called the starry sky domain. It is not an easy task to reach the starry sky domain. The Emperor shook his head. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the others were puzzled. The Emperor said, the galaxy that you usually see is peaceful and you can't find the existence of other creatures. Therefore, you must have always thought that there is no danger in the galaxy. Yes. Everyone nodded. Because that was indeed the case. They had entered the galaxy at least 80 times, if not 100 times. But they had never encountered any danger. Even if there was a shocking battle in the galaxy was still peaceful. Therefore, in their eyes, the Milky Way was nothing more than a battlefield that could withstand the ravages of war. In fact, that is not the case. The Emperor said. Huh. Everyone looked at the Emperor in surprise. When you usually fight with others, most of you choose to go deep into the galaxy. Perhaps you think that you have already gone very deep. But in fact, you have always been in the periphery of the galaxy. This is because the galaxy is simply too vast. Even if you spend 1 or 2 days to go deeper into the galaxy, you will still be in the periphery of the galaxy. The Emperor explained. That big? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They couldn't even cross the periphery of the galaxy in 1 or 2 days. Then how long will it take to cross the periphery? Princess Moon Immortal asked. The Emperor said, according to our normal speed, it will take 1 month. What? 1 month? The group was shocked. That was too long. They thought that if 1 or 2 days were not enough, it might take 3 or 4 days at most. But they didn't expect that it would take 1 month. Crossing the periphery is not the end. Because there is still the central area, the inner area, and the core area. The Emperor said. The group looked at each other. There was actually such a complicated layout in the galaxy? Periphery, central area, inner area, core area. The most important thing was, it would take 1 month to cross the periphery. How much time would it take to cross the central area, inner area, and core area? The danger also starts from the central area. The Emperor said. What danger? Princess Moon Immortal was puzzled. Qin Feiyang and the others listened attentively. Because this was the first time they heard of such a situation. Pressure. The emperor said word by word. Pressure. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Yes. Don't be careless just because you hear about pressure. The galaxy's pressure is very scary. Just the central area's pressure alone is enough to make it difficult for you to move. The emperor said. Is that powerful? Everyone present except for Ji Sui had a doubtful look. Because they were all experts with heavenly will. Experts with heavenly will stood at the top of this world. Just ask. What kind of pressure could it be that could make it difficult for them to move? I'm not joking. Don't underestimate the galaxy's pressure. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Let's see how long you can last in the central area. The emperor said. Seeing how serious the emperor was, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but stop underestimating him. Princess Moon Immortal asked, then won't it take longer to cross the central area? Of course. The emperor nodded and sighed. Last time your mother and I took 2 months to cross the central area. That long? Everyone looked at each other. That was too scary. Ji Sui said, when your father and I crossed the galaxy to reach the starry domain, it took us an entire year. Princess Moon Immortal was dumbfounded. An entire year to cross the galaxy and reach the starry domain? One had to know. This wasn't seclusion, it was traveling. A year of seclusion was nothing. It would pass in the blink of an eye. But, if they were to travel, a year's time would be a rather long journey. Dry and boring. Especially in a place like this where there were no living creatures, no mountains and only stars. It was a torment to the heart, a torture to the mind. In other words, before summoning the secret area we have to cross the galaxy? How troublesome. Lu Jiejin smiled bitterly. Otherwise, why would it be called a universal secret area? The emperor shook his head. Universal secret area? Dong Dalong was suspicious. The universe secret region was the place where they were going to train? It sounded very scary. Qin Feiyang and the others knew about the secret area, but because they were imposters they pretended not to know. At the same time, behind them, Dong Hanzong heard the emperor and his wife's voices and frowned in surprise. Secret area? What is this place? Ji Sui turned to Princess Yuxian, Lu Jiejin and the others. She smiled. It may be difficult, but as long as you can enter the hidden territory, you will have a chance to reach a new level. It is worth it. They nodded. What? A chance to enter a new realm. Dong Dalong's eyes trembled. At the same time, Dong Hanzong, who was standing inside the space treasure, was shaken. A new realm? There was a new realm above the ruler realm? What a joke. Why didn't they tell him something so important? The worst part was, the emperor didn't let him go to such a place. Who was he? He was Dong Hanzong. He had the Qiankuan domain and the 5 heaven-defying superpowers. In the current central dynasty he was without a doubt the number one. Even if the emperor didn't have the origin power, he was confident he could step on him. But now, they hid it from him. They let Dong Tianxin, Dong Xan and Dong Ping, who were far weaker than him, enter the secret area. What? The evil qi in his body instantly exploded. Chapter 4591. No. If I go out alone, not only will I not be able to enter the secret realm, but I will also incur the wrath of the emperor. I have to find a scapegoat. Dong Hanzong's eyes flickered. Although he was furious at the moment, he had not lost his mind. If the emperor found out that he had followed them all the way here, it would definitely arouse the emperor's disgust. At that time he would not even be qualified to guard the gate of the imperial capital mountain, let alone enter the secret realm. Suddenly, he thought of someone and immediately took out the divine voice stone. Bus. An old shadow appeared. It was Dong Qingyuan. Dong Hanzong urged, "Teacher, come to the Star River quickly." Star River? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. Yes. Something big. There's no time to talk about it in detail now. Come and join me quickly. Dong Hanzong said. If both of us leave, there will be no one guarding the gate of the imperial capital mountain, right? Dong Qingyuan was a little hesitant. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong suddenly became angry and said impatiently, "Why are you guarding the gate now? Come quickly. If you don't come, you will regret it for the rest of your life." After that, he did not give Dong Qingyuan a chance to speak and directly turned off the divine voice stone. What a stubborn old man. I asked you to guard the gate. Are you really going to guard the gate with all your heart? You have to fight for the opportunity yourself. Others will not send you the opportunity. Under the stone tablet. Dong Qingyuan struggled for a moment and finally made up his mind. He rushed out of the imperial capital mountain and rushed toward the Star River at lightning speed. Anyway, the imperial capital mountain was protected by the origin force boundary. It should not be a problem to leave for a while. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang and the others had already gone far into the Star River. Lu Yuntian, looking at the boundless Star River in front of him, the emperor frowned and suddenly said. The inner demons were slightly stunned and looked at the emperor suspiciously. The emperor said, "Activate your dual will of heaven and take us there." "Is there a fee?" The inner demons bared their teeth. The emperor's face darkened and he said angrily, "Are you a miser? You want to pay a fee? We escort you to the secret realm. Do you have to pay us a fee? You can't mix these two things. You're an elder, so it's only right for you to escort us." The inner demons displayed their shamelessness to the fullest. The corner of the emperor's mouth twitched as he said with a dark expression, "Why don't you leave the secret realm and let Dong Hanzong come instead?" "Sure. I agree." Dong Hanzong, who was inside the space divine item, roared excitedly when he heard this. However, the inner demon's expression froze. They looked at the Moon Immortal Princess and complained, "This old man of yours is too boring. He's always abusing his power and threatening others." Princess Moon Fairy's face twitched. This was her imperial father, all right? Was it really okay to talk about her father like that in front of her? "I'm not so old that I can't see clearly." The emperor also stared at the inner demons with hostility. All right. The inner demons nodded repeatedly and glanced at Qin Feiyang. This guy was having a good time. He clearly grasped two wills of the heavenly Tao, but he didn't have to do anything. Helpless. The inner demons had no choice but to activate their dual wills of the heavenly axiom. They swept up a group of people and flew into the depths of the heavenly axiom at lightning speed. What should I do? Dong Hanzong was burning with anxiety. The inner demons had activated two wills of the heavenly Tao, and their speed had doubled. If he didn't go out now, he would definitely be left behind. But now, Dong Qingyuan hadn't arrived yet. He had to wait for Dong Qingyuan. "Hurry up." Seeing the inner demons and the others disappear from his sight, Dong Hanzong came out of the space divine item and stood in the Star River. He turned his head and anxiously looked in the direction of the exit. Whoosh! About 10 breaths later, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Dong Qingyuan activated the heavenly Tao in instant time and finally rushed over. "Teacher, I'm here." Dong Hanzong waved his hand. Hearing this, Dong Qingyuan looked at Dong Hanzong and immediately flew over asking, "Where are the emperor and the others?" Dong Hanzong said, "Lu Yuntian has activated two wills of the heavenly Tao and is rushing toward the Starry Sky domain." Starry Sky domain? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. "I'll tell you on the way." Dong Hanzong impatiently activated the universe domain, and the Haotian runes appeared. The Haotian runes could raise the heavenly Tao by one level. Whoosh! Immediately, he rolled up Dong Qingyuan, activated instant time and chased after them at lightning speed. Seeing Dong Hanzong so anxious, Dong Qingyuan was even more surprised. Because he knew Dong Hanzong too well. Under normal circumstances he wouldn't be so anxious. What's going on? Dong Qingyuan was puzzled. He even activated the universe domain. This was even more unbelievable. Secret realm. His Majesty is escorting them to the universe secret realm. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists tightly. On what basis? Even trash like Dong Tianqian could enter. On what basis could he not go? He was the #1 person in the Central Dynasty. No matter what, he was stronger than Dong Tianqian in the universe secret realm. Universe secret realm? Where is it? The more Dong Qingyuan listened, the more puzzled he became. "I don't know about the other situations. But there is one point that I heard very clearly just now. There is hope to step into a new realm in the universe secret realm." Dong Hanzong said in a deep voice. "What? A new realm?" Dong Qingyuan was instantly dumbfounded. There was a new realm above the Dominator realm? Moreover, the Emperor was escorting Dong Tianqian and the others to this place? "Your Majesty, why are you doing this to me? I am loyal to you. Even if I made a big mistake, you can't forget me and abandon me. So teacher, we must enter the secret realm. Even if we kneel and beg your Majesty, it doesn't matter. Because this is our chance to turn the tables. As long as we can enter the secret realm and obtain the opportunity to step into a new realm, you can imagine our value in the Central Dynasty." Dong Hanzong sneered. "Yes." Dong Qingyuan nodded. If they really obtained the opportunity to step into a new realm, he and Dong Hanzong would soar into the sky. At that time, they didn't even need to take the initiative to look for the Emperor. The Emperor would personally look for them. He would even beg them to stay in the Emperor Capital Mountain. The Emperor would stand in front of them and beg them. Just thinking about it made them feel awe-inspiring. Can we catch up? Dong Qingyuan asked. Although it was good to dream, one had to know that the Haotian rune could only last for half an hour. The inner demon's dual heavens could be activated continuously. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Dong Hanzong was worried. He had already thought of this problem. With just the Haotian domain, they definitely couldn't catch up with the Emperor and his group. Suddenly, Dong Hanzong's eyes lit up and said, "How about this, we send a message to the Emperor and ask them to wait for us." Are you stupid? His Majesty doesn't want us to go to the secret realm. Will he stay and wait for us? I'm afraid not only will he not wait for us, but he will also scold us for leaving our post without permission. Dong Qingyuan shook his head. This method was simply not feasible. I know. But you can say that the Emperor Capital Mountain is in danger. Dong Hanzong instigated. The Emperor Capital Mountain is in danger? Dong Qingyuan was stunned. Yes. We will say that Qin Feiyang suddenly brought people to the Emperor Capital Mountain. Think about it, after hearing this news, will the Emperor continue to go to the Starry Sky domain? He will probably ask Lu Yuntian to bring them back immediately. Dong Hanzong said. Makes sense. Dong Qingyuan nodded. However, this was the crime of deceiving the Emperor. He was a little afraid. If he angered the Emperor and killed him on the spot, the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, there was a saying that the Emperor was the most ruthless. There was another famous saying. When the Emperor was angry, blood would flow in the river. Teacher, why are you hesitating? Don't you want to go to the secret realm? Don't you want to step into a new realm? This is our only chance. Besides, His Majesty has always taken good care of you and regarded you as his most trusted confidant. He won't really kill you. As long as we can enter the secret realm, no matter what we do, it will be worth it. Dong Hanzong continued to instigate. He would definitely not be the first one to stand out. If he really angered the Emperor, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he was actually using Dong Qingyuan to be the one to stand up for him. He would hide behind Dong Qingyuan and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Dong Qingyuan struggled for a moment. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the secret realm. He took out the divine voice stone and sent a message to the Emperor. In front, Qin Feiyang and the group cut through the starry sky and went straight to the central region. But suddenly, the Emperor's divine voice stone sounded. This caused the Emperor to frown. He took it out and saw it was Dong Qingyuan. His pupils shrank. Why would Dong Qingyuan suddenly send him a message? One had to know. Dong Qingyuan was currently guarding the Imperial Capital Mountain's gate. Could it be Qin Feiyang and the group came to the Imperial Capital Mountain? Stop. He quickly looked at the inner demons and shouted. Hearing this, the inner demon immediately braked and turned to look at the Emperor suspiciously. Qin Feiyang and the others did the same. What's wrong? Ji Sui looked at the Emperor, confused. The Emperor did not answer. He activated the divine voice stone and Dong Qingyuan's image appeared. What's the matter? The Emperor asked. Your Majesty, bad news. Qin Feiyang and the others are coming to the Imperial Capital Mountain. Dong Qingyuan mustered up his courage and called out, You're right. What? The Emperor, Ji Sui, Princess Yuxian and Dong Dalong all paled. They chose this time to attack the Imperial Capital Mountain? What the hell? However, the inner demons, Dong Tianxian and the other two were stunned, including Qin Feiyang himself. Wasn't he right next to the Emperor? How could he attack the Imperial Capital Mountain? What was this Dong Qingyuan talking about? Something's wrong. Long Qin transmitted. He's lying, but what's the reason? Wait. Look behind him and Dong Hanzong. They're in the Star River too. Lu Jiajin thought. Qin Feiyang and the others looked behind them. They were indeed in the Star River. Seems they know something. Qin Feiyang transmitted. I think so too. They probably know about the existence of the secret territory. But because the inner demons activated two heavenly wills, they can't catch up to us. So they came up with this plan to make us stop. Lu Jiajin analyzed. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11. Chapter 4592. The Emperor asked, Did they manage to break the barrier? Immediately. Dong Qingyuan said. Damn it. Gather the Death God army. Even if it costs your lives, you must stop them at the gates. The Emperor said. But we may not be able to stop them. Dong Qingyuan was worried. We will return immediately. The Emperor was about to turn off the transmission stone. But then, the inner demons reached out and stopped the Emperor. The emperor looked at him angrily. You're still messing around? Your Majesty, please calm down. The inner demons snickered. Qin Feiyang and the others are invading Imperial Capital Mountain. Why aren't you stopping them at the gates? What are you doing here in the galaxy? Galaxy? The Emperor Ji Sui, Princess Yuxian and Dong Dalong were surprised to hear this. They looked behind them and saw an endless galaxy. Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong's expressions stiffened. They couldn't help but glare at the inner demon angrily. Your Majesty, this must be a lie. The inner demon said. A lie. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Yes. Qin Feiyang and the others are invading. How could they be in the mood to come to the galaxy? And look at them. They are unharmed. Even their clothes and hair are unruffled. Do they look like they've met a great enemy? The inner demon sneered. The Emperor looked at the two. It was as the inner demon said. He raged, Dong Qingyuan, Dong Hanzong, you've got guts. You've gone too far. You dare lie to the Emperor. Ji Sui spoke. Her eyes were cold as ice. No, we're not lying. Qin Feiyang and the others are invading Imperial Capital Mountain. If you don't believe me, come back and take a look. Dong Qingyuan's heart was in a panic. But the lie had been told. In order to enter the hidden territory, he had to keep it up. Good. Just you wait. When I return, if I don't see Qin Feiyang and the others, I will execute your entire family. The Emperor roared angrily and turned off the divine voice-transmitting stone. He ordered the inner demons to activate the dual will of the heavenly axiom and led the group back the way they came. How troublesome. The inner demons transmitted their voices. Doesn't matter. I want to see if His Majesty is willing to kill Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. This matter wouldn't take long. If the Emperor really killed Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong, it would be a gain. Dong Qingyuan was no longer a threat to them. But Dong Hanzong, this person definitely could not be ignored. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a lot of evil intentions. If they kept him alive, he would sooner or later become a scourge. In fact, one day in the future he might even bring disaster to them. With the inner demons moving at full speed, the group soon saw Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong. Hanzong, they're here. Originally, Dong Qingyuan should be happy to see the Emperor return. But at this moment, he was panicking to the extreme. Because before, the Emperor said the word, Emperor. Anyone who was familiar with the Emperor knew that as long as the Emperor said the word Emperor, it meant that he was angry. Don't panic. Wait, we'll directly kneel down to gain sympathy. Dong Hanzong transmitted his voice. That's the only way. Dong Qingyuan muttered. Hopefully they could avoid this disaster. The two of them went forward. As soon as the Emperor stopped, before he could speak, Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong directly knelt at the Emperor's feet with a plop. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Dong Qingyuan said with trepidation. Forgive us? A cold light flashed in the Emperor's eyes and he said, So, you're really lying to me? The word Emperor seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds, making Dong Qingyuan's body tremble violently. He shouted, Your Majesty, I had no choice but to do this. You're courting death. The Emperor was furious. He actually dared to lie to him. Along the way he had been hoping that this was just the inner demons thinking too much and that Dong Qingyuan did not lie to him. Because, as for Dong Qingyuan, he really liked him. Although Dong Qingyuan was not capable enough, he liked him deeply because of his loyalty and the flattery he usually showed. He did not want Dong Qingyuan to make mistakes again and again. He also did not want to end Dong Qingyuan's life with his own hands. But he did not expect. The result that he did not want the most had really happened. The anger and killing intent in his heart surged uncontrollably. Your Majesty, I've been by your side for many years and I've done my best. I have no regrets even if I die. If your Majesty really wants to kill me, I'm willing to die, but I'm unwilling to die because I still want to continue serving your Majesty. Dong Qingyuan complained tearfully. You really know how to act pitiful. Everyone present admired Dong Qingyuan from the bottom of their hearts for his ability to curry favor and flatter others. He was not good at other things, but when it came to pleasing the Emperor, he was very good at it. The Emperor was also frowning. Originally, his killing intent was very strong, but now that he saw Dong Qingyuan's appearance, especially when he heard these words, his heart softened. Your Majesty, I've sinned. I've schemed against Brother Lu Yuntian again and again, and I shouldn't have lied to your Majesty. Now, I've clearly realized my mistake. I promise that there won't be a next time. I only hope that your Majesty can give me another chance to do my best. Dong Qingyuan said with snot and tears. His pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Of course, to Qin Feiyang and the others, it was disgusting. What chance? The emperor frowned. The mystic realm. If the mystic realm really has the hope of stepping into a new realm, I'm willing to go there and personally bring this hope back to your majesty. Dong Qingyuan lay at the emperor's feet, lowered his head and said sincerely, "How do you know about the mystic realm?" The emperor's eyes turned cold. Dong Qingyuan's eyes trembled. If he told the emperor that he had followed him, he would definitely anger the emperor. Then his previous act of acting pitiful would be in vain. Your Majesty, it's like this. During this period, teacher saw Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping, and Dong Xian frequently coming in and out of Emperor Capital Mountain. He thought that something big had happened, so he was very worried about your safety. So, not long ago, teacher asked me to come and take a look, but I accidentally heard your conversation. Dong Hanzong lowered his head and said. He continued to push all the blame onto Dong Qingyuan. I truly admire you all. You're actually able to make stalking sound so righteous, elegant, and refined. The inner demon sneered. I wasn't stalked. Dong Qingyuan quickly shook his head and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, heaven and earth can testify to my loyalty and concern for you. I was just worried about your Majesty's safety, so I asked Dong Hanzong to come and take a look. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded again. He looked at the inner demons and said angrily, Don't slander me. No one can doubt teacher's loyalty to his Majesty because I know him too well. No matter what he does, the first person he thinks of is always his Majesty. The inner demons were about to mock him again. But Lu Jijin stopped him and gave him a look, indicating that he should look at the emperor. The inner demons looked at the emperor and found that the anger and murderous intent between the emperor's eyebrows had dissipated a lot. Obviously, the emperor had been moved by the so-called loyalty shown by Dong Qingyuan. Seeing through all this, the inner demons tactfully closed their eyes, because if they continued to target Dong Qingyuan at this time, it might arouse the emperor's disgust. Chapter 4593. Your Majesty. I really want to do one last thing for you. Just let this old servant go. As long as I can find the opportunity to step into a new realm, I'll definitely bring it back and give it to you, Your Majesty. At that time, Your Majesty, you can kill me and I'll die without regrets. Dong Qingyuan complained tearfully. If Qin Feiyang and the others were the emperor, they would probably be touched by his loyalty, let alone the emperor himself. Because the emperor liked Dong Qingyuan very much. The emperor pondered for a while and asked, Are you really willing to go to the secret realm for me to find the opportunity to step into a new realm? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others knew that their hopes were dashed. Dong Qingyuan would not die. Dong Hanzong would not die either. Because this time the emperor said I, not me. When he said the word I, he realized that the anger in his heart had disappeared. My original intention. 100 original intentions. It's my honor and blessing to be able to serve you, Your Majesty. Dong Qingyuan nodded quickly. Even if you die in the secret realm, you won't regret it? The emperor asked. No. Dong Qingyuan said, looking up at the emperor with a determined gaze. The emperor looked at Dong Qingyuan's eyes for a long time, then took a deep breath and nodded. All right, I'll give you another chance. If you don't find the opportunity to step into a new realm in the secret realm, don't come back to see me. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll do my best. If I don't find the opportunity to step into a new realm in the end, I won't have the face to face you, Your Majesty. At that time, I'll directly destroy my soul in the secret realm. Dong Qingyuan said. That's what you said. The emperor said. Yes. Dong Qingyuan nodded heavily. Get up. The emperor waved his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. I also hope that Your Majesty can let Hanzong go to the secret realm with me. Hanzong is strong. With his help, I have a better chance of finding the opportunity. Dong Qingyuan said. This time it was Dong Hanzong's turn to be nervous. Previously, the emperor had only instructed Dong Qingyuan to head to the dungeon, but he hadn't mentioned him at all. Dong Hanzong. You're willing to help me find the opportunity to step into a new realm? The emperor looked at Dong Hanzong and asked. I'm willing. Dong Hanzong nodded. Only a fool would be willing to do that. What the hell? If you hadn't reincarnated well and had a sovereign as your father, what would you be? It was nothing but bullshit. All right. If you swear a blood oath, I'll believe you. The king said. What? Make a blood oath? Dong Hanzong's expression froze. That's right. To put it bluntly, I can trust Dong Qingyuan, but I can't trust you. The emperor sneered. Dong Hanzong's face paled as he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, my loyalty to you? Don't pick the good stuff. Who here doesn't know about your wild ambitions? The emperor sneered. Dong Hanzong's expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, what ambition can I have? Stop pretending. It will only make people feel more and more hypocritical. If you don't make a blood oath, you won't be able to enter the secret realm. The emperor said expressionlessly. Dong Hanzong's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, could not help but clench tightly. He was not convinced. Dong Tianqian and the other two did not make a blood oath. Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian, the two outsiders, did not make a blood oath either. Even Dong Qingyuan the trash did not make a blood oath. Why should he, the number one person in the central dynasty, only enter the secret realm after making a blood oath? It seems that your wild ambition is not small. Go back and continue to guard the gate. You still have to keep the secret about the secret realm a secret. If it leaks out, you'll have to wait for my judgment. After saying that, the emperor turned to look at the inner demons and said, Continue. The inner demons laughed and activated the dual will of heaven. Seeing this, Dong Hanzong was burning with anxiety and shouted, Wait, I'm willing to make a blood oath. He had no choice but to compromise. Because if he did not compromise, he would not be able to enter the secret realm. He could only wait until he entered the secret realm to find a way to break the blood oath. Blood oath. He did not know if the invincible body could withstand the wrath of heaven. Then hurry up. The emperor urged. I Dong Hanzong swear here. A moment later. As Dong Hanzong's voice fell, an oath seal descended and disappeared into the top of his head like lightning. Get up. A smile finally crept onto the emperor's face. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dong Hanzong lowered his head and said, then got up and walked to Dong Qingyuan's side, his heart full of resentment. Although he made a blood oath to find the opportunity to enter the new world for the emperor, it did not include that he could not hate the emperor. Let's go. The emperor looked at the inner demons again and smiled. The inner demons looked at Dong Qingyuan and Dong Hanzong and sneered secretly. Then they swept up a group of people and continued to rush into the depths of the galaxy. Did they think that they would be safe after persuading the emperor to enter the secret realm? How naive. Entering the secret realm is the beginning of your nightmare. Your Majesty. Lu Jejin's eyes flashed and said, How can we break the blood oath? I don't know. The emperor shook his head. You don't know? Lu Jejin was stunned and said, Then how did you break the blood oath of the king back then? You know about the king's blood oath? The emperor was surprised. Lu Jejin smiled and said, When I went to the 4 great continents, the king said this, but I don't know if it's true or not. It did happen. However, the king breaking the blood oath has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I only found out about this from Lord Father later on. The emperor said. It has nothing to do with you? Lu Jejin was stunned. It's nothing. Because at that time, the king contacted my father directly. It was my father who helped him break the blood oath. The emperor said. What about the power of origin of our divine kingdom? The power of origin is so powerful. It should be able to break the blood oath, right? Lu Jejin asked. It can't. I've tried. Although the power of origin is very strong, it's still not enough to deal with the blood oath. According to my personal guess, my father should have used both the power of origin and the supreme profound to break the blood oath. The emperor guessed. Supreme profound? Lu Jejin was stunned. Supreme profound is the profound technique of a new realm. It's very powerful. It's almost on par with the power of origin of our divine kingdom. According to my father, the lethality of the powerful supreme profound even surpasses the power of origin. The emperor's eyes were full of yearning. So powerful? Lu Jejin murmured. It was really beyond imagination. The ice dragon and the heaven-swallowing beast were so powerful. They should have also mastered the supreme profound. Moreover, it might be the most powerful supreme profound. Otherwise, how could they easily suppress the ruler of the divine kingdom? Chapter 45-94. Supreme Esoteric. When Lu Jejin told this to Qin Feiyang and the others, they were all shocked. Above the ultimate esoteric was the supreme esoteric. In other words, last time in the Nether King's Hell, the divine kingdom's ruler unlocked the law of death, which was also the supreme esoteric. Strong. Especially Qin Feiyang. He personally experienced the power of the supreme esoteric. That was simply a godlike existence that was impossible to contend against. And Princess Moon Fairy's death domain. It was also evolved from the supreme esoteric. It was heaven-defying. Therefore, at this moment, he had an unprecedented desire for the supreme esoteric. Wait. Lu Jejin was surprised. Wasn't the monarch here? Back then, how did the Divine Kingdom's ruler help him break the blood oath? Couldn't he just ask him? Why ask the monarch? What an unnecessary move. Senior Monarch, I have a question for you. Lu Jiajin transmitted. What is it? The monarch asked without batting an eyelid. Back then, how did the Divine Kingdom's ruler help you break the blood oath? Lu Jiajin thought. I don't know. He had me close my eyes the entire time. Maybe he didn't want me to see. The monarch transmitted. So careful. Lu Jiajin was surprised. The Divine Kingdom's ruler was very cautious. Time flew. Half a day passed. Ji Sui suddenly stopped. Everyone's expression froze, and they could not help but look at her suspiciously. Ji Sui smiled, looking at Princess Moon Fairy. Xian, or I'll see you off here. Mother? Princess Moon Fairy's body stiffened, pulling Ji Sui with reluctance. What do you mean? She's not coming? The white-eyed wolf muttered. Why would she go? She can't enter the secret territory. The monarch alone is enough to protect us. She came because she wanted to send off her daughter, Princess Moon Fairy. After all, this trip to the secret territory might be a one-way trip. Lu Jiajin transmitted. True. The white-eyed wolf nodded. As a mother, how could she not worry about her own daughter? Furthermore, the Moon Fairy Princess was the apple of the Emperor and his wife's eye. Seeing Princess Yuxian grab her hand, Ji Sui shook her head and laughed. You little girl, you were the one who asked to go to the hidden territory and now you're holding my hand. How about you go back with your mother? I don't want it. The Moon Fairy Princess shook her head and said coquettishly, why don't you accompany me for a while longer? She knew that she might die in the mystic realm in the future, so this farewell might be forever. That's enough. I still have to go back and oversee Imperial Capital Mountain. If Qin Feiyang and the others really come to the Imperial Capital Mountain at this time, your father and I won't be able to stop them. Ji Sui smiled gently. Upon hearing this, white-eyed wolf and the others couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With them here, how could they invade Imperial Capital Mountain? These people were really cute. All right. Princess Yuxian nodded and said angrily, wait until your daughter returns from the secret realm. I will definitely capture them alive and bring them to you so that you can vent your anger. Good. Ji Sui nodded and smiled. However, everyone could tell that she was forcing a smile. How could it be easy to come back alive from the secret realm? She was worried about her daughter, who was about to be separated from her. Ji Sui smiled and gently pushed her hand away. Go, mother will wait for you at Imperial Capital Mountain. All right. Princess Yuxian nodded and turned to the Emperor. Father, let's go. The Emperor nodded and looked at the inner demons. The inner demons understood and swept up the group. They used dual heavenly will and split time to continue their journey into the Milky Way. Mother, you should go back. Princess Yuxian turned back and saw Ji Sui still standing far away watching them leave. All right. Ji Sui answered loudly, but she didn't leave. Mother? Princess Yuxian murmured, her eyes blurring. The Emperor held her hand and comforted her. This is the path you chose. You must walk it bravely. As for me and your mother, don't worry, we will take care of ourselves. Princess Yuxian nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Yuxian, then at Ji Sui. He asked, Cousin, why can't the Emperor and his wife enter the secret realm again? The Emperor wrote it down in his letter. Anyone who has been to the secret realm once will not be able to enter again. Lu Jiajin thought. So, a person can only enter once in their lifetime? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Furthermore, those that have comprehended profound mysteries are also not allowed to enter. Lu Jiajin said. So that's how it is. No wonder the Emperor and his wife were full of regret when they talked about the secret realm. Qin Feiyang nodded. The secret realm held the opportunity to enter a new realm. It wasn't easy to enter the secret realm, but there was no opportunity. No matter who it was, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. So, the group disappeared from Ji Sui's sight. You have to come back alive. Ji Sui muttered to herself, then turned to leave. As he turned around, he saw 2 drops of tears falling from the void. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. During this time, Qin Feiyang and the others finally saw the vastness of the Star River. In this vast Star River they were like a speck of dust, extremely small. Gradually, clouds appeared in the Star River ahead of them. This wasn't normal, because in this half a month they didn't see any clouds in the Star River. The Emperor said, that means we're in the middle of the Star River. The middle? Dong Dalong was surprised. Didn't you say it would take a month to reach the middle? The normal speed is 1 month. But with 2 heavenly wills, of course it's faster. Princess Yuxian whispered. After half a month, her emotions had stabilized. As for the so-called normal speed, it was referring to the first layer of heavenly wills in instant time. Oh right. I almost forgot about that. Dong Dalong slapped his head, then looked at the inner demons. Dual heavenly wills were indeed extraordinary. With 2 heavenly wills, no one could match him in battle or in escape. Because no one could match his speed. You'll soon feel this world's greatest pressure, the Emperor said. These little guys relied on their talents and strength to think there was nothing in this world that could threaten them. Little did they know. There was always someone better than you. The greatest pressure. When they heard this, they weren't nervous. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The Emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. But thinking back, wasn't he the same? Back then. When the Divine Kingdom's ruler brought him and Ji Suyi here, he also told him about the situation. At the time he didn't think much of it. But after entering the middle and going deeper and deeper, he finally understood what it meant to despair. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11. Chapter 45-95. Soon. They were close to the central region. The clouds were right in front of them. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped instinctively, but the Emperor did not. He stepped into the central region and walked inside without looking back. Father, wait for us. Princess Moon Fairy shouted and quickly entered the central region. But as soon as she entered the central region, her body stiffened. Her bright eyes were wide open as she scanned the surroundings. At the same time, her face was full of shock. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and entered the central region one after another. In the end, everyone was just as shocked as the Moon Fairy Princess. There's indeed pressure. Qin Feiyang whispered. The moment he entered the central region, an invisible pressure surged toward him from all directions. In just an instant he felt as if there were 2 huge hammers tied to his legs. It was very difficult for him to even lift his feet. This oppressive force is truly extraordinary. White-Eyed Wolf said in disbelief. They were all experts of the will of heaven. How could it affect their movements? It was unbelievable. Long Qin looked around thoughtfully. What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Long Qin said, I'm looking at it. This pressure doesn't seem to come from the Star River itself, but from the clouds floating around. Clouds? He didn't transmit his words. Everyone heard him and was slightly stunned. Then they looked at the clouds floating around. At this moment, Long Qin suddenly reached out and grabbed one of the clouds. A startled expression appeared on his face. How many clouds could a hand grab? At most, there would only be a dozen strands. However, these 10 or so wisps of cloud and mist felt like they were carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Feeling the weight of the clouds, they were extremely shocked. What kind of clouds were these? Why did they contain such terrifying pressure? At the same time, the Emperor stopped and turned to look at Long Qin. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Long Qin's current identity was Dong Erlong. Although Dong Erlong was Princess Yuxian's personal bodyguard, the Emperor knew Dong Erlong quite well. This was because Dong Erlong and his 2 brothers were valued by the Emperor. He admired their abilities and talents, so he sent them to protect the Moon Fairy Princess. However, he didn't expect that this Dong Erlong would be so observant as to be able to see through the source of the pressure with just a glance. It seemed that the Central Dynasty had other talents besides the Liu Yintian brothers. If you don't follow me, I won't care about you anymore. After saying that, the Emperor turned around and continued to walk deeper into the forest. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and immediately chased after the Emperor. Their speed was halved compared to when they were in the outer region. Father, what exactly are these clouds? Princess Moon Fairy had a curious look on her face. I don't know. The Emperor shook his head. Don't know? Princess Yuxian was dumbfounded by his words. If you know that there is pressure here, how can you not know what these clouds are? I really don't know. The Emperor smiled bitterly. Why didn't she believe him? Grandpa didn't tell you? Princess Moon Fairy was suspicious. No. He said that I'm not qualified to know about these things, and that I wouldn't understand even if he told me. The Emperor sighed. As the Emperor of the Central Dynasty, only the Overlord of the Divine Kingdom dared to lecture him like this. Princess Moon Fairy's mouth twitched. It seemed that her father was just a child in her grandfather's eyes. Let me see if I can use the will of heaven to expel it. Suddenly, the inner demons spoke. The will of heaven was activated. However, the surrounding pressure didn't loosen at all. In other words, the will of heaven was useless. What should we do? Even the will of heaven can't block this pressure. For a moment, everyone's expression darkened. Didn't you guys say that it doesn't matter? What are you afraid of now? The emperor looked at the group of people gloatingly. Hearing this, everyone laughed awkwardly. It didn't matter. Wasn't it because they didn't know before? Take your time. The pain is still to come. The emperor looked at the inner demons and said with a faint smile, "You should be able to hold on." Nonsense. The inner demons snorted and activated the moment of time again. They swept up a group of people, broke through the layers of pressure, and rushed toward the depths of the central region. However, their current speed was definitely not as fast as when they were in the outer region. Let's see how long you can pretend to be brave. The emperor smiled secretly. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The inner demons' face was pale, and there was a weak look between their eyebrows. The clouds in the Star River were getting thicker and thicker. The pressure was naturally getting stronger and stronger. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, the inner demons stopped, gasping for air and sweating all over. Similarly, Qin Feiyang wasn't any better. Although it was the inner demons who brought them on the journey, the pressure was everywhere. It meant that, in addition to using the will of heaven and moment of time to travel, they were under the same pressure as the inner demons. What a strong pressure. Why do I feel that it's impossible to get out of the central region? Dong Qingyuan whispered. Then you should go back quickly. It's not too late to go back now. The inner demons laughed. You, Dong Qingyuan glared at the inner demons and snorted, "You're worse than me now. What right do you have to talk about me? Damn you. I quit." The inner demons immediately sat in the void. What's wrong? Princess Yuxian looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you hear what he said? I'm worse than him. If I hadn't been carrying you all the way, would you be so tired? He's been enjoying the fruits of my labor and now he's saying this? Let me tell you, don't come to me in the future. Take care of yourself. The inner demon snorted. When Princess Yuxian heard this, she looked at Dong Qingyuan with a trace of displeasure. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It's because I've been under the pressure of gravity for a long time, and I'm a little annoyed. That's why I spoke without thinking. Dong Qingyuan's expression changed as he hurriedly explained. Princess Yuxian's face was cold as she said, I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. I only know that those who enjoy the fruits of others' labor better keep their mouths shut. I'm sorry. This old servant knows his mistake. This old servant won't dare to do it again. Dong Qingyuan was terrified. In fact, he felt very wronged. It was the inner demons who mocked him first, but he was the one who was scolded. That's enough. The emperor stopped and turned to look at the group. From now on, it's useless for anyone to help you. You can only rely on yourselves. Try it and see how far you can go. If you can't even pass through the galaxy, then you're not qualified to enter the secret realm. After saying that, the emperor took another step and continued to walk into the depths of the galaxy. We can only rely on ourselves? Everyone murmured. Even the will of the heavenly path was useless. They could only rely on perseverance and perseverance. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf stared at the emperor, his eyes full of surprise. Chapter 4596. What? Everyone looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. Look, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Elder D. The white-eyed wolf originally wanted to say old emperor, but when he thought of Princess Yuxian and Dong Dalong, he immediately changed his words. Is there something wrong with His Majesty? Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at the emperor. Immediately, everyone had a look of shock. With such a strong pressure, the emperor was actually like flowing water, not affected at all. One must know. The emperor's cultivation was the same as theirs. Although he had mastered more ultimate meaning than them, he had not stepped into a new realm. What was going on? Father, wait for us. Princess Yuxian came back to her senses and quickly moved her feet to chase after the emperor. Qin Feiyang and the others did the same. But the pressure in this place made it impossible for them to increase their speed. They could only walk. Not to mention catching up with the emperor, the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Father? Princess Yuxian shouted. However, the emperor did not pay attention to her at all. Really, you only care about yourself and don't even care about your own daughter. Princess Yuxian stomped her feet in anger. Time flew by. Another half a month passed. It had been a month and a half since they entered the central region. But now they had not advanced much at all. Especially now they were sweating profusely and were like snails. Even if they used all their strength, they could only take a small step forward. Their bodies seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. I can't take it anymore, let me take a break. Dong Hanzong said and directly collapsed in the void without any impression. But at this moment, no one laughed at him. Even the inner demons did not say anything, because they were almost at their limit. Then take a break, Lu Jiejin said. A group of people sat in the void, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Some of them were even sprawled out in the air. These people were definitely lunatics and white-eyed wolf. Looking at the boundless river of stars around him, there was nothing in the river of stars except for the stars. It was filled with an eternal deathly stillness. If it weren't for the fact that so many people had come this time and they could talk whenever they wanted, facing this vast galaxy alone in this deathly silent atmosphere, they would definitely go crazy. Imperial Father really won't wait for us? This is too much. Didn't you say that you would escort us to the secret realm? Is this how they escort people now? Princess Yuxian looked into the depths of the Milky Way, her face filled with indignation. Alright, stop complaining. If you have the energy to complain, you might as well take a good rest. The inner demons glared at her. It's none of your business. Princess Moon Fairy said angrily. How much do I want to control you? The inner demons laughed disdainfully and ran to Qin Feiyang and Lu Jiejin's side. They pretended to be resting with their eyes closed, causing the Moon Fairy Princess to grit her teeth in anger. I say, can you stop provoking her? Lu Jiejin transmitted his voice. Yeah. Aren't you afraid that she'll fall for you? Qin Feiyang thought to himself. You like me? Is that possible? If she really likes me, then you've got a great bargain. The inner demon snickered. What great bargain did I get? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jiejin were also resting with their eyes closed, unaware that they were secretly communicating with each other. Longqin's war soul could hear them, but it didn't activate because it was afraid of being discovered by Princess Yuxian and Dong Dalong. You are me and I am you. When she likes me, you can take my place. Isn't it a great bargain to get a wife for free? The inner demons secretly bared their teeth. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He was speechless. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Don't be so polite. Or you and I. The inner demons said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He said angrily, Big cousin and I aren't joking with you. This woman can't be provoked. Otherwise there will be more trouble in the future. I know. The inner demons was very impatient. They said telepathically, there must be something that can block the pressure here. I don't know if you really know or if you're pretending. Lu Jiejin muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, he said to himself, I also think that there must be something that can block the pressure. Otherwise, how can we explain the Emperor? What exactly is it? The three of them pondered in their hearts. Time passed by. Suddenly, the three of them suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. The origin source. These 4 words came out of their mouths at the same time. That was right. It must be the origin source. Even the will of heavenly Tao couldn't do anything, let alone the ultimate profound meaning and the power of laws. Therefore, it could only be the origin source. What did you say? Princess Yuxian, white-eyed wolf, and the rest looked at the three of them suspiciously. The inner demon said, we guess that the origin source should be able to block the pressure here. The origin source? Everyone was stunned. Princess Yuxian came back to her senses and immediately took out a wisp of the origin source. Everyone stared at her nervously and expectantly. However, gradually, Princess Yuxian frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, and Lu Jiejin. She shook her head and said, It won't work. It won't work? The three of them froze. Even the origin source didn't work? Don't joke around. The inner demons waved his hand and a wisp of origin source appeared, suspended in his palm. It really didn't work at all. He was indignant. He then suspended the origin source above his head. It still didn't work. Could it be that it's too little? The white-eyed wolf said. It must be. The inner demons nodded. This time he took out 1,000 wisps of origin source and directly condensed a barrier, enveloping everyone inside. However, even so, the pressure didn't disappear. It can't be. These clouds, what exactly are they? Why can't even the origin source resist their pressure? The group of people couldn't believe it. One had to know. The origin source of the divine kingdom was an invincible existence. But now it couldn't resist this mere pressure. This impact was too great for them. It was hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying thing in the world. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and transmitted his voice. Brother Long, your god's domain might be able to. The god's domain formed a domain of its own. It might be able to isolate the strange cloud outside. With Princess Yuxian and Dong Dalong here, I don't dare to try. Long Qin secretly said. It seems that without the Emperor, it's impossible for us to cross the Star River and reach the Star Domain. Stinky woman, quickly send a message to father and call him back. The inner demons looked at Princess Yuxian and said, Who are you calling a stinky woman? Princess Yuxian glared at him angrily. You're the stinky man. However, although she was angry, she still took out the sound transmission god stone. However, the next moment she was stunned again. The sound transmission god stone couldn't be awakened. Discovering this situation, Qin Feiyang and the others also took out the sound transmission god stone and tried to send a message. It was true. It was as if their sound transmission god stone had been sealed by a mysterious force. What the hell is going on? The group of people stood together and inexplicably felt panic. In a trance. This vast star river was like a giant beast that opened its mouth and slandered people. Lu Jiajin calmly scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, The sound transmission god stone being sealed, I think it should be related to these clouds. Because in the outer area of the Star River, the sound transmission god stone could be revived. And now, they had entered the central area but were sealed. What was the difference between the outer area and the central area? Wasn't it in these clouds with a strong oppressive force? Long Qin said, If it's as expected, I'm afraid we can't enter the spatial divine object now. As soon as these words came out, everyone tentatively entered the spatial divine object. Immediately. Their bodies couldn't help but freeze. They really couldn't enter the spatial divine object. Where's the sovereign divine weapon? The white-eyed wolf asked. The inner demons took out a walking stick. Looking at this walking stick, Dong Qingyuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of hostility, because this was his peak-level sovereign divine weapon. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying sovereign divine aura erupted and swept in all directions. But even though the sovereign divine weapon was revived, it couldn't break the oppressive force that trapped them. It's useless to revive it. The inner demon shook his head. Under Dong Qingyuan's extremely eager and angry gaze, he put away the walking stick. Then how did father do it? Princess Moon Fairy frowned. We'll have to ask him. The inner demons looked into the depths of the Star River. There must be a reason. Let's go. Let's continue. We can't be left too far behind by His Majesty. Otherwise we might be trapped in the Star River. Lu Jiajin said. When they were exhausted, they wouldn't be able to move forward or retreat. At that time it would be a dead end. The group of people bore the mental anxiety, physical exhaustion, and inner fear as they got up and moved forward step by step with difficulty. Another 3 days passed. Bang. Dong Qingyuan somersaulted and directly fell. His face was pale and weak. No, I've reached my limit. I can't move anymore. Hanzong, help me. He reached out his hand to Dong Hanzong for help. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dong Hanzong couldn't refuse. He reached out and grabbed Dong Hanzong's wrist. However, he seemed to have reached his limit and directly fell to the ground. How can I fall here? He roared furiously. He activated his universe domain. However, it was useless. No matter if it was inverse the universe or invincible body, they couldn't break the suppression that trapped him. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and continued to move forward. However, in less than 100 breaths, they fell down one after another. The vast Star River was like a bottomless abyss, crazily devouring their will. Now, they were in such an awkward situation. His body was already exhausted. They couldn't move forward or retreat from the Star River. We can't just fall here and wait for death. Hurry up and think of a way. Little Qin, why don't you stop hiding your identity and activate your god domain? The white-eyed wolf said secretly. Nonsense. Do we still have a chance to enter the secret domain after activating the god domain? Don't worry. The monarch won't leave us in the lurch. Perhaps he's just taking this opportunity to train us. Long Qin said through divine sense. Before entering the secret domain, they couldn't activate their god domain. Otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. No. If their god domain was useless, they would definitely die in the Star River. Because if the monarch found out their true identity, he would definitely not miss this good opportunity to kill them. Chapter 4597. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. The originally dead galaxy, as Qin Feiyang and the others fell silent, it became even quieter. This kind of silence was even a little scary. Gradually, everyone felt that even breathing had become a little difficult. In fact, the pressure did not increase. The reason for this was because they had been under this pressure for a long time. Just wait for death like this. Dong Ping laughed bitterly. He never thought that one day they, the experts of the will of heaven, would be trapped under the pressure and unable to escape. The galaxy was indeed not a place they could set foot in. The Emperor's initial words were also deeply understood. There was always someone better than you. Powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao could only reign supreme in a world. If they left the world and faced the vast and boundless galaxy, they would be nothing more than insignificant ants. Dong Tianxian was unwilling to die like this. Looking at the indifferent Qin Feiyang and the others, he sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang Longqin, do you really want to die here? Quickly think of a way. Actually, he really didn't want to ask Qin Feiyang and the others for help. But now he had no other choice. Because, even Dong Hanzong's universe domain with its 5 heaven-defying sacred art, was unable to break through the restraints of the pressure, let alone his single god-killing domain. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and raised their heads to look at the depths of the galaxy. Right now, even raising their heads was very difficult. Waves of soreness and weakness came from their bodies. He hasn't come back yet. Are you really not going to care about us? White-eyed Wolf frowned. Wait a little longer. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. To be honest, even he didn't know what to do now. Even the origin energy of the Divine Kingdom didn't have any pressure on this place, let alone other things. Moreover, right now they didn't have any method stronger than the origin energy. The all-evil sword could surpass the origin energy. But this required a large amount of evil power. And now, there wasn't much evil power stored in the madman's body. Wait. Evil power, suddenly. Qin Feiyang was startled. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he transmitted his voice. Senior Marshal Brother, can you see if you can absorb the clouds here? Absorb? Madman was stunned. These clouds did not have the slightest hint of evil in them, so how was he supposed to absorb them? The only thing he could absorb was the power of evil. We can give it a try. Long Qin thought. All right. Madman nodded and grabbed a wisp of mist. On the surface he looked like he was studying it, but in reality he was absorbing it silently. A moment later, Madman shook his head at Qin Feiyang and the others. What the hell is this? The white-eyed wolf was furious. They had tried all kinds of methods, but they just couldn't do anything to these clouds. Long Qin pondered for a moment and said to himself, White-eyed wolf, why don't you try and see if you can use your heaven-devouring beast-fighting soul to swallow these clouds? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and speechless. Are you crazy? My fighting soul is the same as your god's domain. They are both unique. Once I activate my fighting soul, won't I immediately expose my identity? That's true. Long Qin smiled. He actually ignored this point. It seemed that he was really too anxious. If it was any other time, how could he ignore these details? No, he couldn't lose his mind. Long Qin took a deep breath and tried to calm his anxious heart. Time passed by bit by bit. Everyone's face turned purplish-red bit by bit. This was the state of being suppressed to the limit. Help me, I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Dong Qingyuan pulled Dong Hanzong, his old face full of fear. The long period of suppression even made the blood in his body spurt out from his pores. Teacher, how can I help you? Dong Hanzong smiled bitterly. Right now he couldn't even protect himself. The heaven-defying universe domain had no effect at all. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, the power of our bloodline will be exposed. Looking at Dong Qingyuan's appearance, Heavenly Lord Ji transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but tremble. That's right. If they were like Dong Qingyuan, bleeding all over, wouldn't the power of their bloodline be exposed? Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and Heavenly Lord Ji all had purple gold dragon blood. White-eyed wolf also had golden blood. Long Qin, as holy dragons, their bloodline power was also very different from ordinary bloodline power. At that time it would be obvious at a glance. There was also the Divine King and the Madman. As a god, the Divine King's bloodline power was also different from ordinary people. The Madman had the true body of all evil, and his bloodline power was also very dazzling. We have to think of a way quickly, I'm almost at my limit. Divine King transmitted his voice. For a moment, the group was extremely anxious. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. I thought you could keep up, but I didn't expect you to all lie here. What are you lying here for? Are you waiting for death? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the depths of the Star River. Everyone looked up as if they had seen a life-saving straw, and saw the Emperor walking over step by step and landing in front of them. Father, you've gone too far. How can you leave us alone? Princess Yuxian immediately complained. If I really wanted to leave you all alone, why would I come back now? The Emperor rolled his eyes. As he waved his hand, an invisible force appeared and enveloped Qin Feiyang and the others. A magical scene happened. The oppressive force that enveloped the group of people instantly dissipated. The group of people looked at each other. This was too unbelievable. Your Majesty, how did you do it? Dong Qingyuan got up and moved his limbs, and found that there was really no pressure at all, so he looked at the emperor in surprise and asked. The emperor smiled but didn't say anything. Just tell us. Or, you can secretly tell someone. Princess Yuxian ran in front of the emperor, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. This was the trump card she was used to using. But this time it didn't work. The emperor rolled his eyes and looked at the crowd. Do you still dare to look down on the Star River now? No. The group of people shook their heads. They had personally experienced the horror of the Star River. Although Qin Feiyang, Long Chen and White-Eyed Wolf didn't use their full strength, according to their speculation the God's Domain, Fighting Soul, Heaven-Swallowing Beast and Eye of Heaven were probably useless. Because these methods were much worse than the original force of the Divine Kingdom. I want you to personally experience the despair brought by the Star River. Because the secret realm is even more terrifying than the Star River. If you still have the same mentality as before, I'm sure that when you enter the secret realm, none of you will come back alive. The emperor said with a serious expression. The crowd looked at each other. So this was what the emperor meant. Immediately, they finally stopped looking down on the emperor. That's right. Before this, they didn't pay much attention to the secret realm. Chapter 45-98. Although the emperor and his wife had been reiterating that the secret realm was very dangerous, they were not weak. They were all masters of the will of heaven and had heaven-defying means. For example, Dong Hanzong's universe domain. For example, Dong Tianqin's god-killing domain. For example, the White-Eyed Wolf's sky-swallowing beast. So, although they were a little in awe of the secret realm, it was not to the extent of extreme fear. But now, the lesson that the emperor gave them had undoubtedly made their minds completely clear. Even the Star River was so terrifying, let alone the secret realm that was even more terrifying than the Star River. They had to be 120% alert to treat it seriously. The emperor looked at the inner demons and said, "Take a rest. When you recover your strength, you continue to lead everyone on the road." Okay. The inner demons nodded and changed the topic. He snorted and said, "But I don't want to take Dong Qingyuan, that old bastard. Let him go on his own. If he can catch up with us, he will go to the secret realm. If he can't, he will get lost." Dong Qingyuan's face froze. With his speed, how could he catch up with the inner demon's double will of heaven? He looked at the emperor for help. The emperor was helpless and said angrily, "Can't you stop? Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Why did you provoke him for no reason?" "Your Majesty, I didn't provoke him. He provoked me first." Dong Qingyuan felt wronged. Even if he provoked you first, you have to bear with it. Let's not talk about crossing the Star River and entering the Starry Domain. You need him to enter the secret realm. Because with your own ability, you can't come back alive from the secret realm. The emperor said secretly. Heard it? Dong Qingyuan thought about it carefully and found it reasonable. He said, "Your Majesty is right. No matter what he says or does, I will not fight back." That's right. The emperor let out a long breath and looked at the inner demons. Why are you so narrow-minded? Others offended you with a few words? Don't be stubborn, or you won't be able to go to the secret realm. Humph. The inner demons raised their middle fingers in disdain and swallowed a divine life pill to recover their stamina and adjust their condition. Looking at the inner demon's insulting behavior, the emperor's face darkened and his veins bulged. He was the emperor of the Central Dynasty, yet someone dared to point a middle finger at him? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? However, he felt even more helpless in his heart. There was nothing wrong with Lu Yuntian, but he was too arrogant and uncontrollable. Otherwise, he could have been groomed as a trusted general to replace Dong Qingyuan. In the blink of an eye. Half a day passed. Everyone finally recovered. Let's go. The inner demon stood up and shouted. Everyone got up one after another. Dong Qingyuan immediately stood up, as if he was afraid that the inner demons would abandon him. Seeing this, the mermaid princess, Fire Dance, Dong Qin and Long Qin couldn't help but snicker secretly. The inner demons glanced at Dong Qingyuan indifferently. With a wave of his hand, he swept everyone up and disappeared into the depths of the Star River like lightning. With the emperor around, they didn't feel the slightest pressure. The group of people had nothing to do, so they all looked at the emperor suspiciously, trying to see if he had any peerless divine objects on him. However, after observing for several days, they didn't find anything. In the end they had to give up helplessly. In the blink of an eye. A few months passed. The clouds in the Star River ahead were obviously thicker. There were clusters and patches, like the dark clouds in the sky. Is there any problem? The inner demons looked at the Emperor and asked. You're still afraid? The Emperor looked at him in amusement. What am I afraid of? I'm just worried about you. The inner demons sneered. Stubborn. The Emperor shook his head and laughed. He glanced at the Star River and said, This is the inner area. There's no danger. Go straight in. Hearing this, the inner demons felt relieved and boldly led a group of people into the inner area. To be honest, they were a little worried. But they definitely couldn't admit it. They couldn't be laughed at by the Emperor. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the clouds around and suddenly said, Why don't we go out and see how much pressure there is in the inner area? It was true that he wouldn't stop until he said something shocking. A group of people immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. They couldn't even withstand the pressure in the central area, let alone the pressure in the inner area. They might be squeezed into a meat pie as soon as they came out. Ha! Looking at everyone's angry eyes, the white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. We can give it a try. Suddenly, the Emperor also said something. No need, no need. Qin Feiyang and others quickly waved their hands. Don't joke. If they went out now, even if they weren't squeezed into a meat pie, their bodies would definitely bleed immediately. In this way, wouldn't their bloodline power be exposed? Long Qin glared at the white-eyed wolf fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. To this, the white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. Princess Moonfairy asked, Father, how much does it take to pass through the inner area? The inner area and the central area are about the same. But the core area, the Emperor's words came to an abrupt end. He raised his head and looked at the depths of the galaxy. A trace of worry crept into his eyes. Princess Moonfairy noticed this and her eyelids suddenly twitched. She said nervously, Father, don't tell us that you can't pass through the core area. That's not it. The Emperor shook his head and waved his hand. Don't worry too much. Maybe we won't encounter it this time if we're lucky. Won't encounter it? Qin Feiyang and others looked at each other. Won't encounter something? But at this moment, hurricanes suddenly surged from the galaxy in front of them. Patches of dark clouds swept over with the hurricanes. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and others were surprised. Even they could feel a terrifying resistance from these hurricanes. How could this be? At the same time, the Emperor looked at the roaring hurricanes with disbelief in his eyes. Father, do you know what this is? Princess Moonfairy asked. Qin Feiyang and the others also stared at the Emperor. The Emperor didn't answer. His eyes gradually trembled. Suddenly he roared, Go around the storm right now, right now. His expression was incomparably anxious. The inner demons froze for a moment and immediately led a group of people to turn in the air and rush to the left. What is this thing? Even the Emperor is so scared. Qin Feiyang, Lu Jijin, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Chen looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The Emperor had hundreds of thousands of origin force in his hands. Although the origin force was useless against the pressure here, it was an invincible existence to kill the enemy. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the galaxy in front of them. The sound was like thunder, shaking the blood of Qin Feiyang and others. They even almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood. Is this a beast? How is this possible? There are actually beasts in the galaxy? Looking in the direction of the roar, the group of people's eyes were full of disbelief. Faster. When the Emperor heard the beast roar, his face became more serious as he urged the inner demons. This is already my limit. The inner demons smiled bitterly. The dual will of heaven and instant time had been activated. They couldn't go any faster.